Ross Coulthart is a multi-award-winning investigative journalist with over 3 decades experience in newspapers and television, including reporting for the Sydney Morning Herald newspaper, ABC TV Four Corners, 9 Network Sunday programme, and 60 Minutes. 5 times winner of Australia's National Journalism Prize, the Walkley Award, including the highest award, the Gold Walkley, winner of a Logie, Australian TV's top prize for Best Public Affairs TV Reporting, and winner of a New York Film Festival Gold Medal for International Investigative Journalism. He is also a best-selling author, with his most recent book, In Plain Sight, an investigation into UFOs and impossible science, being his first book to ever tackle the complex and fascinating issue of UFOs. I was fortunate enough to get into contact with Ross quite early on in my time researching this subject, and he has since proven to be one of the most passionate, capable, and well-connected individuals that I am personally aware of within the field of ufology, amassing a variety of high-level contacts within the defence, aerospace, and intelligence communities of both his home country of Australia and within the United States of America. In this exclusive interview, Ross will be, for the very first time, going into the details of his own personal investigations which led to the eventual creation of his latest book, In Plain Sight. Links to Ross's website and book can be found in the description box below, and his book is currently available for pre-order. And so without further delay, I hope you enjoy this conversation between myself and Ross Coulthart. So I want to start this off with something that most of us are familiar with, because the biggest news in relation to specifically the US government's handling of UFOs was this release of the Unidentified Aerial Phenomena Report via the Office of the Director for National Intelligence. The unclassified aspects of this report were made public on Friday the 25th. Most of us have by now read the report, and so I'd like to get your initial thoughts on this. Do you see this as a step in the right direction?
Yeah, I suppose I could make some glib comment like that it's a step in the right direction. But I mean, the reality...
Be honest.
Yeah. I mean, the reality is that both you and I know that the US government knows a hell of a lot more. And at the moment, we're being led on a very gentle dance. The UAP Task Force report is window dressing for what I think is a debate that's been going on inside the Department of Defense and the intelligence community in the United States now for quite a few years. How much to dribble out of what they know. And a large part of my book is exploring that very question. And I think the United States government, I know the United States government knows a hell of a lot more than it's letting on. It's fully aware of the UAP issue. It doesn't really have to start studying it. It never stopped. And the fiction that is being maintained that the US Air Force in particular is suddenly going to start researching this issue and suddenly going to start collating data. Let's call it for what it is. It's bullshit. We're being fed a line. Somebody is trying to control a narrative, because I think the public awareness of this issue is developing a momentum. And I think that suddenly the people who've been sitting on the secret for, I think, 75, 76 years and longer, are suddenly realizing that they're losing control of the narrative.
I would agree with this. And, I think this is something that I've said before as well, that yes, they have to pace this out in a way that is, palatable and transferable to the wider population, to people that haven't been educated on this topic. But then the only reason that they're having to package it in this very kind of like tightly regulated narrative is quite literally because of the secrecy that has been perpetrated for, generations. So we're dealing with an issue now, and I suppose the US government is dealing with an issue now, where it's very difficult to begin a conversation like this without all of that history coming flying up to face them, and people wanting to grab torches and pitchforks.
When I was in the States, I was privy, because I've got a background in talking about defense and intelligence issues here in Australia, and I've got some very good contacts in America who basically facilitated my conversations with a number of people who are very well informed. And as often happens in journalism, you get a background briefing. It's not for attribution. The person, the defense official or the intelligence official knows that they can speak to you with a degree of security. And what I was told was that the UAP report was fundamentally a way of attempting to control how much, when disclosure of something that the American government knows is finally made, how much has to be revealed. And I was fascinated when I went back and did my research and had a look at the actual history, how really the admissions that have been made by the American government, the Pentagon, that yes, there is an intelligent technology operating in our skies. It's doing things, speeds, maneuvers that are far beyond our science. That's really not new. It's not new at all. The same admissions were made by people from the CIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, right back in the early 1950s, back when there was it was sort of pre, I think Steve Bassett used the term truth embargo. It was pre that period when the Americans suddenly decided that they had to put a lid on the whole thing. It's painfully obvious to me that the reason why the UAP task force report is important, I guess, is because for this generation of people, we've got a government agency, the Pentagon, the most powerful military on the planet, acknowledging that there is a technology. Some of the people have been using the word craft. A technology operating in our skies, our oceans, and our orbit, which is beyond known human science. Now that, in and of itself, is a prima facie admission by the most powerful country on the planet that there is a technology, an intelligently controlled technology way beyond ours. And that's where things get really interesting because, for the Neil deGrasse Tysons, the Mick Wests, the skeptics of this world, they're still locked in that paradigm of trying to figure out whether it was a seagull or a reflection off the inside of the cockpit. I'm sure, I know, the US military, the intelligence services have spent an enormous amount of money figuring out if there is a prosaic explanation for these sightings.
Yes.
But the admission, and this was the key thing for me, the admission that out of 144 sightings that were reported by pilots, 143 could not be explained. I mean, the vast majority. And that, to me, is the significance, is that we're now in a new era. I didn't know what phased array radar was before I started doing this research, but I had the privilege of talking to Kevin Day, and then I spoke to radar experts here in Australia. And they've told me that the really cool thing with phased array radar is how incredibly precise it is. And combining that sensor with the at-FLIR imaging, just in the Nimitz incident alone, this ridiculous rubbish argument that it might still be able to be prosaically explained. It's like there are people in science who are clinging on with their fingernails to the skeptical debunked view that this must be capable of some, prosaic explanation, when really the overwhelming preponderance of evidence, and I knew this was coming, I've spoken to people in defense and intelligence in the US and also in Australia, who tell me there is no explanation that can be found on Earth, with normal Western science, even Russian or Chinese science, that explains what we're seeing. And the sooner people wake up to that and realize that, the better. I mean, I was watching Mitt Romney, the former presidential candidate, and he did a press conference today where he was talking about the implications. Actually, no, it was an interview with Jake Tapper on CNN, and Jake Tapper asked him about the UAP task force report, and he admitted flatly that the technology, quote, that is being seen by numerous military pilots, experts, sensor systems, is not American, it's not Chinese, and it's not Russian. And then Mr. Romney then went on to say that he didn't think, for that reason, that was a national security issue. And I find that bewildering, because surely the whole basis of American military dominance since the Second World War, American military hegemony, has been built on the notion that if it all push came to shove, American military technology is always better than everybody else's. And here now we have an admission, a black and white admission from the most powerful military on the planet, the most powerful intelligence system on the planet, saying, well, this is actually a superior technology to ours. And it's not a technology that's operated by either of our adversaries, Russia or China, or any other foreign adversary. That's the significance of the report to me, is that the US is now in a corner. But in many ways, we're now back where, say, the former CIA director, Roscoe Coulthart, was in 1952, when a UFO organization that he founded, because he was concerned about what the US government was hiding 70 years ago, he made admissions that there was a technology that was operating in our skies. He was the Lou Elizondo of his era.
Right. This is not the first time this has happened.
It's not the first time. And that's my worry. My worry is that to some degree, we're all playing a gentle dance here. We all know that, and I'm absolutely convinced as an investigative journalist, I've spoken to far too many people inside the American government, scientists, defense officials, intelligence officials. They know full well that this technology is not capable of prosaic explanation. Yes, we should have congressional inquiries, if only to depose the scientists, the generals, and the government officials who have been presiding over the lies and the cover-up for 70 years. And I know, as I say this, a lot of my colleagues in serious and sex journalism might be thinking, well, Ross has gone batshit crazy. He's bought into the whole UFO conspiracy. And I've had a few colleagues in journalism say that to me. They've said, oh, do you believe this stuff? Do you believe in UFOs? And I go, well, no, it's not a question of belief. UFOs aren't a religion. It's a question of knowledge. It's a question of gathering the facts, looking objectively at the evidence. And the evidence is absolutely overwhelming, if you look, that this is real.
If you choose to look, which a lot of people, even and especially actually some of the most outspoken debunkers and skeptics, seem to negate that responsibility to actually look into this with objectivity, and that's something that I think is a real issue in terms of the academic community. There are some outliers like Sam Harris and Eric Weinstein and others, but it has definitely highlighted the dogma within science, and previous models being challenged.
I don't think you can underestimate, though. Like, a lot of people have often said to me, you guys in journalism, I've worked in newspapers, I've worked in television, I've worked in radio, and I've been on the desk of a major newspaper making decisions about what stories go into the newspaper. And there's not men in black who turn up in the office and tell you to stop running a story. That's not what's been happening. What's been happening is by far a more effective way of suppressing public interest and commentary on the issue. A decision, and this is what really amazed me when I started doing the research. If you go to the CIA's own library archive, you can actually find these files where the CIA itself made the decision that it wanted to shut down commentary about UFOs. It wanted to stop people reporting UFOs. It wanted to stigmatize the subject of UFOs. And it's funny because I can remember in journalism, I remember there was a case when I was on the Sydney Morning Herald. It was a Sunday morning, and this lady rang up saying, I've just seen a UFO and I've got a photograph and it was hovering over Parramatta. And I'm saying, well, how good's your photograph? Oh, very clear. It's very, very clear. And I naively ring my desk editor and I say, oh, look, we've got a cracker photograph of a flying saucer, this lady says. It's a lenticular craft hovering over Parramatta in Western Sydney. And my editor went, oh, Ross, we don't do UFO stories. And I go, why? And he went, it's bullshit. And I go, why? And it was interesting because nobody can ever actually source or explain why it's bullshit. No editor can ever say to me, well, I know it's bullshit because I've investigated it. It's never the case. It's essentially a dogma that dominates mainstream media. that UFOs, I think until very recently, have been something that you mock, you ridicule, and you stigmatize. I mean, the moment that I announced to friends that I was writing a book about UFOs, one of the, I'm reasonably well known in Australia, and one of the commentators in one of the major newspapers wrote in a gossip column, yes, Ross Coulthart, veteran investigative reporter, is he's gone off to write a book about little green men or aliens. It was just a typical put down. And that's the level that this operates at, is that in newsrooms all around the world, journalists have been acculturated to the notion that UFO sightings should never be taken seriously, that anybody who reports them is batshit crazy, and ultimately they should be ignored. And the thing that I guiltily admit is that when I first started researching my book, that was my kind of hunch that I was going to find at the end of the rainbow. I thought, what's the most taboo subject? What's the one story that everybody tells me I should never look at? And there's a couple. I mean, one of them is a contrarian argument against global warming science, which, no journalist will go anywhere near because it's just too stigmatized.
Yep.
Another, until very recently, is you don't do stories about politicians that shag their private secretaries. There's a kind of a rule that you don't talk about sexual relationships outside public life. And the other really huge taboo that I discovered was UFOs, that nobody is meant to report on this subject. And it's funny, as part of my research, I tracked down a few of my former editors and executive producers, and I said, can you remember when we had that conversation about UFOs? Why did you say to me with a giggle, oh, let's not go there. What else have you got, Roscoe, when I suggested a UFO story? And one of them had the decency to say to me, I don't know. And it's funny you should say that. I don't know. I just feel that we're just going to get bollocksed if we do a story about UFOs. And I go, well, why? I said, I can tell you, the science is overwhelming that there's something here. It's real. And it's funny, but I won't name the editor involved, but they looked very embarrassed and decided clearly that I'd gone bonkers. But it's interesting. There is still an enormous stigma surrounding this subject, and it continues to this day. I think it's probably why our dear friends Leslie Leslie Kane and Ralph Blumenthal haven't been able to get more stories in the New York Times. I think there is, in serious, sober journalism, an attitude that this is not a story for rigorous investigative journalism. And I say no. I say it damn well is. It's real. The Pentagon has admitted it's real. We are in a new paradigm.
So before we jump into the details of your investigation, real quick, how can people get hold of your book, In Plain Sight?
It's available in all good bookshops. I think it'll be in England, from mid-August. But William Collins, I think, is what HarperCollins is called in the UK. God bless him. Charlie Redmayne, the boss of HarperCollins International, is based in London. He's the brother of Eddie Redmayne. And I had dinner with him and James Kello, the managing director of HarperCollins, a few years ago. And Charlie turned out to be my biggest supporter for doing a book on UFOs. And I love him for that, because I know it's a big decision for a publisher to support making a book about UFOs. Publishers are scared of the subject. It's generally relegated to kind of the whimsical, paranormal fantasy sections of the bookshop. I was in New York about 5 weeks ago, and I hopped into one of my favorite secondhand bookstores in New York, which is on Fifth Avenue. It's massive. It's one of the world's largest bookshops. And I was trying to find the UFO section, and it was in the paranormal and fantasy section, right up the back with all the dirty books. And I was thinking, why do I feel grubby? Because I'm looking for UFO books. It really is. It's relegated to the subject of nonsense and whimsy, but I think that's rapidly changing.
I think it is rapidly changing, and with the efforts of people like yourself and other journalists who are doing their due diligence, it will change. And you've gone over this a little bit already, but just to get a clearer picture of your involvement in this issue, because, like you said, you come from a mainstream media background, and although this has subsided to some extent, there is still, as we were saying, a stigma that exists within mainstream media when it comes to UFOs, and this was certainly true when you first decided you wanted to pursue this topic in a serious manner. So what exactly was your wake-up call? Was there anything specific that catalyzed your desire to pursue this issue?
I come from a contrarian bent, Jay. I'm drawn to stories that people tell me I shouldn't be doing, because generally that's where the best stories are. One of the big problems with media on this planet today is the media hunts like a pack. It thinks like a pack. It's very hard to go against the tide and take a different opinion. And one of the joys and pleasures that I've developed doing what I do, I suppose for a pompous title, it's called investigative journalism, but essentially by want of any other name, it's a longer form of analysis than, say, a news journalist can do. And so I'll write long form features for newspapers or magazines, and I'll do, in minimum 5,000 to 10,000 words. And for this book, of course, 120,000 words. And for a TV documentary like the one I made recently, you can run an hour and a half, 2 hours, and take your time to investigate something properly. What then drew me into it was that sense of contrarianism, that people were telling me I shouldn't go near it. The other thing that drew me into it was I became aware that an incident that I'd covered as a journalist in New Zealand in my very early days as a journalist, the Kaikoura Lights incident off the southeast coast of the South Island of New Zealand in Christmas 1978, was one of the most famous UFO sightings of that era in the late 1970s. And as a young 16-year-old boy in 1978, I was fascinated because there was an Australian television journalist who was on an Argosy freighter, a cargo freighter, flying from Christchurch to Blenheim, delivering newspapers early in the morning in New Zealand. And they had been told by the pilot, the aptly named Captain Startup, Bill Startup, lovely man, that the previous night Bill and his crew had seen weird lights that had come right up to the side of the aeroplane and buzzed their aircraft. And so Quentin was told about this. He was on holiday with his family, and he got a camera, hopped on the plane, and blow me down, he got the most incredible vision. It was the most extraordinary vision of these weird objects coming up to the side of the aircraft. He was shooting on 16mm film in those days, and it wasn't the best.
Is this something that I can put up on screen if I can find it? Is this?
Yeah, if you just Google Kaikoura Lights, Kaikoura UFOs, 1978.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can find one here for you. But
yeah, no, so I'll put it on screen for everyone
sure.
listening now. So don't worry.
But what really blew me away was I was going into journalism. So I did a law degree, became a lawyer for a while, and then after a while I was a journalist in New Zealand. And I remembered this incident. And one of the people I got the chance to interview was the former Prime Minister of New Zealand, Robert Muldoon, Piggy Muldoon, as we called him. And I asked Piggy Muldoon about the Kaikoura UFO incident because he'd been Prime Minister at the time. And he went, "Oh yeah, that was a tough one. That, yeah, we had to get a response out quickly, Ross, because the public was going crazy." And it was. The public were going crazy because the Kaikoura Lights incident happened just a few weeks after the Frederick Valentich incident, which was the notorious incident where a young Melbourne pilot disappeared over Bass Strait. And one of his last words were, "It's not a plane." And it sparked an incredible media frenzy around the world, let alone in Australia and New Zealand. And so a lot of the skeptics were saying, and the debunkers were saying at the time, and I can remember this, that, this Kaikoura stuff, it's just hysteria caused by the Australian Valentich incident. It'll all blow over. And sure enough, it had. And I remember that the Air Force, the New Zealand Air Force, came out with an explanation that the the lights that they saw were ostensibly squid boat lights, fishing boat lights reflecting off clouds. And if it wasn't that, it was the planet Venus. And, I was a naive young fella. I thought that kind of makes sense. And so I got on with my life. And then what blew me away was I got the opportunity to meet Robert Muldoon, the former Prime Minister, and he, without going into a lot of detail, ended up admitting to me that that was a bullshit story. And he knew it was a bullshit story. And he even mentioned to me that the Americans had been involved in attempting to dampen down the story as quickly as possible. And then when I came to Australia, absolutely. And so when I came to Australia, I was in journalism in Australia, working for the Sydney Morning Herald, and then I was working for a show called Four Corners, which was a bit like your Panorama, BBC Panorama. And I was a young investigative reporter on this great show called Four Corners, and we on the public broadcaster. And I was with very senior officials of the Australian Air Force. And we were doing a completely different story. We weren't doing one on UFOs, but they invited us for a drink. And so I went in there with my camera crew, and we put the camera down and just had a beer or two in the mess, the officers' mess. And then after about the second or third beer, a very, very senior officer in the Australian Air Force leaned across to me and he said, "Why don't you chaps do stories about UFOs?" And I just went, "Because it's bullshit, it's rubbish. Everybody knows UFOs are bullshit." And he went, "No, they're not." And I went, "What do you mean?" And he summonsed over a whole lot of guys, and there were about 3 other officers sitting at the table with us. And they all started telling me stories, and 2 of them were jet fighter pilots. Another one was an Orion pilot. Another one was a C-130 Hercules pilot. And they all had stories of being tracked by orbs. One of them had a story of a lenticular metallic craft that hovered right next to his cockpit window. And,
wow.
When he raised a camera to try and take a photograph, it just went. And what blew me away was these guys were saying to me, "Look, you guys, you journalists aren't doing your job properly. You're not asking questions."
Yeah.
And it was funny because I actually went back and I remember saying to Ian, who was the executive producer of Four Corners at the time, "Hey, listen, there's a really good story about UFOs." And I remember he just didn't even listen to me. He just laughed. He just moved on. He was kind of embarrassed that I'd raised the subject. And I said, "So seriously, this guy who is quite a public figure actually said that we should be looking at UFOs." And he just never really responded to me. And it was very, very hard to get an answer out of him. And then I, by complete blind luck, was working at 60 Minutes in Australia with a cameraman called Ben Fogarty. And it turned out his dad was Quentin Fogarty, the guy who had shot the Kaikoura UFO incident, 40, 50 years earlier. Not that long, I'm not that old, 30 years earlier. And I sat down with Quentin, who sadly passed away last year, and he told me that they saw craft, that the vision that they shot was nowhere near as sharp as what they'd seen. And I found him highly credible as a witness. And then I tracked down, it turned out there was another guy on the plane with him who turned out to be one of the most eminent political correspondents in Australia on television, a guy called Dennis Grant, an unimpeachable, respected political journalist who by complete fluke had been in Christchurch that night. He'd hopped on the plane and taken contemporaneous notes of everything that he saw. And he told me as well that what he saw were craft coming straight up to the plane. There was no way they were squid boat lights. In fact, he laughed at the idea that they were squid boat lights because they could see the reflections of the lights on this ocean below them. It was such a clear night. And then the pièce de résistance for me, where I finally realized I was being lied to and that there had been a cover-up by the Royal New Zealand Air Force, was when I met John Cordy. And John's now in his 80s, and he's a crusty, curmudgeonly, lovely old fella who used to be one of the lead air traffic controllers at Wellington Airport. And Wellington Airport was roughly, 40 or 50 miles across Cook Strait in the North Island, the south of the North Island, from where this incident took place, but they had radar range to where this Argosy cargo plane was being tracked by these craft. And the official Royal New Zealand Air Force report had declared that the radar sets at Wellington Airport that night were faulty. And so I wasn't ready for what John said to me. He just went, "That is just utter bollocks. It's rubbish, absolute rubbish that the radar sets were broken that night. There was nothing wrong with the radar." He says what they didn't like having to admit that it was impossible for fishing boats to be dropping their lines from 14,000 feet, because he said, I was tracking them contemporaneously as they were describing to me what was happening from the plane. And then I had dual corroboration because Dennis Grant told me the same thing, as did Quentin Fogarty. And I suddenly realized, even for my dim mainstream journalist's brain, we'd been fed a line. Somebody had engineered a cover-up back in 1978. And I had the former Prime Minister of New Zealand admitting that things weren't quite as they were presented in the public document that was given out as a press release. They'd all lied. And the Americans were involved, encouraging them to put out a glib excuse to make this all go away as quickly as possible. And so I suppose that sensitized me to become much more aware of being skeptical about the phenomenon. And then I forlornly tried over many years in mainstream journalism, and as I got older and older and more senior in organizations, I'd keep on prodding and saying, I want to do a UFO story. And hard-bitten editors would go, get out of my office, go on, get out of here, go and do a real story, Ross. We're not doing a fucking UFO story. And then one day, one of my executive producers was having trouble, I remember, because a story had fallen over in London. And he said, mate, that UFO story you've got, where is it again? And I'd go, oh, it's a place called Rendlesham, RAF Bentwaters, Rendlesham, in northeast England. He went, how soon could you do it? And I went, oh, pretty soon. And we were going to America soon afterwards. And so I ended up doing a story on the whole RAF Bentwaters, Rendlesham UFO story. And I think from memory, we had skeptic Chris French on, who forlornly tried to say it was the Orford Ness Lighthouse that they'd all seen that night. But when I finally got to meet Charles Holt, the colonel who had the top secret clearance, who'd been there that night and had walked through that forest, the power of his evidence, the contemporaneous account that he had from his audio recording, and the corroboration that he had from his colleagues, Peniston and Burroughs and people like that, who'd basically been there with him, who described what they'd seen, absolutely unimpeachable. And to this day, I mean, frankly, I think more recently there's been radar operators, again, who've come out and corroborated Charles Holt's account. And you get these kind of wet lettuce tilts from the Don Quixotes like Chris French and other skeptics. Ian Ridpath, I think, was another one, who basically say, they saw a lighthouse. Absolutely, they saw a lighthouse.
Yeah.
And then when I sat down with these people, which these guys hadn't done, and said, well, could it have been the Orford Ness Lighthouse? And we're actually saying, so the lighthouse is over there. And they're going, well, yeah, but what we were looking at was over there. It was a completely different angle. And more importantly, we were seeing this close up. We were seeing like a red eye moving through the forest at Rendlesham, dripping what looked like metal. There is no way this was a lighthouse. And it's one of the fundamental problems that I have with the disingenuity of science as it is presented by those who claim to be the gatekeepers of science, because science is all of us. There is not a bunch of people who dictate to you and me what science is. Science is what we all apply. We all hypothesize. We all test a hypothesis. We all try and repeat the experiment to see if that hypothesis can be proven. It's sound logic to proceed like that when you assess evidence, to weigh the facts. But what I dislike intensely, and I think is dishonest, is the way that science is continuing to misrepresent UFO incidents or UAP incidents. And it really struck me that both in the Kaikoura case that I now know extremely well, in the Rendlesham case that I've now got to know really, really well, and in numerous other cases that I've investigated, it's painfully obvious to me that the way science all too often deals with it is extremely unscientific. It behaves in I think, a quite discreditable way to good science. It is true, extraordinary facts require extraordinary evidence. I don't really have a disagreement with that, but we're now at a stage with, let's take, for example, the sightings seen by the US Navy off the western east coast, the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier incidents in 2004, the USS Theodore Roosevelt incident in 2014, 2015. There is just no way that these witnesses were confused about what they saw.
Right.
Witnesses see things with their eyeballs, one. Radar systems, 1, 2, 3, 4, see it with the phased array radar system. Yeah. At-FLIR imaging systems pick it up. I mean, at what point do you say that the level of extraordinary evidence is sufficient? Clearly, we're now at a stage where, as Michio Kaku has said, I don't know if I quite agree with him on this, but certainly the burden of proof is now being pushed very firmly back on the side of science to disprove the UAP thesis.
Yeah, I mean, to an extent, I would say that's probably true. I mean, like you were saying, what level of evidence is required? It seems like the ballpark for what is acceptable evidence is getting pushed further and further forward as more things arrive. It's like, oh, well, now we have multiple sensors, eyes on witnesses. Oh no, that's still not good enough. It's like, well, when do we stop this act and look at it objectively? And like I said, I do think that we are slowly starting to see corners of academia and the intellectual and the scientific communities picking this up and going, actually, there is something to this. But it's still a long shot away from being accepted as a kind of general mainstream idea that this is actually plausible. It's still very, very much within the world of stigma and obfuscation. How far into your investigations did you actually get before you decided that you were going to write a book about this, Ross?
I'd always wanted to write a book, because one of the joys of being an investigative journalist is you can indulge your curiosity and you can use it under the pretext of investigative journalism. I mean, it's a joy to be able to ring somebody up and say, hey, I'm a journalist and I'm writing a book. I'm investigating this. Can you tell me everything you know about X, Y, and Z? And it invests you with a certain amount of power. And they don't really have to talk to you if they don't want to. But what I found joyous for me, and this was, I suppose, the breakthrough point. I was doing a full-time job and I thought, how would I crack the UFO story if I wanted to crack it? And I thought, I know one of the big problems for people that work in defense and intelligence that are my sources increasingly is they communicate with me on different encrypted apps. They communicate with me in online sites. We have to use extraordinarily complicated methods to protect them from being detected. And so I knew that if I wrote to Scientist X in the United States saying I'm doing a book on UFOs, if I did that on email, I'd leave an electronic trail. And I had their phone numbers in many cases, because the joys of America is you can literally find anybody with a phone number directory with a bit of application. And so I found the phone numbers for people who I knew were working at Area 51, China Lake. I just did a standard investigative journalist's brief on the people that I think would know shit. And I wrote 160-something letters and posted them using good old-fashioned stamps, thinking that sending something by mail, to a certain degree, it invests a degree of autonomy in a person. It gives them a sense of control, because they're the one that then makes the decision to contact me on Signal or Telegram or to ring me on another kind of encrypted app, Proton Mail, that sort of stuff. And that's what I did. So I wrote to 160 people and waited. And I'm doing my day job at 60 Minutes at the time. And then all of a sudden I started getting these letters back. And people started ringing me. And I remember there was one guy in particular, and he was absolutely terrified. And he rang me on Signal. And he was in a park, and he'd literally left the campus of the aerospace company where he was working, walked down the street to a public park, and he was whispering, and I could hear kids playing in the playground. And he started talking about the program and how he'd been invited onto the program. And I said, just sorry, roll back a little bit. I said, what's the program? And he went, he did laugh. He went, the reverse engineering program. And I said, is this some kind of a hustle? I said, are you winding me up? And he said, I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean winding up. And I had to explain what winding up meant. And then he told me he was a scientist who was working for an aerospace company, and they were involved in analyzing and attempting to re-engineer non-human technology.
Wow.
And now, as a journalist, you don't immediately, one of the problems I have with ufology is when somebody tells me something like that, I can't immediately go away and go,
this is the truth. This is the way.
Yeah. Okay. And so then, and this is my big reveal to you. There was one guy in particular who I figured, and the way you do this as a journalist is, it's the way I do any story, is I build up a master contact list. I'll quite often draw a map on my wall of all of the people who were in the decision-making process for an event or an issue. And I work my way through who those people are, where they are now, and whether there's a reason why they might want to talk to me. And so one of the people that I wrote to was a guy, drumroll, called Nat Kovitz, who was the director of science and technology development for the US Navy. He was literally the boffin, the chief geek for the US Navy for well on 30 years. And I was shocked when this beautiful man rang me out of the blue and just wouldn't stop talking. And it turned out, sadly, Nat was dying of cancer. And I have to admit, I'd been very circumspect about what I'd said I wanted to talk to him about. And I had hinted that I was interested in more fringe areas of his job. But we talked for weeks about early drone technology that he was involved in developing. He told me a funny story about how the Secret Service used these electromagnetic blockers to stop anything from flying over the presidential ranch when George Bush Sr. was the president. And one of his daughters was getting married. And he told me that the US Navy that he was working with were testing a brand new drone. It was very early drone technology. And he had a Baltimore address, but he had a Brooklyn accent. And he went, oh, yeah, we parked that thing about 1 meter in the ground, 2 feet in the ground. I think he uses feet. 2 feet in the ground, he said. That was the end of the drone program. And then after weeks of this kind of conversation, it was becoming very obvious to me that he knew what I was really wanting to talk to him about. And then completely out of the blue one day, he said to me, Ross, why don't you just ask me the question? And so my heart's beating at 100 miles an hour at that point. And I said, okay, Nat, I'll ask you this way. Now, you understand what it means when you're read into a project. If you're read into a project, you are essentially taken through the security classifications that are necessary for you to understand what that project's about, and you are read in and you sign an agreement that you will abide by the national security classifications for that special compartmented intelligence. And so I used the terminology that we'd been talking about for previous projects that he'd told me about. And I said, Nat, were you ever read into a UFO retrieval and re-engineering program? And I'm waiting, and there's no reply at the end of the line, and there's this kind of hiss, trans-Pacific hiss. And then back comes, yes, very firm. And I almost fall off my chair, and I go, oh, sorry. I thought he was going to deny to me, and say flatly no. And he'd obviously made the decision. I think he'd just gone, oh, fuck it, And he was, sadly, God bless him, he was dead in about 3 or 4 months. And so I figured, at one stage, she said to me, he says, oh, what are they going to do to me? What are they going to do to me? And then he said, I then asked the next question. I said, so can I just clarify? You said you were read into a UFO retrieval program. I said, how many were you told had been retrieved? Multiple. And I went, multiple? I said, did you ever see these? And he went, no. He was very short, very brief in his answers. And I said, so are you saying, though, that you were told that there is an active program underway to re-engineer this technology? Yes. And then he was getting irksome with me because he said something like, and I was never read out of it, so I probably shouldn't go any further. And so I sort of decided not to push him too hard. And so we spent another couple of weeks talking about other projects that he'd been involved in. I mean, it was just such a privilege to talk to him because he was there in the very peak of the Cold War with the US Navy, building, some of the most incredible technology that the US Navy is using. And their China Lake facility that they use for testing their technology is, long the subject of UFO mysteries. Actually, by the way, one of the things I said to him, I said, oh, there's all these rumors that you've got corridors underneath, subterranean chambers underneath China Lake. And he laughed and he says, not as far as I know. And he says, I think I'd know about it if there was. And so I was beginning to get a bit despondent because he told me that he was read into a UFO retrieval program. He told me that he was read into a program that was re-engineering UFOs. And he really wouldn't tell me any more than that. At one stage, he said to me, to protect you, meaning me. And so I sort of went sideways. He told me that he'd set up his own company where he was a specialist in a type of extremely sophisticated welding called electron beam welding, EB welding. And it's a type of welding that leaves a very, very faint, you don't get the same welt that you would get with a normal weld. And he had a company called, I think it's NKA, Nat Kovitz Associates. And he did things like the sophisticated welds that held the C5 Galaxy undercarriage together, bonding different types of metal. So he was very good. He was like an expert at bonding different types of metal together in really strong welds. And so when he was running that private company, after he'd left that senior role as kind of like senior geek at the US Navy, he gets a phone call from Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Foreign Technology Division. And they ask him to come out at the Air Force's expense to Wright-Pat. And I just loved it at that point. I said, oh, were you taken down underground? And he goes, I was. And then I suddenly realized he's serious and he's just about to tell me, the clear inference, he's about to tell me that he's seen something not of this world. And this is his big give. And he describes being taken into this room and shown a large lump of metal that was incredibly light. And he says it was incredibly strong. It was like a bulkhead. It was clearly a bulkhead of some kind. And he said that he wouldn't name the metals involved, but he knew the metals involved. He recognized the metals involved. He didn't know whether they had different isotopic ratios from terrestrial isotopic ratios. But he was asked to look at the metals and to see whether the type of bonding that had been used was electron beam bonding, which was and still is the best way of bonding these kind of metals. And I forgot exactly what he said, but he said something to me like, I could not explain what it was, that those metals were bonded at the atomic level. And he said, it's nothing I've ever seen before. He said, it's way beyond my science.
Wow.
And so essentially he was, and I said to him, I said, so are you saying that was extraterrestrial, not human technology? And he went, Russ, I just don't know. He says, I don't know what it was. He said, I'd sure like to find out. And so he put me onto a whole series of people. And God bless him, I actually get quite emotional when I think about him because he became quite a good friend. I loved talking to him. And he introduced me to quite a number of people one of whom he knew was involved in the program, and others who he knew were on the periphery of the program. And as a result of those conversations, which were by and large on a background basis, not for attribution, I was suddenly finding my worldview was turned upside down, because I can kind of buy the idea that we have vehicles or craft from another dimension or another galaxy, or maybe it's another nation state that's developed incredibly advanced technology. But the notion that there were, in fact, he also talked about bodies. He actually, when he was talking about recovered craft, he also told me he'd been briefed that there were recovered bodies.
Oh my gosh.
And so my worldview's like rocking at this stage. And I'm still thinking, whoa, I've just had one of the most senior scientists in the US Defense Department, former, admit to me that he was read into a UFO crash retrieval program. And that's why I wrote my book.
I don't blame you for wanting to write a book after that. That is absolutely amazing. And what reason would a man like that have near the approaching near the end of his life to spin a yarn and to try and fool you? I think that's just so unlikely, and that's amazing. Did he ever give you any indication that we had any success in creating this type of technology and reverse engineering this type of technology?
He had no bloody idea, but I've spoken to well over 20 people now who are aware of a attempt by the US to re-engineer and the problem is none of these people are ever told that what they're working on is a technology from anywhere in particular. Course, they're just told, what they're told they're working on is just a very compartmented piece of technology. And I'm sorry, I've forgotten the drift. What was your question again? Sorry,
I was just saying that whether or not that man in particular had told you that they'd had success in.
And so, but all of those people told me that none of them had been able to to re-engineer
crack
and this is where I have problems with the Lazar story, because and other people who claim that there've been much more advanced efforts to re-engineer technology, including, I think, even flying craft, which is one of the accounts that Lazar gives. If that's true, I've seen no evidence of that. I'm not saying he's a liar, by the way. I just haven't met the right people who are saying that it is true. What I was told consistently was the technology is mind-blowing and they are not in a position to be able to engineer it yet, because it's just light years beyond what we have. It's a completely new type of physics, is what one person said to me. And you might be interested in this, Jay, because of the sort of direction that your interests have taken. Without expanding on it, one of the people I spoke to told me that it had a lot to do with a mind interface connection with the engineering, that it was driven by some kind of consciousness or some kind of intelligent connection with machinery that was beyond our understanding. Now, I preface everything I've told you here with the fact that I'm not saying even now, I'm not saying that I believe that we have recovered UFOs, UAPs. Quite frankly, I'm such a dogmatic skeptic on everything. I won't believe it really until I get to kick the tires of a TR-3B. You know, I want to be there.
I don't think they have tires.
But I do think I cannot discount, having heard it from Nat and having heard it from multiple other sources, I am absolutely certain that the United States government has recovered non-human technology. Absolutely certain. And I think that that technology includes craft. And I cannot believe I'm saying that, because I know that's your angle. And I know everybody will basically go, oh my God, Coulthart's basically said they're a craft. I'm not saying I know that for sure. All I'm saying is that there is a preponderance of evidence that suggests that this should be investigated. And the reason why I think it should be investigated, and I think if there are any congressional hearings, this needs to be the absolute focus of any intense investigation by congressmen and senators, is because if it's true, the Congress has been lied to. Presidents have been lied to. Presidents have been allowed to put out a press release, notably Obama in 2011, flatly denying any knowledge of recovered extraterrestrial technology or contact with extraterrestrial life. I don't know if that press release is sustainable, even in the weight of what the Pentagon has now admitted. You know, we're now in completely new territory where, you know, the Defense Department of the United States has admitted this is real. There is a technology, craft that are operating in our skies, oceans, and orbit, which is beyond known human science. And then I have experts inside the defense intelligence infrastructure of the United States telling me that indeed they have recovered technology. Now, the reason I'm cautious is because one of the things I'm wise to, if you know your Cold War history, is it could very well be that one of the scientists that cooperated with me took his letter from me to the Defense Department, and they've deliberately fed a line to me through multiple sources to get me excited, to leave me either underwhelmed by the level of development that the United States has made into this technology, or to perhaps even give a bit of a warning shot to the US's allies to suggest that, yes, they may indeed be more advanced than you think. And just possibly, you know, you guys from Russia or China had better not screw with us, because we're actually in possession of technology that you wouldn't even know how to deal with. So there is always that risk that as a journalist, I've been fed a line by sources. And for that reason, I just cannot be declaratory that I'm being told the truth. But I am instructed by the fact that one of the world's most eminent newspapers, the New York Times, in an article written by our friends Leslie Kane and Ralph Blumenthal in April last year, they ran a scientist with the reputation and eminence of Dr. Eric Davis, reporting that he had briefed Congress about craft being recovered by the United States that are not of this world. Congress has been told that. And I followed that up. I ended up talking to a congressman's staffer who confirmed to me that his congressman had indeed been briefed by Dr. Eric Davis that the United States government is in possession of technology that is not of this world. So that claim is clearly in circulation.
Well, sorry, go on.
That's right. No, that's fine.
I was just going to say that, you know, this is the problematic bifurcation in narratives, because you have, you know, the UAPTF report essentially saying we don't know what these things are. It could even be temperature inversions or ice crystals, and we just don't know. At the same time, you've got people within Congress being briefed on the retrieval of off-world vehicles. You've got high-ranking officials talking to you, at least former officials, saying that they were even involved in these programs. And it does make me wonder just how far down the trajectory line is the addressing of things like retrievals, because from at least the front facing public's perspective, we just don't know what this is. We don't have anything to explain this.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm worried about. What I'm really worried about is whoever it is that's trying to control the narrative. I was expecting the UAP task force to be a little more declaratory about the mystery.
Yeah.
And less prosaic possible explanations, because we know already the US Air Force, the United States Navy, the Defense Department, the Office of the Undersecretary for Defense Intelligence, they've ruled out those prosaic explanations already. The work's being done. It's silly to have this silly argument that it might be ice crystals or misapprehensions of some prosaic data. We know it's not. I mean, Mitt Romney said as much today when he said that we know it's not American technology, Russian technology, or Chinese technology. The obvious inference is that it's an intelligence that's not human. And my worry is that what's happening here is there are forces inside the military intelligence complex of the United States who are trying to control the narrative, to stop the public, one, from holding them to account for the lies and crimes committed in the past 75 years. They've deliberately started the investigation for the UAP task force from 2004, the date of the Nimitz incident, as if it all suddenly happened from that date.
Right.
And even the US Air Force put out a press release basically saying it was now going to start investigating this issue because, by golly, no, we've discovered a problem. Gosh, we had no idea. And yet if you go back through your history, the US Air Force particularly has been at the absolute forefront of the cover-up. And I suspect that if there is a technology that's being held inside the US government, which I doubt, by the way, I think it's more likely being held in private aerospace.
Yeah.
I think there are people, though, in the US Air Force who know full well.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And I think the difficulty is that they have presided over what is fundamentally a criminal cover-up. I mean, the story of Paul Benowitz is the story of a crime committed against a US citizen, illegal spying against a US citizen, monitoring, just most outrageous pressure that drove a man to commit suicide. The number of crimes that would have been committed in the past 7 decades to try and keep this quiet. And so rolling back a bit, maybe, just maybe, there's a very good reason for why they are keeping it quiet. And this is what I was told by people on my most recent visit to the United States. I was told that the Russians have recovered their own technology, craft, and that they are doing an active re-engineering program in a facility somewhere in the Ural Mountains, which is in the middle of buttfuck nowhere, way out in whoop in Russia. What I'm being told is that the Chinese are playing catch up, that they are actively trying to find out what the US has and what the Russians have got, but that the Russians do have a craft or something equating to a craft, and that the Americans have multiple. And I'm told that literally hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars is and has been expended on trying to master this technology. And, the funny thing about this is, as I'm saying this, I have no doubt at all there will be some fuckwit from the science side of things or the military government side of things who says this is just a load of bullshit. This journalist has bought into a paranoid conspiracy theory held by a fringe group of ufologists. Let them say it. The bottom line is I'm in a position now to be reasonably sure from my sources that that's the case. And the interesting thing is, I think that what's going on, rolling right back even to the US Air Force's engagement with Tom DeLonge and TTSA to the Stars Academy, this has all been an attempt to control the narrative, to constrain how much the American public, the international public, is told. Because I think any craft is the crown jewels. It's worth lying about it. If I was the US president and I knew that my country had a craft that represents technology thousands of years in the future, and that we're pouring resources and trying to master that technology, I would lie about it. I
Yeah.
would conceal it as long as I could. It's like the Manhattan Project of the 21st century,
Right.
because you would know if you can crack that technology, you are light years ahead of your rivals.
Yes.
And the
Yes.
Russians and the Chinese know that. So there is this battle going on in private between nation states, fighting over who develops this technology first.
Well,
and
this is what's called a ace in the hole technology, isn't it?
Absolutely. And so I think that what this is all about is there's a very clear attempt with the UAP report to try and constrain the narrative as being from 2004. And I understand that everything that was recovered well beyond 2004. I understand that whatever craft or non-terrestrial materials that were recovered were put into the possession of the Department of Energy, not the US Air Force.
Yeah.
And that the Department of Energy, around about the end of the Cold War, handed control of those assets, as the Admiral Wilson document attests,
which we will get into,
to a private aerospace company.
Yeah.
And I'm in absolutely no doubt about the authenticity of the Admiral Wilson document, and because of people who that I know, have basically confirmed the provenance of that document to me, that it absolutely came from the estate of Dr. Edgar Mitchell. And it's a highly cogent explication of what I believe is the case, that there is in the possession of private aerospace a technology that is far beyond known human science.
So you said that in your most recent travels to the States, this is when you were told this information about recoveries in Russia and that China was playing catch up. I don't expect you to give away names, but can you talk about the level of rank? What type of people were telling you this information?
Extremely senior people.
Extremely senior people, active within the US government now, not former.
One active, one not.
One active, one not. Wow. Okay. What would you say are the core components of your book, In Plain Sight? Where did you decide to focus your attention? Because there are lots of different areas of intrigue. It can become difficult to focus on a specific area without kind of being pulled down various other rabbit holes. So as we all know, so what exactly did you choose to focus this book on?
I started out with history, because I'm a historian by training and by the books I've written previously. I'm fascinated, for example, with First World War history, and I love doing reanalysis of old accepted paradigms for historical events and going back and having a look at them. And what really struck me when I went through the US archives and the Australian archives, particularly the Australian archives, was there was this extraordinary counter-history that we haven't been told, that you and I and any member of the public over the last 50 years in particular, pretty much since around about mid-50s, late 50s, the standard line from the United States Air Force, the Australian Air Force, the British Air Force has been, when you ask, what are these UFOs? Are they real? They never answer the question. They never answer the question. All they say in their statement is they are not a threat to national security. Now, we now know that that is untrue, because the UAP Task Force report has specifically acknowledged, and that to me is one of the key points in the report, it has specifically acknowledged that there is a national security threat posed by these objects. I mean, they're causing pilot near misses. When I went through the history, what really struck me was, contrary to those public assertions that they were no longer taking an interest in UFOs, they were no longer actively investigating the subject, that was a flat, barefaced lie. And one of the things I quite like about Australian bureaucracy is we are known in Australia for our candor. We don't take bullshit. And there was a lovely professor called Harry Turner who asked at one stage the Australian Air Force to see its UFO files in the 1950s. And they agreed to let him have a look at the UFO files, and they ended up asking him to do an analysis of the UFO issue. And he's a professor of physics at a Melbourne university, and eventually he came into the fold inside the Defence Science Technology Organisation and became one of the top boffins in Australian defence intelligence. And one of the things he spent a large part of his career campaigning for was more transparency and candour about the reality of the UFO phenomenon. In fact, he wanted a rapid readiness team deployable to fly at a moment's notice to go and investigate any UFO sighting anywhere in Australia or any of its territories. And he took them all incredibly seriously. And one of the reasons why is because when your fantastic British government, in its wisdom, decided to come and test its nuclear weapons, it decided to do so at a place called Maralinga in the great southern desert of South Australia. And one of the things that is absolutely irrefutable about this subject is that there is a definite link between UAPs, these odd objects that suddenly seem to appear around areas of nuclear weapons testing or nuclear weapons facilities or bases linked to nuclear weapons. And Harry was at Maralinga during the British nuclear weapons testing at Woomera, and he investigated numerous sightings that were seen happening, and these are all in the Australian archives, and quite astonishing sightings. Multiple witnesses describing objects tracked on radar, sound familiar? With lenticular craft hovering over the desert. And it was quite funny because when I was doing the shoot for the documentary I made recently, I tracked down a guy who was there with Harry in Woomera, and he's now an elderly man living in Perth. And he told me how he was a very determined UFO skeptic, but he'd been asked to investigate one of these UFO sightings, and he found the woman walking her dog had said she'd seen an egg-shaped craft landed with 3 legs, tripod legs, a bit like the Lonnie Zamora case. And this craft was parked, she says, in the desert near the Woomera nuclear test range. And this was all had to be investigated by law. There's a great thing about it. They all had to have investigation reports, and some sergeant had to tick off on it and make sure it was all fully investigated. And so I found corroboration of an incident that Harry had told me about from this old geezer in Perth, who told me how he'd gone to the site. And the craft was, of course, no longer there, but he found 3 indentations in the dirt that matched exactly what the woman described. There'd clearly been a very heavy craft there. But the quality of the intelligence that Harry gathered from Woomera and then later on from Maralinga, where the rocket testing happened, was just extraordinary. Now, they were on a frequent, almost daily basis at times during the tests, seeing craft, I think in one case with windows, flew out one open-air cinema one night. Literally, there's hundreds of men watching a movie in an open-air cinema, and a metallic lenticular UFO flies overhead, and it's seen by dozens of men, all of whom give statements. And so these are in the Australian archives. And so I was reading through those, and then one of the things that Harry got to, the point that he got to in the 1970s, this is after the Westall incident in Melbourne, where 200 school kids had seen 3 craft hovering over the school. It's after the Valentich incident. Harry finally, actually, no, it wasn't after Valentich, but it was in that period when he wrote this report I'm about to tell you about. Harry sat down and wrote an absolute rip snorter of a report where he basically told his bosses in the Defense Department that this was real, that the Americans were engineering a cover-up, that Roswell was real from his own sources in the United States. He knew full well that Roswell was real, that there had been a craft recovered, that the Americans were actively involved in a re-engineering program. And the report that he wrote, it's kind of like a ufologist's dream, basically. He basically laid it all out for his bosses in the Defense Department and told them that we were being lied to, that we were being misled by our American ally, and that the Americans knew full well all about the UFO phenomenon because they'd recovered craft. And of course, what happens? The office of the aptly named DAFI, D-A-F-I, Defense Air Force Intelligence, consulted their American friends in the US Air Force and asked what they thought of this report. And of course, the word came down from on high from our American ally that Harry was clearly not to be trusted. And he was quietly told he was no longer to be given access to the Australian Air Force files, and his capacity to do the investigations that he wanted to do was shut down. And he never stopped, though. He advocated all the way through his career in the Defence Department for greater disclosure and greater transparency, while at the same time, the Australian Air Force was basically publicly reciting the line put out by the American Air Force, which was that, these things are no threat to national security. We have no concerns whatever. There's no evidence at all of extraterrestrial visitation to planet Earth. And meanwhile, you've got one of their top scientists in the department actively speculating that that's exactly what it was. And that, to me, is the thing that really I focused on in the book early on, is the counterfactual history, that we've been told publicly that there is, in fact, nothing to this phenomenon, that it's all bullshit, that nobody has an interest in it, and that things like Project Blue Book investigated the issue and really didn't find much at all and shut it all down. When, in fact, the truth is it was never shut down. The investigations have never stopped. And, that's a large part of the first part of my book, is the history, where, to actually understand what's happening today, you have to understand the history. And when you understand from that history how there have been, I've gone through what US presidents have said publicly, and notably the press release that was put out by the Obama White House in 2011, which was the first ever statement by any US president on the record categorically addressing the issue of whether or not these craft were extraterrestrial, and what was known by the US government. And they lied. I mean, absolutely no doubt that they lied. And so the issue for the rest of the book is, well, why did they lie? What's behind all of that? And that's where it started getting really interesting.
Yeah, these documents by Harry Turner, that's actually one of the, because I was looking through emails from you and me in preparation for this interview, and that was actually one of the first emails you'd sent me, just talking about Harry Turner and sending me this documentation. And some of it provides quite a devastating critique, like you said, of the US government's kind of head in the sand approach to UFOs. And it cites an abundance of evidence in support of the phenomenon being real. And these documents are, about 40 years old, I think, around about.
Yeah. I mean, and you can actually go online, and you'd be very welcome to put the link up, and anybody can read it if they want.
Yeah,
but I'm just looking at the file now, and I'm just looking at the notes made by the head of the Defence Science Technology Organisation, and he said, "I'm not convinced there's a sufficient scientific intelligence component in the UFO problem, such as to warrant any diversion of Australia's very limited resources for scientific intelligence research." And then if you read Harry's file, he just gives them an absolute bollocking, and I'm just having a look at. Is
there clearer imagery? Because the ones you sent me, it's not the best photo quality. Is there?
I'll send you a new one. But
okay,
here's a key paragraph. By erecting a facade of ridicule, this is what Harry wrote.
Yeah, this is the one I wanted to bring up. So yeah, please read this.
By erecting a facade of ridicule, the US hoped to allay public alarm, reduce the possibility of the Soviets taking advantage of UFO mass sightings for either psychological or actual warfare purposes, and act as a cover for the US program, the real US program of developing vehicles that emulate UFO performance. The Royal Australian Air Force, together with many other countries of the world, give credence only to the US Air Force public facade and appear to have uncritically accepted the associated information. This information has been widely discredited by retiring US service personnel formerly engaged on UFO investigations, as well as by scientists and private citizens. It was a very, very well-argued article. It would appear wrong for Australia to remain ignorant of the true situation. We lack an intelligence viewpoint that can assess the nature and possible consequences of the problem, a scientific viewpoint that could derive scientifically valid data from the reports. A strong case exists for the acceptance of a suggestion that another government department should assume responsibility for the analysis and investigation of UFO reports. He wanted it taken off the Australian Air Force. And I just wanted to find, there's I'm just trying to find his reference to Roswell.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. I mean, this is such a glaring example of the issue we now face, where we're still having this conversation. And 40 years ago, you've got someone who is saying flat out that there is something to this. It's just amazing that we've gone this far down the human timeline, and we're still having to have a very basic conversation about whether or not this is real, and you have evidence like this.
Roll back 70 years ago.
Yeah.
So he's talking about the summer of 1952, the Washington flyover sightings. Probably, some of the most dramatic flying of UFOs over a major city center anywhere
which
in the
people
world.
seem to forget about.
They do. Yeah, they really do. But he says a component of US Air Force intelligence, and this is coming from a guy who was plugged into US Air Force intelligence, a component of US Air Force intelligence considered that UFOs were interplanetary spaceships that were about to make closer contact. And to prepare the public for this possibility, 41 previously classified reports were released for publication from August 52 to 1953 February. These reports contradicted the earlier official US Air Force policy of dismissing the reports as misidentifications. On the other hand, the CIA regarded the summer UFO activity as a threat to national security because it lessened the level of national alertness against possible enemy attack, which is the line that everybody uses. But somewhere in here, he talks about the fact of retrieved technologies, and he talks about how, Admiral Helen Carter, the former head of the CIA, Rear Admiral H.B. Knowles, General Wedemeyer, a former Secretary of the Air Force, these people basically went public saying this needed to be investigated. And that's why I'm a little bit skeptical when we start talking about people like the well-intentioned Lou Elizondo and Christopher Mellon, because no matter how good they are, there are people who've come before them. And as Steve Bassett uses that lovely term, the truth embargo has gagged them in the past.
Yes.
And it's perfectly capable of doing so in the future. It's quite clear that there's been a deliberate attempt. And when you read Harry's report, and it just blew me away, because one of the things he starts talking about was the fact that he was aware that the US government was allocating considerable funds to investigating gravity, a means of controlling gravity, despite the fact that science had not yet attained a level of competence to deal with gravity or anti-gravity. It's significant that an enormous amount of money was clearly being spent on investigating this. And then he talks about how it all went black in the 1960s. But it didn't mean that they stopped investigating. And he says that by 1966, there were 46 separate anti-gravity projects that were being financially supported, 33 of which were under the supervision of the US Air Force. Although details of most of these projects have been kept classified, it would appear that generally they've not been successful. And, if you were to let a ufologist into the Australian Air Force and get him to sit down and write a report, you'd pretty much write this. And it's interesting because it's a very well laid out, extremely detailed in its arguments report that basically explains why the issue needs to be taken seriously. And Bill Chalker, who's a ufologist researcher here in Australia, tells me that he came very close to persuading his masters at the Defence Science Technology Organisation to fund a rapid readiness force to actually get money expended on having a unit that would immediately deploy and go investigate these things. And he was actually saying, it would be preferable to act independently of the US and initiate a program that is scientifically sound and intellectually honest. And the reason he was writing that was because he didn't think it was being intellectually honest when it was being done under the auspices of the Australian Air Force or under the control and influence of the American Air Force. And 70 years later, from the 1952 incident over Washington, D.C., nothing much has changed, really.
Nothing much has changed. And that's interesting, isn't it? And it's just like I said before, this phenomenal bifurcation of data where you've got like this historical backlog of information that is palpable and from high-ranking and sensible people, and at the same time we're still having this relatively mundane discussion about what this could be, and I find that to be incredible. One thing I'd like to ask, and you've already given some amazing kind of exclusives about your connections and stories that you've been told by people, but you have some amazing connections within American and also Australian defense, aerospace, intelligence communities. And during your investigations, can you think back to any specific meetings with individuals, any stories that you found to be incredibly revelatory? Like I said, you've already gone into a few, so if there's nothing else, don't worry. But is there anything else you can think of? Any specific meetings or people that you met with?
There was one guy I spoke to, and it was really cool because he hadn't gone into the program.
Right. And they call it the program. They call it the program. Yeah.
Yeah. And he described to me how he got a phone call and he was told to turn up to the campus of a major aerospace company in Los Angeles. And he is met at the gate by the guy who's rung him. And rather than taking him inside, he's led to a bench under a tree. And this is clearly going to be some kind of covert chat. And the guy says to him, we'd like you to come and work for us. You know, you won't really work here. You'll be working on the program. And he sort of asked, well, you know, what's the program? And basically, he was told that there was a secret crash program investigating anti-gravitics that were based on back engineering technology. And the guy said to me that it was his biggest regret in life, because he was just, what I love about scientists is the precocity and the excitement of science. You know, the people who can convey the sense of wonder and awe. And for personal reasons, he elected not to engage in the program. And he really regretted not doing it, because he felt that what was there was indubitably real. And what it made him realize was that this was being run covertly. And this is the key issue, I think, for me. This is the reason why this one comes into my head so much. It made me realize that this really is all being driven from inside corporate aerospace. Very little of this, I think, and this is why the government's been able to lie about this so well for so long. So much of this has been driven from within private corporate aerospace that I think the number of people inside the US government who are actually read into these programs is minuscule, tiny amount of people. And the people that are working on the program are working for private aerospace on contracts that are funded through private aerospace, through black programs funded by the US government. And it's taken the whole thing off the books for FOI, which is why I love him to bits. I think John Greenwald's a fantastic digger, and I love the work that he's done into FOI. And some of the work that he's done is just quite miraculous, but I don't think we're ever going to find out from a leaked FOI document that there's a secret UFO program, because this has been kept incredibly tight. And so, without naming names, that to me has been the consistent thing that's really struck me, that what we're dealing with here is something that is not, frankly, it's not inside government. And so when presidents say, look, I've been told that there is no active government program.
They're probably telling the truth. Yeah. Yeah,
it's probably true. But are there government employees who are actively engaged in working with private aerospace? Absolutely, they are. Yeah, and that's the issue.
It's been obfuscated from standard governmental oversight, freedom of information. I think a lot of people who have looked into this intensely have come to the same conclusion, that this has transitioned into the private industry. At what point, no one knows really. Well, someone does, but we don't. But it does seem likely, and obviously, I can't remember who said this, but someone said, that was the obviously for us a bad thing, but it's the best thing they could have done. Like the best move they could have made to keep this secret is to move it into private industry, because then the government can quite literally go, not us. We don't know anything about this,
And look, to be fair, it's what I would do. I mean, one of the things that, look, I in my journalistic career, I can remember once I got leaked a complete computer database of the entire tax office in Australia, the Inland Revenue Department for Australia. It was the backup computer software for the entire department for that day. And stupidly, some idiot used to leave it in a lunchbox in the foyer for a computer backup company to come and pick up in a courier car, and they'd go and put these on a shelf. And that was how the tax office in Australia did its backups. And some well-meaning member of the public grabbed the lunchbox and sent it to me. And I can remember opening it and not knowing what it was. And it had these particular types of high-speed disks that you could only operate on one type of machine. And we only had one of those in the network. And I can remember the head of IT let me come in and put them on. And then both of us, we felt the blood drain from our bodies as we saw what it was. This was tax information, personal tax information on individual citizens that nobody should have. Frankly, I just didn't think it was my responsibility to have it. And so I gave it back. I rang the tax office and I quietly arranged for it to be delivered. No questions asked. I assured them I hadn't kept a copy. I hadn't. Because I just think that there are some things that we shouldn't have. And the last thing I would want to do as a journalist is do something to jeopardize a military operation that ends up causing people injuries or death or worse. And so in this case, I can understand why there may be a national security reason to keep the fact of, assuming it's right, to keep the fact of recovered technology secret. But what I can't understand, if that's the case, and this is the problem I wrestle with, is why the fuck did they let Neil McCaslin go and talk to Tom DeLonge and tell him the whole story? I mean, if they really were trying to control the release of this information, why the hell was a four-star Pentagon general given the authority to go and talk to a punk rocker who is and still is notoriously indiscreet, and who started telling every ufologist on the planet that he was being given this incredibly sensitive information by the general? I mean, if that's really the case, if essentially that there is a secret program that they're protecting for honourable motives, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me if a general's been allowed, and other people like General Michael Carey were allowed to have meetings with him as well, as was the boss of Lockheed Martin, Rob Weiss. That indubitably happened, and that's the thing that I keep on coming back to in my research. Is that I can remember listening to Tom talking to Joe Rogan, and thinking, this guy is off his rocker. He's bonkers. There's no way this is true. Why would a Pentagon general talk to this guy? And then I'm a member of a journalists' investigative consortium that exchange information all around the world, and so I became privy to the fact that WikiLeaks had the emails that the Russian GRU had stolen from the Democratic National Congress, the DNC. And in those emails, it shows overwhelmingly that what Tom DeLonge was saying is true. He really was talking to these generals. He really was talking to the boss of Lockheed Martin. Yeah. He really did have a contact in the Obama White House, John Podesta, who was talking to him. They really were talking about disclosure. And for that reason, I've wrestled with this, because I do take my role as a journalist seriously, that if somebody tells me about a secret military operation, and clearly there is one going on, maybe it's being kept secret for laudable motives. And I think the recklessness with which the military set about briefing Tom DeLonge and encouraging the formation of something like TTSA is more than enough reason for us to be intensely skeptical about any claims that this is top secret and needs to be protected, because they were the first people to be reckless themselves.
Right, yeah. No, that's a really good point. That is a really good point. I mean, it's almost too much to believe. But then, as you said, and for those that don't know, WikiLeaks put out a series of emails between different people that Tom DeLonge was speaking to, and yeah, confirmed this to be true. And it seems to me like, yeah, it's an intelligence oversight, surely, to divulge this information to someone who hasn't been vetted properly, and then is on the Joe Rogan Experience talking about not only craft, but the idea of the Greek gods being extraterrestrials and Atlantis being real, and that he was assured that these types of things were a part of the narrative, and I think that's phenomenal, and it does make you wonder. Well, how secret is this within the realms of government if they can just essentially read in a rock star?
That's my problem. My problem is I just don't believe. I mean, I do. I mean, I've at times I've been leaked secret documents relating to defence projects that I shouldn't have, and I've still got some of them, but I've basically buried them away so nobody could ever find them because, I don't want to risk lives. I don't want to jeopardize. If you were to make a choice between American military hegemony or Russian and Chinese military hegemony, I know where I'd go. I mean, I'd rather the Americans are running the planet and being the dominant military than anywhere else. I worry about what would happen if Russia or China got this technology before the Americans did. And so I can understand why the Americans are hanging on to it, if this is true. I can understand why they're trying to re-engineer this technology in secret. I do wrestle, though, with the ham-fisted way that I think they fully expected Hillary Clinton was going to be president.
Mm-hmm.
I think they were awed by the fact that John Podesta was engaged on behalf of the aspirant president. I think everybody thought it was inevitable that in 2016 Hillary Clinton would be the president. And it's amazing because when you read those emails, it's quite clear that General Neil McCaslin, the former head of the Foreign Technology Division, the place which is meant to be a fucking car park of recovered UFOs. This guy was briefing Tom DeLonge and basically telling him about a secret UFO re-engineering program. Why the hell did they do that?
Why? Yeah.
And ultimately, it's been done in such a stupid, ham-fisted, clumsy way. I suspect a large part of this is the Air Force's embarrassment because they were using Tom to try and control the narrative.
Yeah, maybe.
And ultimately, that's what I'm not clear on. I'm sure they're trying to control the narrative by using, no disrespect to Tom, I love his music and I love his enthusiasm for this subject. But if you were going to look for a credible, authoritative source to get this information into the public domain, wouldn't you have gone to Stan Friedman first, or Richard Dolan, or Leslie Kean and Ralph Blumenthal of the New York Times? Wouldn't you have gone to a more reputable way of getting it out than that?
Yeah.
To me, the fact that they went to Tom DeLonge implies that they wanted to have control. They felt that it would give them almost plausible deniability. If Tom started saying crazy shit, people wouldn't believe him anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's what worries me about this is I'm still wrestling with that because that, to me, is the key moment. I don't think people have realized just how significant it is that in that period up to, from 2015 through November 2016, everybody thought Hillary was going to be president.
Yeah.
She thought she was going to be president. Like, everybody thought it was a romp.
And she was the first person to say unidentified aerial phenomenon. She was the first person to say this. And,
and so and it's funny because one of the things I asked somebody who would be in a position to know was, well, if indeed Hillary was meant to be the disclosure president, why didn't you facilitate Trump being the disclosure president? And my source laughed. He says, there is no way we're going to let Donald Trump know about this.
Yeah.
And so Trump was briefed into something, as he intimated in one interview with his son, Don Trump Jr. But I certainly don't think he was ever read into the programs that we know about. I have a hunch that Obama was.
I really, and again, this is just intuitive hunch, but I have a feeling that Obama knows a lot more than he's able to.
I thought it was very, very revealing that when he became aware that the UAP task force was going to report and that there was a report imminent, Obama made that very strategic comment where he essentially gave more credibility than I think anyone has to date to the phenomenon. and acknowledged that this is a technology, these are craft, this is, technology way beyond known human science. That was an extraordinary admission for a former president to make. He could have just shut his mouth. And then there was that weird thing where somebody asked Biden about it at the press conference, and Biden buck passed and said, "You need to go back and ask President Obama." And that's where it gets interesting to me, is because I don't know what they say to presidents who are briefed in. Danny Sheehan told me that George Bush Sr., because of his role as the director of the CIA, knew all about the program.
That wouldn't surprise me.
That George Bush Sr., when he was CIA director, point blank refused to brief Jimmy Carter on the subject.
Yeah.
And I believe Daniel Sheehan on that, because other people have given me similar information. And the thing that fascinates me about that is, wouldn't you, if you were the president? I mean, I love that Jimmy Kimmel question. When you become the president, if I was the president, the first thing I might do, my hand would still be hot from touching the Bible. The first thing I would do is go in there and tell me all the UFO secrets. And it's absolutely true.
Oh yeah.
And it's clear to me that both Obama, Clinton, and Jimmy Carter, all Democrat presidents, did ask.
Yeah.
And that's what worries me, is that is there some dark right-wing force of the American military-industrial complex that has basically only read in American Republican presidents because they're regarded as being conservative enough to be briefed into this subject? And have they trapped themselves so deeply with compounded lies and deceit over the last 75 years that they figure the only way they can do anything that stops them from being, tied to the back of a bumper bar and pilloried and dragged down Washington, D.C. and tarred and feathered, is to try and control the narrative in some way, so that when congressional hearings come up, people only start talking about 2004 onwards. They all conveniently forget about the various statements and lies that have been done over the years. That's what I think is going on. And I think that there is definitely, certainly it was told to me, that there is definitely a battle going on inside the Pentagon. The US Air Force flatly does not want to cooperate. And I've been told by multiple sources that the US Air Force put up obstructions on numerous occasions to the UAP task force.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. That wouldn't surprise me.
They just don't want to help. And I think at the heart of it is because there's somebody in the US Air Force who knows full well what's really going on, and they're shit scared.
I think you're right, Ross. How are you doing for time? Because I have quite a few more questions I'd like to ask you.
Sure, I can probably do another 20 or 30, and then my voice is going to die, I think.
20 or 30, yeah. But full disclosure, Ross is still recovering from a little bit of a cold, so he's getting a real soldier here and pulling through. We might have to do a 2.0 because I do have a few more, but we'll focus on some specifics. I want to take it back to Australia real quick because. Is there anything you can tell us about the Harold E. Holt Naval Communication Station that's situated on the northwest Cape of Australia? Because I believe you spent some time in this area speaking with individuals. And if I'm correct, you were told some interesting stories about phenomena in this specific region, and perhaps even phenomena that could be tied directly to the existence of this very strange-looking communication space.
Okay, I'll start with an interview I did with Gough Whitlam, the former Prime Minister of Australia. He was a very famous Labor Prime Minister, much loved, who was dismissed from office in 1975 in very controversial circumstances. He was a very strong critic of the American military bases in Australia, notably Pine Gap, which is probably the most sensitive military base outside of the US and one of the most important. But the other one that he told me about when I actually went to talk to him about, of all things, CIA operations in Chile that the Australians were actively involved in helping overthrow the Allende socialist government. And he talked to me about that. And then he went, "What do you know about Harold Holt?" And I went, "You mean the Prime Minister?" And he went, No, the base. And I went, "What base?" And nobody really knew. I mean, literally, when you go to Harold E. Holt Naval Communication Station, it's just massive. It's like flying to the United States. It's a 5-hour flight from Sydney to Perth. Then you get another plane and you fly for another 5 hours north from Perth. It's literally you could not get into a more remote part of Australia. And Gough basically told me that this was a very overlooked station, and that this was the place that he was most concerned about when he was Prime Minister, because people didn't know what it was used for. And it was built in the mid-60s as a transmitter to transmit ultra low frequency, very low frequency radio waves under the surface of the ocean to a point where American Polaris nuclear missile armed submarines could receive a signal such that they could only receive a short signal at that depth, but then the transmitter would tell them to come to a lower depth, and then they would be given the order to launch their nuclear missiles to essentially start World War III. And unwittingly, the Conservative government of Australia at the time had agreed to allow the Americans to create the submarine communications base on the northwest coast of Australia without a great deal of understanding of what it meant. And so when Gough told me to go and have a look at the Harold Holt Naval Communications Station, I went and spoke to a few of the experts in the area, and one of them is our friend and colleague Keith Basterfield, who is a UFO researcher in Australia. And Keith had done a lot of work on Harold Holt, and he in particular had looked at an incident that took place during the Six-Day War in the Middle East, when within hours of America ramping up the DEFCON alert, the defense condition alert, from DEFCON 4, which is just normal peacetime defense condition, to DEFCON 3, which is the highest peacetime alert status. That was a really dramatic moment in the American military status. They were thinking they were probably going to have to go to the Middle East and fight Russians on Syrian soil to stop the Russians from coming into Israel. And there was a real possibility that the war would go nuclear. And so Henry Kissinger, at about 11:30 p.m. at night on the 23rd of October, 1973, made the decision to go to DEFCON 3. Apparently Nixon was too pissed. He was drunk and in bed asleep at the time, and it's recorded in the White House files that Kissinger made the decision. And so they make this alert status change, which essentially is pushing the world close to one of the closest points we've ever come to nuclear war. And back in sleepy old Australia, our politicians have got no fucking idea that this base is used for this purpose, or at least if they do, they're not letting on that they do. I've spoken to former defence ministers as part of my research and asked them, were you ever aware of what Harold E. Holt was for? And they'd go, oh, it's just a naval communication station, sending messages to boats and submarines. And I said, but were you aware it was used for nuclear missile launches? Oh, don't be silly. Nobody was briefed. The Americans never really explained that to their Australian ally. But essentially, in the event of nuclear war, this was one of the most critical bases for getting the signals from the White House to launch your missiles straight away, because geopolitically, the best place to locate at that time ICBM missiles, one of the best places was in the Indian Ocean, because you could shoot from the northern reaches of the Indian Ocean up over India and into the Soviet Union without too much trouble. And what was really interesting is that within a few hours of DEFCON 3, a sphere was seen hovering over the Harold Holt Naval Communication Station. And not just by anyone, it was by the deputy base commander, a lieutenant commander who was apparently an American deputy base commander called Meyer or Moyer. We haven't had any luck finding him, but he wrote a report on his sighting to the Australian Office of Defence Air Force Intelligence. And that sighting report was given to ufologists, notably getting into the hands of a guy called Bill Chalker in the 1980s. And they showed that the deputy base commander had seen a black or charcoal grey coloured sphere hovering over the base or adjacent to the base within a few hours of the DEFCON alert, just sitting there in the twilight. And it wasn't a cloud. It was far too definite to be a cloud. And it was also seen by a guy called Bill Lynn, who was the fire chief at the base. And Bill is an Australian guy, or was an Australian guy, and he actually got his pad out and drew a picture of what he saw. And there's a picture of this object, which looks like kind of like a fat flying saucer. And he went home and told his daughter about it, who I interviewed for my book and also for a recent film. And she told me her dad was absolutely adamant that what he saw was a spacecraft of some kind, extraterrestrial. He was sure that what he'd seen was alien. And so, armed with that report, I was actually interested enough to go up to Northwest Cape and on my own bat, and I sort of let it be known around town that I was interested in talking to anybody about UFOs. And it was hilarious because one night this guy walked up to me in a fluorescent yellow jacket, and he was a road worker with the local roadworks gangs that were fixing the roads in that part of Northern Australia. And he went, "Are you that journo that's doing the story on UFOs?" And I went, yeah. And I was thinking he was going to get bolshy with me because it was quite late at night. And, you know, we'd all had a few, and I was thinking, oh no, I'm going to get punched or something. And the guy turned and looked at these guys looking at me from another table and went, "Good, because we've all seen them." And then he and his mates just sat down with me and told me how they'd all seen weird objects. And what was interesting was two of them had seen a triangular craft with lights on its underside. And one of them introduced me to a fisherman who was in another bar. It was quite a long night. And that fisherman, it's a beautiful part of Australia because there's the Ningaloo whale shark marine heritage reserve where you can go swimming with whale sharks. Beautiful, stunning. If you ever get to Australia, I'll take you up there and we'll go diving. Yeah. And it's just breathtakingly beautiful, but it's also got incredible seafood fisheries. And so there's lots of fishing boats. And this fisherman sort of looked me up and down and he says, "I'm not going to go on the record." And I went, I'm not asking you to. I just want to know, these guys have told me you know something. And he went, "Yeah, I fucking do." And I went, "What is it?" And he went, "Mate, they was like fucking stars up at orbit." He says, "I could see they were in orbit." And I said, "So what are you seeing exactly?" And he says, "Like these white dots." And he says, "They're moving and then they stop." And he says, "When you're out on a boat at sea, you can fucking see everything, you know." And then what he described to me was how one of the objects just came down at huge velocity, changing course from time to time. And he and his mates are on the deck of the boat watching it. And it's about 2:00 in the morning, pitch black. I don't think they've even got lights on, so it probably doesn't even know they're there. And he said what really freaked him was it hit the water and it was like the water just opened up for it.
Wow.
It didn't cause a splash. It just went bloop. But you know what he described the shape?
Tic Tac?
He didn't use the word tic tac, but he said it was like a toilet roll with curves on each end. and that's the way he described it.
Yeah.
And you know, it was dark. So basically, but he said it had a kind of a luminescence about it, kind of a glow about it. And what was really fascinating was that he said he and his mates saw it hit the water and then looked over the side and they could see it underwater, just going at huge rate of speed and then just disappearing. And then about a week after I got back to to Sydney, he rang me and he introduced me to another fisherman who spoke to me by phone. And none of these guys, they were all terrified about going on the record. But I've spoken now to 3 or 4 fishermen who say that they've seen these objects just hitting the water and just, it's like, bloop, rather than the sort of splash you'd expect with an object flying at that kind of velocity. He said it was barely a ripple. It just went into the water and the water just moved gently and reabsorbed itself and went back to nothing. And these are guys, they've got, what really blew me away about it was they've got no reason to lie about this. You know, if anything, they were really worried I was going to embarrass them. And you know, one of them insisted on patting me down to make sure I wasn't wearing a camera because he didn't want to be recorded. He was terrified that he'd get into trouble with the authorities because I think they'd all convinced themselves that this was some kind of secret project, which in fact it may be. Maybe it is. Maybe there's some technology being tested up there, because then in the archives files, I always go back to source, and in the Defence Archives files, I found another sighting report where 2 SAS soldiers, Special Air Service soldiers, were setting up for a parachute drop at the Air Force Base, which is really near to the Exmouth Harold Holt Naval Communications Station. And I've recently tracked down one of those SAS soldiers, and he confirmed all of this to me and said, "Oh my God, I can't believe that sightings report's still in the files."
Wow.
And they had been so freaked out by what they'd seen. Essentially, they're setting up for a parachute drop. They've got 4 radios, and there's a Hercules arriving with, I think, an entire squadron of SAS soldiers. So, a large number of soldiers are about to jump out of a plane. And you want to make sure the site is secure. And so you need to have communications, radio communications with the aircraft. And the way this warrant officer from the SAS described it to me, an object just comes from the horizon, and they're both watching it. And it's coming from the horizon. It's kind of skipping towards them, and it just hovers over the Learmonth airport. And all of the electromagnetic communications, the radios, the car radio, everything shuts down.
Mm-hmm.
And they're trying to radio the plane, saying, "Hey, guys, hold off for a while. There's something weird going on."
Yeah.
And they can't communicate. They try each radio, 4 radios. And this is all detailed in the sightings report. And moreover, I've corroborated it directly with the soldier concerned, who's now retired and who was really happy to talk to me about it, and quite incredulous that his report had been made public. Because he said to me, he said, whatever it was amazing. It was intelligently controlled. It was incredible movement, because he described how after hovering briefly over the airport, it just went, just took off. No noise, just completely silent, and just disappeared off to the horizon. And then when they tracked their radios were working perfectly. Then I heard about Annie. And in our book, we actually name her. I don't know why. I think she was a bit worried about being named in the documentary, because in her interviews with me, she allowed me to name her in the book. And her name is Annie Farinaccio. And she's at the time, she was working actually on the parole board. She was deciding whether or not prisoners were good enough to be paroled from prison. So she was invested with an enormous amount of power as a public servant, a respected public servant. But she, in an earlier age, when she was a young woman, was friends with young soldiers in 1991 in the US Navy at the Naval Communications Station, Harold Holt, which was just at that stage in the process of being closed down. And the Americans, because of Gough Whitlam rattling the cage about it back in the 70s, under Bob Hawke, the Labor government had ordered the Americans to transfer control of the base back to Australia. And so there was this transition taking place where slowly the Americans were moving out. And Annie basically describes to me how they went for a bit of a dance and a drink at the base, and they all stayed a little later than expected. And she sort of staggered out at about 2:30 in the morning and realised there were no cabs left to get back the 5-kilometre drive to Exmouth. And as she's standing there, she's thinking, "Oh, Christ, what am I going to have to do? I'm going to have to walk." The 2 federal police officers who were doing the security for the base came out, and they said, "Oh, don't worry, Annie, we'll give you a lift." And she knew them really well. They were nice local guys, Aussie guys, who were working as feds for the Australian Protective Services, which is now part of the federal police. And I've confirmed who these guys are, and basically I'm very sure of what I'm about to tell you took place, for reasons that I can't go into a lot of detail about. But basically, Annie testifies to everything that I'm about to tell you on the record. They're driving along at 2:30 in the morning. She's sitting on a bench seat between the 2 of them. And then all of a sudden, like something out of Close Encounters, there's this kind of light on the road. And Annie doesn't see what it is, but they look up through the windscreen, and one of them goes, "It's back." And apparently they'd seen this object the previous night. And so they'd brought a camera, a good SLR camera with a good lens. And they start shooting through the window of the windscreen of the car. And Annie goes, "What is it?" So they grab the back of her head and pull her head forward. She looks up and she says it's a craft. It's a triangular craft with lights running down its spine and lights on each wing of the triangle. And it's got like the end of it's been cut off slightly. And as she's watching, it suddenly goes up to 1,000 feet in like the blink of an eye. And then it's literally no noise, just hovering, cruising along with them at 100 kilometers an hour on the left-hand side of the car. And she screams. She's terrified because she realizes it's intelligently controlled. It's phenomenal technology. And then it jumps and it goes down to the other side of the car. And they're on their way towards Exmouth. They're starting to see the lights of Exmouth. And she's screaming because they're basically saying, oh, we're going to stop and get a photograph of this, because by this stage it's landing, or it appears to be landing in the scrub, in the bush adjacent to the side of the road, about 300 meters in. And they go, oh, we're going to stop and get a photograph. And she screams and says, no, I want to go home now. I don't want to have anything to do with this. And so they scream back in the ute that they're in, drop her off on the edge of town. The way she describes it, she just ran home as fast as she could. She was utterly terrified. And she locked herself in her bedroom and didn't think anything more of it. And then the way she describes it, 2 days or 3 days later, 2 American military police walk into her workplace. And I've corroborated this with her mother, who says that she remembers these military police arriving on the doorstep. And what happened was they asked her, they didn't tell her, but they asked her to come with them. And she thought she or her friends at the base were in trouble because they'd been drinking on the base late at night. And it was a top secret base. And so she thought, I don't want to upset my friends. I'll help them. I'll go and talk to them. And so she's stuck in the back of this car and they drive out to the base. And the first thing she realizes that something unusual is going on is because the gates open for them as they drive through, and there's none of the usual security checks. And she's driven straight to what she knows is the most top secret section of the base. And then she's ushered down a corridor and there's military police guarding doors as they go down. And she's taken into this room that's full of top brass, military top brass. And there on 2 chairs in the middle of the room are the 2 Australian policemen sitting there, hangdog. They've obviously been there for a while. And the way she describes it, she is harangued for 2 hours about what she saw. And she says, I saw a UFO, it was some kind of craft. I think it was alien, They're telling her, no, it was a weather balloon. And Annie's father was a fisherman who owned a ranch, a farm. We call them stations in Australia. And it was a huge station. And he happened to do the weather balloon launches for the local Bureau of Meteorology. So she'd grown up with weather balloons. She knew what a weather balloon was. She'd launched them herself. And so she just laughed at the idea that it was a weather balloon. And she's a colourful lady. And she said to them that I'm not saying it's a fucking weather balloon, and I'm not going to say it's a weather balloon. You're not going to bully me into changing my mind. I know what it was. And so at one stage, and this is amazing to me if it was true, but at one stage, she says one of the Australian guys leaned across to her and said, shut up or you'll get us all killed. And then she sort of realized this was serious. And she's looking around the room and she realizes that she knows most of the Americans on the base because they all share the town of Exmouth together. It was an American town built during the 60s and they all go to school together, and they know the fathers and the mothers who work at the base. And she realizes that a lot of the people in the room have clearly flown in specially for this briefing. It's that serious. People have come in from either interstate or from overseas, and she gets nervous. And then finally, after hours, literally hours of questioning, they let her go and they take her home, and everything's courteous. There's no suggestion that they mistreated her in any way. But, and this is the cool part I really love, is one of the policemen, she knows exactly where he lives in town. And she rings her cousin, who's a colourful character, and her cousin drives about 1,000 kilometres down from the Kimberleys. And he drives down because he's always thought there's something sus about the base and thinks that the Americans are doing something more than just sending out communications. Because there's been countless stories. Like, I've lost count of the number of wacky paranormal stories that I've heard from people up in that part of Northwest Cape. Really weird stuff's been going on. So he comes down and they go and knock on the door of, I think, Alan, the policeman. And when he opens the door, he just freaks and says, come inside, did anybody see you?
Ooh.
And so the way they describe it, Alan tells them what happened. He says that they did, after dropping Annie off, they drove back to the side of the road. The craft is still there. They can see it's slowly landing and there's a light underneath it helping it land. And when they get to it, it's on the ground. And they take photographs, numerous photographs, and get incredibly good quality photographs. And apparently the two men, and this is the bit I just love, like all US bases around the world, the cheapest place to get anything, grog, clothing, is at the PX on the US base. And so these two Aussie policemen go and get the photographs developed at the developing machine in the US base. And so literally they're 5 minutes in, they've got these photographs, they've got brilliant photographs of the object and the negatives, and it's all developed, and they're showing them to people on the base. And they're arrested and thrown in a brig and interrogated for 2 days, and then Annie's dragged in. And apparently their camera was taken off them, never given back. The photographs were taken off them, never given back. And they were given an absolute bollocking and threatened. And I can't say why I know this, but I am very, very sure that Annie's account is a truthful account, and that those policemen were intimidated and scared and told that they would die if they ever spoke about this.
That's phenomenal.
And I've got no doubt at all from what Annie's telling me that she thinks she saw some kind of lenticular, triangular craft that was clearly intelligently controlled. Awesome technology. And what fascinated me was one of the people we interviewed, I didn't put this in the documentary, but he's another local called Adrian Arnold. And he gave me an interview where we realized that the objects that he was talking about, that he and his friends saw moving around in the sky, matched exactly the period when Annie in 1991 saw the same object.
Right.
And what he described was these objects moving around in the sky, going down towards the ocean, and just really erratic movement. And he's convinced, as are other locals, that the United States has been testing this technology in that part of the world. And if you think about it, this is the period after Bob Lazar has gone rogue, and if it's true, blown the whistle about what's been going on at Area 51 S4. So let's assume Bob Lazar is telling the truth. What would you do if you did have a UFO retrieval program going on? Where would you put it? Knowing that every bloody ufologist on the planet is now sitting in the Nevada desert with a camera, you'd find somewhere else. So I don't think it's inconceivable they took it maybe to Guam, Diego Garcia, or Northwest Cape, which is a triangle in that part of the upper Indian Ocean, which would be, it's just emptiness. Why can't we find MH370, the Malaysian Airlines plane? Because it's just an empty ocean. And I've spoken to so many locals from that part of the world up in Northwest Cape who have described consistent accounts of technology. And indeed, I'll share with you another story that Annie told me, which isn't in the book and is also not even in the film that I did. But basically, she told me the story because this wasn't her first UFO incident. The farm, the station that her father ran, was about 30 miles from civilization in the middle of nowhere in the Australian outback. So picture, empty rolling hills with scrub. There's just nothing but a farmhouse and other sheds attached to it. And in those sheds, late one night, is a little girl called Annie and her cousin, and they're having a sleepover on her father's station. And she knows that her father's asleep in another room. And there are workmen asleep in another shed adjacent. And the loo is an outside loo. So if you want to go for a pee, you have to go outside at night to go for a pee. And if you're a little girl, that's a bit scary. So when her friend wakes up at some early hour of the morning and says, "Can you come outside with me? I've got to go outside for a pee. I need to do a pee." Her friend Annie goes with her. And the way Annie describes it, they walked outside and looked up. And she says it was multiple football fields wide.
Wow.
A gigantic triangular craft just sitting there in the sky. And they're freaked because there's this blue beam coming down from this craft that's probing the houses and the area where they're living. And it's like it's investigating them. And they're two little girls. They're 12, 13 years old. They're terrified. So she runs into her father's bedroom and she's hammering on her father's chest, going, "Dad, Dad, Dad, wake up." Dad doesn't wake up. Then they go, and this is really taboo for young girls, they run into the workman's cottage where there are, a group of burly workmen, and they're jumping on these workmen saying, "Wake up, wake up, wake up." And the workmen won't wake up. And so then it's kind of weird because what they describe is they then felt this overwhelming desire just to go back to bed, and they're scared. So they hop in the same sleeping bag together and cuddle each other to sleep. And her friend falls asleep, but Annie can't wake her up. And then Annie's there by herself, and she's aware that there are these lights moving through the house, these kind of orbs moving through the house. And she's scared. And the next morning she goes and she tells her father that she'd seen this, because eventually she falls asleep. And she goes and tells her father, and he's a fisherman as well. Like, he's got fleets of boats that go out on the water there. And he goes, "You just leave them alone." He says, "Yeah, we've all seen them. Just
oh my gosh.
Yeah. And he tells her not to worry about it.
Wow.
And it's really interesting because what really struck me in the way she talked about it, she was almost embarrassed about talking to me about that incident, because she introduced me to her mum, who'd had other, and I can only say paranormal experiences. This isn't a UFO experience. It's more weird than that. And I was thinking, these guys are crazy people. They're obviously a couple of delusionary women, and who, they're off their rocker. And then I put a message out on a Facebook group for that town, and I invited locals to contact me. And I was just overwhelmed with people wanting to talk to me about objects that they'd seen, including orbs that followed them, and orbs coming into their home. And essentially, if you believe what these people are saying, it's a hotbed of anomalous activity. Now, I'm not leaping to conclusions and saying that there's an alien base in the ocean off Northwest Cape, but what I am saying is that there's certainly anomalous activity in the location of probably one of the most important bases for the US outside the continental USA. And so as a result of that experience, I also took a closer look at the Pine Gap base, which is even a much larger base in the centre of Australia, which is near Alice Springs. And Pine Gap is it was originally created as a kind of a warning facility for ICBM launches. And what they have is, it's all top secret, but they have DSP satellites that can pick up the flares of rocket launches, and they can track the trajectories of those rockets. And they can see if North Korea is testing an ICBM, or whether China's launching an ICBM, or Russia. And it sits in a geostationary orbit and monitors these launches. And they also, at Pine Gap, have incredible telecommunications interception capacity, which is part of the so-called echelon telecommunications surveillance system. And we're plugged. I've actually been in defense facilities where you can actually see drone operations in Iraq or Afghanistan, and you're standing in suburban Canberra or suburban Sydney in these defense facilities with these giant screens giving these readouts from American battles. That we are, and I don't think most Australians are aware of this, plugged into the American military in a way that I think most Australians don't even understand. And whatever it is, the phenomenon has taken a close interest in that technology. And so cracking Pine Gap is a really hard thing to do because the people that work there from Australia are very select. It is an incredibly sensitive American base. It's called a joint facility because of the political sensitivities involved in letting the Americans plant a base like that in Australia. But there are actually rooms in the base, or one key operations room in the base, which is essentially excluded from Australian access. And I spoke to two sources who told me that on at least two occasions, there's been orbs of light that have penetrated that facility, like been seen inside buildings, secure buildings, underground parts of the complex, including the very sensitive American operations room. I was told that there was an orb that literally tracked around the perimeter of the base, like it was monitoring and mapping. And security personnel were walking and following it. And there was absolutely nothing they could do about it. It just didn't bother with them and ignored them. And after a while, it just disappeared. And the other thing that I've become aware of is we have a thing called the Jindalee Over the Horizon Radar Network, which is, it uses backscatter radar technology to bounce signals off the ionosphere and bounce them back onto the planet. And it's meant to be, I mean, the theory was that it was meant to be an inordinately good radar. Unfortunately, it wasn't switched on when MH370 flew by, but what it is used by, there's now a space telescope up on Northwest Cape, which is monitoring for space junk and other things. And I'm told by people who work for both John and the Space Telescope, or who are at least aware of those facilities, that they frequently pick up what are called fast walkers, which are anomalous objects that don't conform with known space debris or known space objects like satellites or rockets. And, in the parlance of the people that I'm talking to, they're clearly intelligently controlled objects that on occasion have been seen to avoid satellites. One of my sources for this story is a guy called Bob Fish in America who worked for a major aerospace company in telecommunications. And he went on the record with me in my book and described how he'd been told that the DSP satellites, which essentially can see objects that move within their range, they picked up an object that was seen to come from outer space in front of the satellite, then changed trajectory consciously and then zigzagged and went into orbit. So clearly an intelligently controlled object, not terrestrial technology, seen coming into our atmosphere. And he's gone on the record about that for my book and basically said that one of the other things that he's aware of is that the American military long ago learned how to pick up the electromagnetic signature of these objects. And if you go into, the reason I found it was because if you go into the WikiLeaks files that talk about the emails that were sent to Podesta, one of the emails that John Podesta, the former White House chief of staff, received was from Bob Fish. And he'd written to Podesta saying, one of the things you should investigate is these craft that are seen coming in and out of the water near Florida, south of Florida. Right. And he told me that, he'd wanted them. He knew that there was data because he'd seen it. And that was back in the 1970s and 80s. He'd seen this data. He had a top secret clearance himself. He'd been involved in installing the communications for the White House. He's a very trusted employee. But he trusted me enough to basically trust me with the fact that I had to understand that he wasn't going to tell me what that electromagnetic frequency was or what the identifier was, because it wasn't something that should be publicly known. But he knew that they were tracking the objects. And that is mind-blowing because it implies to me that there's a much greater degree of knowledge by the US government. And they've known about this. This is nearly 30 years ago that he had that experience. So imagine what the technology is that they've developed in the last 30 years.
Yeah.
And so we're really we're kidding ourselves, frankly, if we think that the level of ignorance belied by the UAP task force report is a true reflection of the reality. The reality is the United States never stopped investigating UFOs. It's investigated them since the 1940s. It's never stopped after Project Blue Book. It has expended an enormous amount of money and resources on trying to replicate anti-gravitic propulsion systems and technologies. And just how advanced it is in that regard, I'm not 100% sure.
Ross, you've been really, really generous with the amount of time that you've given me here. Would you permit me one last question before we do this? Or
sure.
Are you sure?
Sure. One more. Yeah, sure. That's fine. Yeah. I'm actually, just to our listeners, I've got an absolutely raging throat.
Oh, bless
it's not COVID. I've been tested so many times. Yeah.
Have you got any water?
I have actually, yeah. No, I'll have one more drink, actually. Yeah. This is actually a gin and tonic about 2 hours ago.
You're very kind, Ross. Yeah. One last question. Recently, you were able to sit down with Luis Elizondo, the former director of the Pentagon's ATIP program, as well as Christopher Mellon, who's the former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Intelligence. And, these are extremely well-known individuals within the UFO community and also within mainstream media now covering the modern UFO discussion. And they've both been extremely careful with their wording publicly, although over time they are certainly being more open about the idea of UFOs being a non-human intelligence. And I'm just wondering if during your time with both of these individuals, were you given any responses that surprised you? Anything that would be considered like a new perspective from these individuals? For example, did either of them talk about personal experiences that they might have had with this phenomena?
Well, Chris is on record to some degree that he had a UFO experience when he was at school, at boarding school. The headmaster of his school showed a film, which showed a very clear UFO flying through the sky. And that intrigued him to start the study of UFOs. And in fact, he ended up writing a paper about it when he was, I think, in high school. But no, well, not that I can talk about. No, I have to respect confidences.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I will say is I don't think people realize just how senior both of these men are. I mean, Mellon's on the record as admitting, he's the former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense. But I don't think people understand in the world of intelligence, counterintelligence, the person who Lou Elizondo is.
Right.
I checked him out with people in Australia before I went to talk to him. And I've spoken to people in our special forces, in our military, who worked with him in Kandahar during Operation Anaconda, I think it was, where there was an attempt at a blocking operation to stop Al-Qaeda forces from fleeing Afghanistan and making it through to Pakistan. And the people I spoke to were incredibly surprised that I was engaging with Lou Elizondo, because he was highly respected, but more importantly, somebody who was clearly at an incredibly high level of sensitive, compartmentalized intelligence. And without betraying the confidences of people who've confided to me, it became very clear to me from independent sources before I spoke to Lou Elizondo that he was involved in the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense Intelligence in supervising special access programs. And he was a liaison with the SAPOC, the Special Access Program Oversight Committee. And the reason that's important is because the Special Access Program Oversight Committee is the committee that deals with all the really, really sensitive stuff, the waived, unacknowledged special access programs. Because the way it works in America, they love their secrecy, but the standard secret is called a special access program on top of top secret. And it's all about compartmentalizing the intelligence to stop secrets from leaking. But if you've got a really sensitive secret, you allow it to be protected by calling it an unacknowledged special access program, where it's not officially acknowledged in the reports to Congress. And then if it's super, super secret, you can call it a waived unacknowledged special access program, a WUSAP. And they are the most golden secrets of all, the golden nuggets of secrets. And as far as I can see, I mean, he's made no admissions to me about this, Elizondo was given access to all of those secrets. So it's painfully obvious to me that if there is a secret program somewhere inside the US military that's re-engineering craft, or if there is a recovered extraterrestrial spacecraft, let's just assume for a moment that there is, he would know.
He would know.
He would know. That's why it's important that Lou Elizondo is the person who he is, doing the job that he's doing now. And let me say, I'm in no doubt whatsoever as well that he's not some cutout. He's not some intelligence cutout who's acting as a front. I have to admit, I challenged him on that quite mercilessly in my interview with him. Is this all a put-up job? Are you guys just basically trying to control the narrative for the Department of Defense? Did you and Chris Mellon, did you join Tom DeLonge's To the Stars Academy because it's all about making a controlled release of what you want to see the public told? Now, I'm genuinely of the view, having met him face to face, but also having spoken to his associates and friends, he's for real.
Yeah.
He's genuinely, and we should listen to him more closely. There was that incredible interview he did just recently where somebody asked him, what would people think if they knew what you know? And he used the word somber.
Yeah. Yeah.
And when I talked to Lou, and we spent quite a bit of time with him, he struck me as a man who's invested with a sober mission. He has a strong soldier's dedication to doing the right thing and doing the honorable thing for the American people to whom he's answerable. Yes, he has a security oath, but something has made him do this. And it really shocks me that people in ufology have attacked him when it is just beyond dispute. It's the stupidest argument now to debate whether or not he was in a managerial role in ATIP.
I know.
And the fact that some ignorant people use that as a way to try and damage his credibility and undermine him, to me, is just absurd. I've more than satisfied myself independently from my own sources, which everybody should be doing, that Lou Elizondo is the real deal. And I was gobsmacked when associates of his in the Defense Department told me about the role that he'd played at a very high level in the Office of the Undersecretary for Defense Intelligence, involved in monitoring the most sensitive special access programs in the American government. This is a man who was trusted with the keys to the kingdom. And so if there are dark secrets, Lou Elizondo knows them. More so, I think, than Chris Mellon, which is astounding when you think that Mellon was actually at one stage at a number 3 level in terms of intelligence access in the Defense Department. And so I think if Lou Elizondo is saying he is somber because of what he knows, people need to listen to that.
Yeah.
And we haven't talked about the Admiral Wilson document. But,
no, I had like a whole list of questions about that. Yeah, another time.
But one thing that I'm absolutely fascinated by is here's a document that Eric Davis definitely wrote, which sets out what he said was a conversation he had with the then former director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, a member of the Joint Chiefs Intelligence, J2. Yeah. It's an incredible discussion. Yes. Now, admittedly, Tom Wilson says it didn't happen. But by golly, if any of that's true, it's something to be somber about.
I think that's a very good point to finish this up on. And by the way, for anyone who's curious about the Admiral Wilson leaks and isn't familiar with it, both myself and also Richard Dolan have done pretty in detail breakdowns of the document. So I'd recommend you check that out. But right now, I'd just like to say thank you to Ross, because my gosh, this has been such an amazing discussion. And it's been such a pleasure to do this. We've been talking about doing this interview for so long. It's great to finally get an opportunity to get you on record.
Ready when you are, my friend.
All right. Well, you have just been you've been nonstop with this stuff, mate. Honestly, you never cease to impress me with the level of time and energy that you put towards this subject.
Look, it's fascinating. I mean, I think we're at a really interesting and crucial point in the history of the coverage of this issue. As you know, I take a very firm view on the fact that as a mainstream media investigative journalist, I think this story is very, very important and needs to be covered properly. And the thing that amuses me, frankly, is that I think a lot of the mainstream media are only very, very slowly starting to realize the significance of some of the things that are being said by some very influential and well-informed people. And frankly, as long as I can hold that scoop myself as a journalist and keep on pursuing it for my own interests, I'm happy to do that, because frankly, I really do. I think this is probably unfolding and eventually will become known as probably one of the most, if not the most important story that any journalist could ever cover. I mean, the implications behind what people like Lou Elizondo, Professor Gary Nolan, other people I'm talking to on background have told me are enormous. And I think that one of the issues here is that there's a disconnect, a kind of a cognitive dissonance between the reality that I'm aware of and the emerging truths that will probably soon become public knowledge from within the Congress, and the way it's being covered in what a lot of people pass for mainstream media. I mean, with the exception of shows like yours and the occasional stories that I do, the issue's not getting traction out there in the media, and it should be.
No, you're absolutely right. And, I can vouch for that as a UK citizen, because it's still crickets over here. I've been saying it pretty much the entire time that this discussion's been going on from the New York Times in 2017, but things are starting to ramp up and there is an acceleration, and there's certainly been some provocative statements made, and some of them were made in your recent documentary. So this was done for 7 News. I thought you did an incredible job of navigating some pretty disruptive and controversial subjects. And I think it's fair to say that the boat's been pushed a little bit further out with some of the statements made and some of the events covered in the documentary. So for those that haven't seen it yet, what exactly was your intention with this investigation, and what did you learn along the way?
I intend this, like all my journalism, to be a way of briefing the lay audience. I mean, you're obviously part of a very specialized group of people on social media who, frankly, like I am, are across an enormous amount of detail that, frankly, for the general public is excessively confusing. The idea of all the films that I've made is to essentially brief people on the issue in a way that brings them up to speed with the basics, to give them a basic primer on why this matters. And when you've got people of the gravitas and professional reputation of Professor Gary Nolan basically saying, as he has said to me, that he thinks that there is definitely an intelligence that is non-human behind what we're talking about here, that it's a reality, I think people slowly will start to sit up and take notice. This is why, I guess, in the story, I felt that it's journalistically dishonest if you're talking about an intelligence, if you're talking about a technology, if you're talking about a consciousness and something that is advanced far beyond known human technology, displaying capabilities with perhaps craft that are doing things well beyond human understanding. It's journalistically dishonest, I felt, to basically not talk about the implications of that. What if it turns out that all of these people who've been marginalized for years, including, I have to admit, by myself, I've ignored the subject of abductees and a lot of people who claim to be experiencers. There are some experiences and some accounts that are just so off the wall, I don't know what to make of them. So for me, it's very, very interesting to, I think, bring our audience up to speed with the implications of what this all means. And I mean, we really are. I mean, I hope you agree with me. I think we're in an era now where when you have people, even officials, public officials like Avril Haines, the Director of National Intelligence, the Tsar, the intelligence czar for the United States, saying that one of the implications of what we now know is, what was the word she used? Extraterrestriality or something. She used the ET word. And that's coming from the person who's at the absolute apex of America's intelligence services. Yeah. And what I find bewildering, frankly, is national security correspondents on the New York Times, Washington Post, all of the major TV networks, PBS, all of the big sort of megaphones, media megaphones in the United States. They're holding back from getting into this area because of the traditional stigma and ridicule that has been attached to the subject. But frankly, we're in a completely new era. We're in a different period now where I think when you have officials of the gravitas of a Nolan or a Elizondo or, CIA officials, intelligence officials speaking publicly and implying very strongly that there is a genuine mystery here and that it does require engagement and investigation, why on earth not have a story which basically says, well, these are the implications of what this means?
Yeah, I mean, well, as you said earlier, the gap of knowledge between the research community and the general public and even people within the mainstream media is a phenomenal gap. I mean, there is so much to pack in and incorporate with the subject itself. So people are going to have to be acclimatized to this in a way that allows this kind of gradual pace by pace acclimation. And I do think that we've certainly taken a step up. I mean, I was speaking to our friend Nick Cook the other day when he came on for an interview, and we were discussing the same thing, that initially when this first started with the New York Times, there was a lot of X-Files music. There was a lot of Little Green Men and all that kind of stuff. And there's a level of seriousness that's now given to this subject within the mainstream media that, although it's not at the level that we want to see it at, it's certainly been a noticeable progression. So I think that we're certainly entering into a period where this is being taken more seriously and more disruptive aspects of the conversation can start to be addressed. I mean, it's quite easy in a sense to talk about, very strange drone-like platforms that are behaving in ways that we can't explain, and they're maybe shadowing our Navy carrier strike groups, and it's all very national security and bureaucratic and kind of like, oh, okay, I can understand that. I can wrap my head around that. It's a bit weird, but there's something going on. But once you incorporate, abduction phenomenon and the kind of the caveats that come alongside that kind of part of the subject, it gets into an area that's not easy for people. So I think that you did a very good job of trying to discuss that in a way that maybe people will be a bit more receptive to.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, I've got a lot of people, not a lot. I mean, there are a few debunker critics who are basically saying, why are you even giving air to this subject matter? Their peremptory dismissiveness is to say, Jim Marlin's sphere is probably just a metal ball. It's just a ball bearing. And it's funny. I mean, obviously, I've spent a fair bit of time ringing engineering shops trying to find a 50-pound ball bearing, and there aren't many, I can tell you.
Can you explain Jim Marlin's story a little bit for people who might not know?
Jim Marlin is a guy in Texas who I was put onto by a lovely bloke in Cambridge, in your part of the world, called Patrick Jackson. And Patrick's a bloke who's long had a theory which I guess requires investigation before I feel I can validate it in any way. But basically, Patrick has been observing for many years paranormal phenomena, what people might call ghosts, if you like, some kind of translucent imagery or objects that come up on cameras in haunted houses, and a lot of people peremptorily dismiss such stuff. But one of the things he started realizing was that there were spheres that were associated with this phenomenon. And so he's developed a hypothesis, which is good science, that there is a link between metal spheres that traditionally go back to the Betz balls of the 1970s, which is metallic sphere, one of which was found by a family in Florida, which appeared to manifest the capacity to move under its own power, rolling around the family home after it was found in a forest. And indeed, the sphere that was recovered by Jim Marlin in Texas, he actually found it, or was given it by a friend of his in New Mexico. And the friend, interestingly enough, who happens to be Dennis Hopper, the film star's bodyguard, or at the time, 42 years ago, the friend basically told him that he and his then girlfriend or wife were sitting in the backyard of their remote house in the New Mexico mountains, and the friend described literally this craft hovering over their house and dropping these metallic balls into what he assumes it thought was an empty valley. And the upshot is that when he arrived the following day, his friend said to him, "Look, this is the story. You don't have to believe me. But this is what happened, and you can have one if you like." And the interesting thing is the way Jim tells us in the full story that he's told me, the friend came running around days later trying to get the ball back, because apparently the military were running around trying to get these balls, and there was money being offered for the return of all of the spheres. And so he has basically kept quiet about the fact that he's in possession of this sphere for 42 years. And he believes that it might be extraterrestrial technology. And I think it's important to at least investigate that. And what fascinates me is, obviously 99% of the messages that I'm getting are very supportive, but there's always those acid debunkers who come in and go, "This can't possibly be true." So for that reason, you shouldn't even be giving it any kind of airtime. And what are you doing as a journalist even considering this? And I think, if anything, what that demonstrates to me is unscientific dogmaticism.
Absolutely.
It demonstrates the very kind of behavior that is unscientific. Mm-hmm. Any scientist should consider possibilities. Essentially all good science is fundamentally based on observation and then deriving a hypothesis from that observation and testing that hypothesis. And one of the problems with the whole phenomena of UAPs is that it's untestable because it doesn't replicate. It doesn't allow experiments to be repeated. And here we have an opportunity where a gentleman is basically telling me that he has a metallic sphere which he believes is imbued with special properties. It may or may not be the case, but I think it's important to at least investigate that.
It must be a very
thing about it is.
Sorry, go on, please. Finish your sentence, please.
No, the great thing about it is that Gary's prepared to investigate it. Gary Nolan, Professor Gary Nolan of Stanford University, is prepared to investigate it. And look, there's quite a lot of background to the spheres. Patrick is a phenomenally good researcher, and he's pointed out, as we noted in the story, that quite often in UAP sightings, as well as the main purported craft, which is often a sort of a lenticular disc-shaped object, you often see these tiny little spheres just immediately adjacent to the object. And nobody's ever explained what they are or made much of the fact that they appear to be something. What Patrick's point is that he thinks that these spheres may be some kind of protection device, some kind of technology which is stopping these objects from interdicting and coming into our planet. Now, I'm not humoring that necessarily as a theory until I've seen it tested, but we're doing a good job in basically taking introducing a person who's had one of these objects for many years that he knows has not fallen into the hands of the US military and which is now under the care and control of an eminent scientist who can do the testing and reach a conclusion based on proper analysis. That's good science. And so, we didn't say in the story that we necessarily believe that it is alien technology. One of the things that Gary floated with me is the possibility that maybe Jim himself is the receiver. Maybe he's the person who's actually demonstrating capabilities. And it's funny, actually, when you're talking to a scientist of Gary's repute and hearing that kind of speculation from him, you kind of wonder, what is it that he knows? And this is the thing that I think a lot of people don't realize, is that behind the scenes in the United States, there is a determined cohort of interested scientists who are now engaging with this phenomena. And Professor Gary Nolan is one of them. And full marks to him, all credit to him for being prepared to stick his head up above the parapet and suffer the slings and arrows of outraged debunkers.
I was going to jump into this a little bit later, but we might as well, since you touched on Dr. Gary Nolan. I want to ask you a couple of things, because I want to talk to you about his opinion on the Admiral Wilson documents. But before we get into that specifically, I want to ask you, given your interactions with Gary, and also just taking into account what we already know about his public-facing involvement in this push for more transparency on the UFO issue, how far into the fold do you feel Gary Nolan is when it comes to the primary network of influencers of government behavior on the subject of UFOs? Because he speaks very confidently about there being a cover-up. He speaks very confidently about the internal opinion in government that this is not human. How close to the developing narrative of UFOs and how the government handles the subject do you feel Gary Nolan is?
I know for a fact he's far closer than people realize. He's extremely connected to obviously Lua Elizondo, Eric Davis, Hal Puthoff, all of the people who are, if you like, the public face of efforts to make the public aware that there's a really interesting story here to be told behind this mystery. But on his own admission, and this is something I explore with him in my interviews with him, which, by the way, we'll be doing a much longer version of our documentary as a podcast for Need to Know, the podcast I make with Bryce Zabel. We're running in a vodcast, audio and video, a very long, probably about 90-minute extended version of selected excerpts from interviews, including interviews with Gary Nolan, that will be going up on the Need to Know vodcast as a 7 news special that goes into a lot of the detail that we're talking about here. And in that, as you've rightly noted, Gary makes the point that he believes that there is some kind of a non-human intelligence behind what we're talking about here. He categorically expresses the view that what we're talking about here is this is an intelligence which may or may not be physical. He talks about the possibility that it could be some kind of consciousness, but it's certainly manifesting itself as an apparent technology, physical objects that are being manifested in our atmosphere and indeed under our oceans and indeed in orbit. But in his cautious scientific way, he's expressing the view that there is clearly an intelligence here. And I think that's astonishing, when you basically start talking about the fact that there is a non-human intelligence that is capable of displaying what appears to be highly advanced technology. We're in a completely new paradigm.
We are in a completely new paradigm. And I think one of the primary catalysts, at least one that I hope to see being a primary catalyst, will be the discussion of what's already been retrieved, recovered, re-engineered in the black programs, because this is something that's kind of leading on from Gary Nolan, because we know that it was Dr. Gary Nolan who briefed Congressman Mike Gallagher on the Admiral Wilson documents prior to the congressman leading the the congressional hearing on unidentified aerial phenomena, where he questioned two Pentagon officials and what the US government knows. According to their very brief and restricted review of the situation, they were asked by Mike Gallagher if they were aware of the Admiral Wilson leaks or the Eric Davis notes. They denied any knowledge of them. But I felt for some time now that the Admiral Wilson leaks are a strategic card that is being played or is going to be played at the right time, and that this group of shakers and movers, Lou Elizondo, Christopher Mellon, Hal Puthoff, Eric Davis, Dr. Gary Nolan, and others obviously in the process in the background, are moving this card into the playing field. The fact that Gary Nolan used his opportunity to provide a line of questioning for Congressman Mike Gallagher, and he chose the Wilson documents, should speak volumes to their legitimacy. Here we have a world-renowned Stanford scientist, highly respected in his field and highly connected to those within government who are moving the UFO disclosure ball down the field. And he chooses this series of leaked documents as the most vital thing for Mike Gallagher to question these officials on. And then he even told us that he briefed Gallagher during his interview with Tucker Carlson. So my question to you, Ross, is do you believe that the Admiral Wilson documents are a strategic card that's going to be played? And is this why Gary Nolan is being so publicly vocal about them?
It's not a question of belief, it's knowledge. I know for a fact that the Admiral Wilson document is absolutely integral to what is hopefully soon to unfold, at least in private hearings in the Congress. I mean, let's explain to your listeners and viewers what we're talking about here. The implications of the Admiral Wilson document are that there is an apparent transcript, or at least a memo, that records an alleged conversation between astrophysicist Dr. Eric Davis and Admiral Tom Wilson in, I think, 2002, ironically, in a car park outside the offices of EG&G, the notorious Area 51 logistics firm in Las Vegas. And it should be emphasized right from the head that Admiral Tom Wilson, the former director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, categorically denies that any such conversation took place or that he has ever made any such statements. So with that in mind, let's proceed to what the document actually says. The document purports to be a record, a very detailed record of a conversation that took place between Davis and Wilson, where Wilson basically described the efforts that he had made to try to investigate claims that were put to him by Dr. Stephen Greer in a meeting in 1997, where Greer basically revealed to him, allegedly, code names that he was not familiar with, that when he investigated those code names inside the Pentagon, Admiral Tom Wilson purportedly discovered a covert, hidden UFO, UAP crash retrieval program that was concealed inside very secure, secret special access programs that were hidden in a specific part of an office inside the Pentagon. And what it described essentially was that the United States had allegedly recovered craft, alien technology, and that moreover, that alien technology had been deliberately withheld from the purview of Congress and various oversight bodies by concealing it inside private aerospace, inside a private aerospace company. And what the document purported to record was Admiral Wilson's frustrations at when he discovered the existence of this project, the obdurate resistance by that private aerospace company in allowing him to find out anything about the program, and his eventual discovery and admissions from the aerospace company that, yes, they did have alien technology, that it was concealed and that he was not to talk about it, and moreover, that he was told to shut up about it by his superiors in the Defense Intelligence Agency. Now, it's one hell of a conspiracy, and I've never known quite what to make of the Admiral Wilson document because there are some people who say, including Admiral Wilson, that it's a hoax, that it's not true, that it doesn't record accurate events. But one thing I'm very, very sure of is that the provenance of the document is very clear in my book. I know for a fact that it came from the estate of Dr. Edgar Mitchell, the Apollo 14 lunar module pilot, and that Edgar Mitchell was probably sent it by either Eric Davis or Dr. Hal Puthoff shortly after the conversation allegedly occurred. And what interested me in the interview that I did with Professor Gary Nolan a few weeks ago is when I asked Gary Nolan about the Admiral Wilson document, it was very much in the context of the general claim, pushed indeed in part by people like Lou Elizondo, the former head of the Pentagon's UFO program, that there was retrieved technology of some kind, or as Lou refers to it, exotic material. Other people have been more frank. But basically, in the context of that conversation, I then went for it and decided to ask Professor Gary Nolan, does he know anything about the Admiral Wilson document? And he said, yes. I asked him, does he think it's genuine? And he said, yes. He said, I know Eric Davis, and Eric is of a kind of character, it's impossible for him to lie. And then I explained the significance of that document, which is that Tom Wilson, the Admiral, allegedly had a conversation with Eric Davis where he imparted his discovery that was allegedly a secret UFO reverse engineering program going on inside either the US government or private corporate aerospace, where they were hiding, allegedly, a recovered spacecraft. It was being hidden supposedly inside private aerospace, according to the memo, in a private aerospace corporation. And I put it to Gary. I said, look, Gary, the journo in me, the journalist in me, thinks it's highly implausible for the simple fact that in America, everything leaks. You know, it's impossible to keep a secret like that. And Gary went, well, this is an example of it leaking. And, he made the point that, yes, the memo had eventually come to public awareness. And I said, okay, but how sure are you of the provenance of the memo and what the implications are of what's inside it? And he basically told me that he's known about the memo for many, many years before it even became public. And he's aware of the conversations. And without naming names, he satisfied himself that he believes that it's a genuine document and that it records an accurate account of events. And he said to me, crucially, well before this came to light, I already knew of the document because Eric was part of a group that I was associated with around this. And I respond to him and I say, the implications of that are mind-blowing, Gary. And he goes, yeah. In this conversation, you've told me that you believe on evidence that there is non-human intelligence of advanced technology on this planet. And he goes, right. Advanced capabilities. Now, I don't know whether it's a technology per se, because I'm leaving open the idea that it's some form of consciousness that is non-material. I might say to my colleagues out there, I know this all sounds completely crazy, absolutely crazy, but if you've seen the things that I've seen, you would only be able to come to a similar conclusion.
Wow.
I know, again, my reputation takes a hit. I'm sure there are prizes and other things that I'm never going to get because I'm talking about this. That's nowhere near as important as the subject matter to me. And I say to him, I put it to him, I say, the best science is when you go against the grain. And he cites Thomas Kuhn's book, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. And he says, well, Thomas Kuhn's book, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, eventually the anomalies and the things that don't fit the picture add up to the point where you can't ignore it anymore. That's what has just recently happened. We're watching a Kuhnian moment. Now, Gary's very cautious. He's obviously not going to name names and say who he's spoken to or who's imparted the information to him. But when you have a Nobel nominee Stanford professor with his incredible pedigree basically saying that, I think we all need to start sitting up and noticing and listening. At what stage do we stick our head in the sand as mainstream media and basically say, oh, this can't possibly be true because it's too confronting and because the Sydney Morning Herald or the New York Times or the Washington Post hasn't said it yet? The reality is that the mainstream media is way behind the eight ball on this issue. And it's only slowly going to wake up, I think, when hearings start on the Hill. And believe me, I know for a fact, this is independent of any conversation I've had with Gary, I know for a fact that those hearings are going to very soon start on the Hill, and they are going to be momentous.
Momentous is a big word. Is there anything you can expand on there, or is that all we get?
No, I'm sorry, I can't. I mean, basically, I've been spoken to by people who've given me an indication. I mean, Gary, I think, refers obliquely to it in the sense that he's aware of what's coming. He knows what's coming, that there are whistleblowers, and that there are whistleblowers who are about and prepared to give evidence. And without wanting to jeopardize those whistleblowers or in any way imperil the possibilities of those people being able to get before the Congress and give evidence under oath, I think we should leave it at that. That basically, yes, there are going to be people who are going to be giving evidence before the Congress. And if their evidence is heard, even if it's heard in private hearing, it won't take long for it to leak, because the implications of what they're going to be saying will be so momentous that I think the public will want to hear about it.
I hope people are really paying close attention to what Ross is saying here. Do you think the public would be surprised at the level of movement going on in the background right now in terms of people who are gearing up to bring things out of the shadows?
I was. I mean, one of the things that I've been pleasantly surprised about is, as you know, in the course of the research that I did for my book, In Plain Sight, I was talking to people who purported to be aware of the program, who purported to be aware of a crash retrieval program inside the US government, or indeed, more likely, inside private aerospace, because a lot of these people that I've spoken to do work in a private aerospace capacity for private defense companies. And to be honest with you, Jay, I think I've said to you before, I would never believe 100% any of this until I've kicked the tire of the TR-3B, you know.
I think I said to you they don't have tires.
I bloody well hope not. I'm sure they're more advanced. But the interesting thing is, I've never quite known whether to believe what I was being told, because there's always that risk that there's a disinformation program. Maybe what this is an effort, I always felt, an effort by America to try and impress on its potential adversaries, don't screw with us. You know, we know Russia's causing trouble in the Ukraine. We know China's causing trouble with Taiwan. So don't screw with us. We've got things up our sleeve that you need to be aware of, but we don't want to reveal just yet. It struck me that maybe this was clever disinformation. I no longer think that the case. I actually do think that there are people, and some of the people who are talking about coming forward and approaching Congress and giving evidence are some of the people that I've spoken to. And if they do, the world is about to start getting very, very interesting. Things are going to happen very, very quickly. That's what I'm excited about. I don't want to put a spanner in the works by getting overexcited. I'm a little bit worried that some crazy loon inside the Pentagon might take us into a war with China before this gets an opportunity to be put before the House and heard in Congress. I'm really worried about the degree of fragmentation in American society right now. I think it's a very dangerous time for the United States, and the degree of polarization in politics is actually quite alarming. And I guess if this turns out to be true, if as Gary is telling me, there is non-human intelligence of advanced technology on this planet of some kind, if that's true, maybe this is something that can bring societies together. Maybe it can help us overcome the differences that we have. Maybe it'll make people wake up and realize the awesome portent and significance of what we're talking about here and make them forget their differences. I can only be optimistic, but I guess what I'm anxious to do is nothing that in any way confounds or complicates the process of getting these people before the Congress to give evidence, because I know there are people who are talking about giving evidence, who I know are in conversation with congressional staffers. I know the names of those congressional staffers. I know who they're talking to. And I know that these engagements are happening. And I know that reach outs are occurring where people are being invited to give evidence. And crucially, as our good friend Douglas Johnson has highlighted in his excellent analyses of the proposed legislation, there is legislation that is before the House. Some of it's already passed the House of Reps, which will eventually go to the Senate for final approval. And if it goes through into the appropriations legislation for 2023, there will be the most formidable barrage of laws to allow people to give evidence, to protect them against persecution, which, if they are enacted, would ease the way for people to speak. Now, I had thought that this might not happen until 2023, but I'm told that at least some hearings will be happening this year. I don't know whether the momentous witnesses that I'm talking about will be giving evidence this year or early next, but I know it's coming. And I sincerely hope there's nothing put in its way to stop it from happening. And what I'm really heartened by is from talking to people in the US, both on and off the record, there is a new resolve. There is an absolute certainty now that witnesses are going to be given the opportunity. And there is a one-off opportunity now to basically get these people to come forward and give evidence about what they know. And it's absolutely crucial that people, frankly, if people are asking what can they do, especially people in the United States, they can impress upon their congressional representative and their senator that to them this is absolutely fundamentally important in helping them decide their vote, especially in the midterms. Because the resolve, certainly in the legislation to date, is bipartisan. There's been, often without a roll, without a count, there's been a unanimous support for the preliminary drafts of the legislation that have gone through the House of Reps, particularly, legislation designed to protect people who come forward. But it's really important. I cannot emphasize more. This is about democracy. This is about the Congress asking questions, bringing people before public hearings under oath. It's very, very important that people flag to their congressional representatives and their senators that to them as voters, to you out there as voters who are in a position to be able to influence the outcome of both the midterms and the next American election, this is an issue that you care about. Because what has traditionally happened, it has been that fundamentally, the military, the Pentagon, has been a very powerful lobby on the Hill. And there are forces in the Pentagon and in private aerospace in particular that do not want this issue to come forward. And I think people need to rattle the cage. They need to make it very, very clear that they want these questions asked. And if say it turns out this is American black technology and it's not some form of higher intelligence at all, I would be the first one to be delighted about that, because it means that the United States is almost certainly in possession of technology that we're not even aware of yet. And I couldn't think of a better country in the world to have control of this technology. I'd rather it than authoritarian regimes like the Russians and the Chinese. But if the potential is that people are going to be talking about a technology that is recovered non-human technology, alien spacecraft, if that really is the case, then we are about to enter into a revolution in world affairs. It's the biggest story of all time.
We are in such an incredible time in the human story, Ross. I mean, what the fuck is going on? There's just so much going on in the world. It's on both the positive and the negative scale. It's just a absolutely bubbling, boiling pot of stuff just going on this planet right now. And on top of all of this is the UFO subject just being this dazzling kind of example of something completely new, completely different to this boring, repetitive system we've been in place for so long, and maybe for too long. And maybe this is actually a whole natural part of a system breaking down, and we're entering into something very strange, very new, and pretty exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited too. I mean, I think that the potential for this to be an absolutely massive story is really only months away. I think one of the things that I think your audience need to understand is they might be wondering, well, why isn't the New York Times editorializing about this? You know, why isn't this in the Washington Post or on CBS, Fox, ABC, NBC? Well, funnily enough, it is actually on Fox. It's just being marginalized because it's Tucker Carlson, who people don't like, a lot of people. But full marks to Tucker for actually taking this on as a legitimate journalistic issue. And, you know, and there are isolated pockets. There's Tom Rogan. There's Brian Bender on Politico. You know, there are a few people who need to be acknowledged and welcomed. There's George Knapp, of course. You know, there are people in mainstream media who are jousting at the windmill, basically trying to get this issue paid attention to. But one of the problems that I don't think people realize is that, and I saw this a lot as a journalist myself, covering national security and defense issues. As a national security defense reporter, you're only as good as the sources that you can cultivate. And if you're writing something that pisses the Defense Department off, you get marginalized, you get cut off. And so you learn pretty quickly not to report certain things. And one of the issues that you get marginalized on is if you start reporting on UAPs, UFOs. It's certainly the case in my country. I mean, you know, I'm already getting blowback, funnily enough, from sections of the mainstream media who think that I'm crazy for covering the issue. And they've got no idea. They had absolutely no awareness of the implications, even of what the Pentagon has formally acknowledged since June last year, that this is an authentic mystery. Yeah. You know, we're not saying it's little green men from Zeta Reticuli, but what we are saying is that the Pentagon, in its June report last year, formally acknowledged that out of 144 incidents, they could explain only one of them, and there are 143 incidents that they've been involved in investigating, and it's now, as Moultrie and Bray told the Congress only a couple of months ago, there are now hundreds more unexplained incidents involving phenomena that the United States government, despite all of its best technology, is incapable of explaining. Phenomena doing the five observables in many cases: instantaneous velocity, hypersonic speeds, transmedium travel, stealth mode, and perhaps most alarmingly of all, some kind of positive lift, antigravitics possibly. The implications of that as a technology are mind-blowing. And frankly, the fact that national security and defense correspondents aren't writing about it shouldn't deter people from taking it seriously. They're just catching up with the rest of us. It's funny, you know, because somebody said to me late last night after the program went to air, they said, oh, you know, there's a couple of people basically having a go at you, you know, attacking your credibility and suggesting that as a journalist, you're just trying to sort of boost your book and make money out of it. Believe me, my friend, if I wanted to make money, I would stay away from this issue. You know, it's journalistic poison in terms of being taken seriously by your peers and in terms of getting commissions as a journalist to do other stories. And in terms of selling books, I don't sell a lot of books. The reality is that there's more plundered copies of my books out there as bootlegs on the open internet than I can publish myself. And if I tried to make a living out of selling books, I'd be a very poor man indeed. I have to supplement my income by doing the journalism that I do in addition to the work that I do on UAPs, which is why I work for the Seven Network in Australia. And can I just say, you know, even though I'm not entirely comfortable at times with the way they sensationalize in their promos, because I thought the promos for our story were a tad over the top at times, I do think that it's to be applauded that a mainstream media organization has embraced this issue. And they're ahead of their time. It's very interesting to me that a TV network has recognized that this is a legitimate story. And in order for them to do that, I've had to sit down with them and say, look, you don't need to be frightened of engaging with this subject matter because the Pentagon has acknowledged that UAPs are an authentic mystery.
Exactly.
Basically, there are people at a very high level in US intelligence and the defense forces acknowledging that this is a reality. And frankly, when you've got, as you would have just seen with what I've put to air with Gary Nolan, when you've got scientists with the connections that, for example, Gary Nolan has. I mean, he's worked for and is still working with the CIA doing investigations into people who've been exposed to unidentified aerial phenomena. They regard him as sufficiently informed on the areas that they're interested to examine to retain him for the purposes of investigating pilots and military personnel who've been exposed to anomalous phenomena. And full marks to the US government for doing that kind of work and for commissioning it. And so essentially what's happening at the moment, I find it quite hilarious, is that while a large part, in fact, the bulk of the mainstream media is just watching this passing caravan rolling by, they're missing the point. This is the story of the moment. And it's going to eventually it will probably take a hearing on the Hill where a key witness basically says for the first time, let's hypothetically say they talk about a crash retrieval program. And let's hypothetically say they say, Lockheed Martin's been hiding something in a cupboard for the last 50 years. Let's hypothetically assume that that's the case. If that was to be said in a private hearing on the Hill, gosh, don't you think that would leak, Jay? And don't you think the major newspapers would then start embracing this story and claiming it as their own? There will come a time, I think, when the story will achieve momentum. But just now, for the moment, it's just you and me. So let those crazy people who are debunking this issue, let them spew their hot air and get on with what they're doing for their living, and let's just politely ignore them. We don't have to credit them. We don't have to acknowledge them. They're irrelevant, basically, to the issue. They've been overtaken by events. I frankly don't care what they think, and I don't think people should either. I'm actually fascinated and puzzled as to why, without naming names, some debunkers, not skeptics, I admire skeptics, but there are some debunkers who get, I think, an inordinate amount of coverage because they just put up a ridiculous explanation for the phenomenon, which is frankly nonsensical, but which everybody feels the obligation to at least respond to. And I don't know why we bother. The bottom line is there is an anomalous phenomena that the Pentagon admits is real. It's a technology of some kind. It's intelligent. And people like Gary Nolan are saying it's intelligent. It's an intelligence. It's possibly a consciousness of some kind. Now, whatever the hell it is, all we're saying is it needs to be investigated. Why is that so difficult? And why is that so confronting for people? And why are they so hostile to that idea? That's the thing I find fascinating. We're now in a stage where, as Michio Kaku has said, the people who purport to speak for science are being very unscientific because good science embraces new ideas. As Gary cited, Thomas Kuhn's book, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, pays tribute to the scientists who had the courage to think against the grain. One of my heroes in Australia is the guy who was an Australian scientist who recognised that, contrary to what people thought, for many, many years, stomach ulcers, weren't caused by stress. And to demonstrate the point that he was making, he drank a beaker of stomach ulcer bacteria and proved that essentially it was a bacterial infection. And that revolutionized scientific understanding of stomach ulcers. That was a scientist who had the courage to go against the grain. And somebody like Professor Gary Nolan, who is not a Nobel nominee for no reason, is somebody who has the courage to go against the grain. There are other scientists, by the way, who I'm speaking to, who are watching and waiting for the opportunity to speak about what they know and what they think, and they will eventually emerge. The thing that I've come back from the States excited about is that there is now, in my view, a momentum here which is enormous. And yes, there are forces in the Pentagon and in private aerospace who want to slow this down and, in fact, to stop it. They're using feeble excuses inside the Pentagon that, the world's too busy right now with the distractions of the Ukraine and the possibility of war with China over the Taiwan situation. And they're basically trying to argue that, these things should be put back in a box for another few decades. Ain't going to happen, guys.
Well, this is something I wanted to quickly ask. Do you get any sort of impression as to who has more influence in decision-making with this subject? The people who are trying to prevent it from occurring, or the people that are starting to try and steamroll this into the light?
On the Hill, in the Congress and the Senate, the numbers are with those in favor of disclosure. And the reason why is for simple political reasons. Politicians like Warner, Rubio, even our mutual friend Tim Burchett, they see votes in the fact that the public is into this issue. There's a great term, I think I've cited it to you before, called the wisdom of the crowd, where pollsters often talk about how there are perturbations in public opinion that are reflected often in social media, but not reflected in polling. And there is a perturbation occurring in space-time right now, which is public opinion is turning right now. People are plugging in. The politicians are aware. They are getting letters. They're getting phone calls. They're getting emails. People are letting them know that this matters. And by golly, it really does matter when people write in, make the effort to put a letter together, put a stamp on an envelope and send a letter into your senator or your congressional representative and say that this matters to you. They're listening. So the question isn't really who has the power in the Pentagon or the intelligence services or in private corporate aerospace. Those people are irrelevant because people like that seem to have forgotten that America is enshrined in constitutional law. It's government by the people for the people. And this is an incredibly historic moment. It's actually quite exciting. I'm a lawyer by training. And the thing that I love about America, the thing I've always admired, is it's rooted in constitutional rights. And some of the greatest moments in American history have happened when the constitutional rights of Americans have been stood up for. I'm just looking on my shelf for my copy of the Iran-Contra folder. I was such a fan of the Watergate hearings and the Iran-Contra hearings in 1970s and then later on in the 1980s when Iran-Contra hearings happened. And that was essentially the Congress basically saying, you know what? We're sick of the bullshit and the lies and the cover-ups. We're going to expose this. And believe me, mate, that's what's going to happen with UAPs. Whatever the secrets are that are being concealed, they are going to be disclosed and revealed in first private and then eventually public congressional hearings. We are going into an extremely interesting period in American history where a paradigm that has been ridiculed, stigmatized, and often mocked by mainstream media, opinion leaders, politicians, the Pentagon, the intelligence community for much of the last 75 years is about to be disclosed in a way that I don't think people are even ready for. But imagine if in hearings on the Hill, witnesses start giving evidence about crash retrieval programs.
I think that honestly, I'm just kind of sitting here and I've got all of these different questions written down and different paragraphs written down for things, and I'm just kind of in a little bit of a state of shock because this is such a historic moment, and the level of coverage it's getting is kind of weird because obviously it's just not happening the way people ever anticipated, where every sci-fi film in the world, when the aliens are arriving or things are being talked about, it's the world news all over. And that hasn't happened because there's just such a domination of the 24-hour news cycle by different things. But this could be, the way that you're talking about it, it just makes me feel like this could be something where when I recap with you in 2023, we're having a completely different conversation. Yeah.
And I think we will be. I really do. I think we will be. I mean, unless some fuckwit in the Pentagon pushes a button and starts a war with China, this is going to come out. I mean, essentially, there will be Watergate-style public hearings on the Hill. Witnesses are going to give evidence. And that's the thing I've come back with more certain than I was before, because I was getting very concerned earlier in the year that the forces that are trying to sit on this issue were going to suppress it successfully and basically stop hearings from happening. And the turning point for me was when the proposed legislation that's going to be put into the 2023 defence appropriations was put before both the House of Reps and is now sort of coming up before the Senate for consideration. And this has come from the two key committees, the House and Senate Intelligence and Armed Services Committees. These are two of the most powerful committees regulating the intelligence services and the Defence Department. Basically, it's being made very, very clear to the military that they're not going to get any money next financial year unless they start being more open. And the thing that I was really struck by from talking to mainly staffers, but also a couple of politicians in the Congress, including Tim Burchett, is there is not just a frustration, but a palpable anger that they've been having their chain pulled by the Pentagon and the intelligence community for so many years. And they're pissed off. They know they've been lied to. And the reason they know they've been lied to is because what people miss is there's already been secret hearings on the Hill. You know, there've been hearings inside SCIFs where politicians, and I've spoken to some of them, have seen the videos that are so profoundly important to making them realize that this is a real phenomena. And, there have already been witnesses give evidence on the Hill about issues. And so I can tell you, I mean, I know for a fact, because some of the people that I talk to are already getting phone calls, there is a very aggressive cohort of staffers who can see that there is a fantastic story behind all of this. And one of the dreams you have as a staffer on the Hill is the power that the Congress can derive from a bipartisan push for an investigation where witnesses are deposed under oath and basically compelled to give evidence about what they know. That's what's going to happen.
You highlighted the infamous Roswell event in the documentary, and as many of us know, there's now, as you were saying, this new legislation which does include a sweeping review of all UFO-related data going back to January of 1947, with Roswell being in July of 1947. This means that the Roswell event does fall under the review parameters. But I'm wondering, do you think that something like Roswell would ever come to light through any sort of legislative change, or is that just either too secret, sensitive, or just too old and buried away and squirreled away?
If there's been a cover-up about an alien landing or a craft of some kind being landed and retrieved by the US military or some kind of private or aerospace recovery, if there has been a cover-up, whether it be Roswell, Aztec, Chihuahua, or any such event, I'm reasonably confident that it will be brought to light if that's the case. I see no lack of resolve in the Congress. There is a real desire to get to the truth of this matter. I mean, that legislation, there wasn't even a show of hands. It was just accepted. Yeah. It was a bipartisan decision by the Congress in the House of Reps to basically pass the section that's already gone through the House of Reps, which is, I think, it's kind of a secure protection system, to make sure that people can come forward, and it guarantees protection against persecution if you are prepared to give evidence about UFO information. But it's part of a broader sweep of legislation that, as we both know, is still before the House of Reps and the Senate. And frankly, unless there's some incredible blowback from forces in the Pentagon or the intelligence service, I think it'll happen. And this is all credit, frankly, to people like Christopher Mellon and Lou Elizondo. One of the reasons Lou stepped back from the very public speaking role is because, believe me, he's down there on the hill, or up there on the hill behind the scenes, pressing the flesh and pushing people to actually sit up and take notice of this issue. There's a phenomenal amount of work being done by both Elizondo and Mellon and others to get this issue into the forefront of concern in the Congress. And believe me, congressional representatives and senators are listening. I mean, I know, for example, Senator Gillibrand hasn't been taking a very public position recently, but she's aware that there are votes in this issue. And let's be brutally honest about it. What drives congressional representatives and senators to do anything about anything? Exactly. It's votes. And I think the writing is on the wall here. This is why it's so incredibly important that this issue does keep on being pushed by people individually, writing letters. Don't just send emails, write letters. There's a formidable amount of power in flooding a senator or congressional representative's office with letters saying, "Dear sir, madam, I care about this issue. I want UAPs investigated. I don't think it's rubbish. I think it's a serious issue that is worthy of serious investigation and engagement by your office. Please represent me as my congressional member and do something about this." They're listening and they're aware that people are asking questions about it. And, you know, there's, you've got Fox doing the Tucker Carlson series. Mm-hmm. You've got Tucker racing it on his evening show. You've got CNN doing I think it's a 6-part TV series that's coming. I'm aware of your British Sky TV is doing a major series. I've been asked in the early stages to get involved in that.
Good.
There is the beginning of an awakeness by certainly some media to actually start taking this issue seriously. And to, to some degree, the mainstream media in my country is starting to wake up. Late last night, I had a phone call from somebody in the Australian Air Force who I would never in a moment have thought they would reach out to me and ring me. But they really encouraged me to keep on pushing. And what's interesting is that at the moment in my country, in Australia, there is this kind of head in the sand attitude. Our Defence Department has glibly followed America into wars for the past 100 years, and we're not about to stop now. Basically, we're we just do what America says. And I think they're waiting for their instructions from Washington, D.C. about what to do about this annoying Ross Coulthart guy who's asking questions.
Yeah, I think we share a similar culture in that regard when it comes to our respective countries and how they are handling this issue.
It's really interesting, though, Jay. I mean, one of the things that, a lot of people, there's a bit of a whispering campaign, for example, going on at the moment about the Condign photograph that I think still is a very important photograph.
Condign or Calvin?
Sorry, Calvin. Sorry, my apologies. Calvin photograph. I'm talking here about an image that was given publicity in the last couple of weeks that was released by Dr. David Clark. Great bit of research. And there's already a bit of a blowback. I've heard a whispering from the United States in particular that suggests that claims that this might be American prototype technology are nonsense, and that it was just a hoax, and that it's just a rock in a lake or something, and that we should just all dismiss this. And there's a very clever disinformation whispering campaign coming back against that image. I just want to flag here, people need to keep the pressure up on that image. The real story is not out yet, and I'm not satisfied that it's a hoax. And I think there are good reasons for why it does need to be taken seriously. And I do think that the United States has been deceitful, probably even with its British ally, about what it knows about that issue. And one of the issues here is that on that issue, the Calvin issue, but more broadly on the broader implications of what, for example, Professor Gary Nolan is talking about in his interview with me, the possibility that there is some kind of intelligence, with technology engaging with this planet. I'm in no doubt whatsoever that the United States is lying through its teeth. I mean, we ran deliberately on the documentary last night a quote that President Clinton gave when he visited Ireland, where he assured a little boy in Ireland who'd written to him that there was no truth to the Roswell story, and that, in fact, Roswell did not involve the recovery of an alien spacecraft. Now, if I was Bill Clinton, I wouldn't be so sure about that. And people need to ask, why is it that Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton, particularly Hillary, were at the forefront in terms of private discussions about the potential for disclosure if and when Hillary Clinton became president in 2017? What was going on? And again, this is the thing that you and I have spoken about this so many times. This is the thing that frustrates me, is that for all his faults, Julian Assange's WikiLeaks brought out the most extraordinary story because they were leaked by the GRU emails from the Democratic National Committee, which basically showed that there were discussions happening between Hillary Clinton's principal advisor, John Podesta, two senior Pentagon generals recently retired, and people like Robert Weiss from Lockheed Martin, which basically suggested that there was intentions, if Hillary became president, for some kind of disclosure of something pertaining to UFOs, UAPs. And in all of the analysis...
Edgar Mitchell was in the mix there as well.
He was. And in all of the analysis, or the lack of analysis by mainstream American media, maybe it's just too hard for them. I thought I'd spelled it out in my book, and I thought you'd spelled it out pretty well in your podcasts. The simple fact is people are missing the significance of what has already come. And, you and I are impatient for the full story to roll out. But I do think it's going to emerge that presidents have been willfully deceived, or some presidents. And the implications of that are momentous. Imagine if it comes out in the Congress. Imagine if, say, Hillary Clinton's called, or Bill Clinton's called, and Bill's asked to explain what he was told as president that made him believe that Roswell was a furphy, as we say in Australia, a nonsense story about a retrieved alien spacecraft. Imagine if it turns out that, and I'm not saying it is necessarily, but imagine if it turns out that Roswell was a retrieved alien spacecraft. Imagine if it turns out that Roswell was real. Or imagine if it turns out that Roswell was one of a succession of crash retrievals that happened throughout the 1940s and the 1950s. And imagine if it turns out that whatever those craft are, or whatever they represent, there's some kind of technology, and in an effort to evade accountability and oversight, there was a conspiracy between sections of the Pentagon and the intelligence community to essentially withhold this from oversight and the purview of Congress by removing it to private corporate aerospace. And imagine if that's where it stagnated for the past 70-something years. Imagine if that was the case. Wouldn't the Congress be legitimately angry that perhaps crimes have been committed? I mean, the only way that I think, if this is true, that it could be not a crime is if some president at some time in previous history has signed an executive order that actually says that this should be kept secret from all future presidents unless there's some good reason to do so. But could that possibly be constitutionally legal? What if Bill Clinton gave evidence before the Congress that he did ask and was lied to? The implications of this are extraordinary. And I think this is why sunlight is a great disinfectant. It's a great way of bringing this stuff out into the open. But it's also why, frankly, I think it's important that there be some kind, even though I frankly would love to see the people responsible for any cover-up tarred, feathered, and dragged behind a Humvee and publicly excoriated. I can accept that there's a need for these people to basically be given some kind of legal protection to come forward. And maybe they feel they were doing the honourable thing, and that basically it was important for this to be protected from foreign adversaries during the Cold War. But either way, if if there has been some kind of massive cover-up of retrieved non-human technology, which frankly, let's be honest about it, is what people like Lou Elizondo and others like Eric Davis are talking about, then if there's been that kind of cover-up, potentially crimes have been committed, and it will only take congressional hearings, public congressional hearings, for the full story to come to light. But I can imagine that that would be the case. If that was the case, it would come to light fairly quickly if there were public hearings. And that's the exciting thing that we're talking about here, that, if there is a cover-up like that, then it needs to be brought out. Because, let's just go through it a priori, all of the assumptions that are being made here. We know for a fact that there is a phenomenon that is doing anomalous things that are not within known human science. There are apparently intelligently controlled objects, some people say craft, that are displaying what some call the 5 observables. They're doing hypersonic speeds, instantaneous velocity, trans-medium travel, they're displaying stealth mode, and they're showing positive lift. I mean, the purported Calvine UFO from the early 1990s appeared to be hovering in position, according to the witnesses. How does a gigantic object like that hover in position without any audible jet propulsion or rocket propulsion to hold it in place? What is the technology that lies behind that, and all of the other phenomena that tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of witnesses have seen all around the world for the past, at least since the Second World War and further? Why is it that there's been a deliberate, if there's nothing to this, why has there been a very deliberate campaign since at least the Robertson panel, driven by the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency of the United States, to discredit and stigmatize people who speak publicly about the phenomenon? Why was it felt, if this is all rubbish, why was it felt important to stigmatize and ridicule it and mock it? Does the media realize that it's been led by the nose into treating this subject with, I think, over-excessive skepticism, that it's been discouraged from looking into dark places and asking questions? Frankly, it didn't take much, really, for me as an investigative journalist to find myself talking to people who purport to have knowledge of a crash retrieval program inside the US government. Now, I can't say for sure that I know that that's true, because there's always the possibility of disinformation. But if it is disinformation, if it turns out that it's not non-human technology, the only other explanation is that someone on this planet, possibly human, has this technology. Someone's got this ability. There is a technology out there that is displaying, for example, anti-gravity, positive lift, hypersonic speeds, instantaneous velocity, stealth mode, transmedium mode. This is something that is incredibly exciting. It implies that someone somewhere has developed room temperature superconductors, the ability to store incredible amounts of energy and instantaneously deploy those massive amounts of energy in a way that as yet has not been explained by modern physics. And everybody should be excited about that, because the implications for humanity are enormous. Let's talk about what's happening in the Ukraine right now. I mean, a large part of it is a battle over oil. It's Vladimir Putin basically using his power over fossil fuels to try and bully Europe into turning a blind eye to his authoritarian intentions in the Ukraine. Imagine if all of a sudden, overnight, fossil fuel producers in the world were made irrelevant because something came to light that disclosed the capacity to draw huge amounts, massive, infinite amounts of energy from the vacuum. We know that the theoretical possibility for that exists in physics ideas. It's just that nobody's yet been able to explain the science. We've still got scientists trying to describe fusion, and there's been limited attempts, notably by British scientists in particular, to contain a fusion reaction. But imagine if, as the implications of this technology seem to suggest, Somebody or something has mastered that technology ahead of us. Imagine if that suddenly came to light. Wow, the world would change instantaneously.
I really, really hope people are absorbing and really just taking in what's being discussed right now and the implications of where we might be in the next 2, 3, 4 years. Because it really does feel like things are accelerating at a rate that is it's getting quite impressive. Is this the kind of stuff that you wrote in your letter to the Clintons when you decided to send them a little cheeky letter?
Look, I met somebody who had a capacity to, they assured me, get a letter directly into the hands of Hillary Clinton. And I've written to the Clinton Presidential Library before. I've written to all the presidential libraries and been forlornly rebuffed with very polite letters. But I wanted to give Hillary in particular an opportunity to explain something that has never been explained. And I mean, if you think about how tame and pathetic the American media are, that when these leaked Podesta emails came out into the public arena during the election campaign, the media got focused on, frankly, a lot of theories and conspiracy theories about Russian intervention in the American election that as yet have not been borne out with sufficient evidence to justify a conclusion. But in their zeal to, I think, push a progressive agenda, frankly, because they hated Trump and they loved the idea of a Hillary Clinton vote win, they didn't investigate hard enough the implications of some of the other emails that were disclosed in that bundle of DNC leaked emails. And among them were these extraordinary revelations that, you know, one of Hillary Clinton's principal advisors was discussing with two Pentagon generals, Tom DeLonge of Blink 182 and Robert Weiss of Lockheed Martin, some kind of disclosure. There was clearly a rollout of UAP disclosure planned by a Clinton presidency. Everybody assumed Clinton was going to be the president in 2017. She did. I did. Everybody did. And of course, Trump's election was a huge upset. This is now the period where we're now looking at who's going to be the next president. And I think both sides of politics have realized there's votes in their UAP hills. You know, I think people have realized behind the scenes the implications of those emails. They've realized that Hillary was onto something. And privately, you know, of course I'm talking, as are many people, to both sides of politics on the Hill. I think you've spoken to people on the Hill as well. There is a clear sentiment there that they realize that they've been bullshitted for so long and they're not going to let it happen again. And what I'm taking heart from is the fact that people have come to that realization. And so what I wrote in my letter to Hillary Clinton was basically an invitation to her to explain what was going on back in 2016. Why was John Podesta talking to Robert Weiss of Lockheed Martin and General Neil McCaslin, formerly from Wright-Patterson Air Force Base Foreign Technology Division, and General Michael Carey, formerly from Space Command? Why were they talking about some kind of disclosure pertaining to UAPs? Why did Tom DeLonge reassure John Podesta that he'd been told by the general, presumably General Neil McCaslin, that Roswell was real, that it did involve a retrieved alien spacecraft? But you know the big question in my mind? The big question in my mind still is, why is most of the US media asleep at the wheel on this issue? Why? That's the thing I don't understand. And you know, I think the simple fact is that sooner or later, a national security or defense correspondent of renown is going to start asking questions, and that will be the turning point. It might be a Bob Woodward. You know, the day will come, I think, when somebody of Bob Woodward's reputation will go, gee, there really is something to this, you know. And it's funny because I think I've mentioned before, I've got mates who are investigative journalists all around the world, and I do detect the beginning of an inkling in their minds that maybe I'm not barking up the wrong tree. Maybe there is something to this. And I think the simple fact is that a lot of the media have allowed the stigma and ridicule that's been attached to the subject to excessively influence their willingness to engage with it. And, you know, I mentioned in an article that I've written that I've put up on the 7 TV Network's website today, I mentioned Dennis Kucinich, I think is his name, who was a presidential candidate in 2008. And imagine this. So that's 14 years ago, a guy running for the president, looking really good and quite an interesting candidate, was foolish enough to confirm that he had seen a UFO. And that pretty much destroyed his presidential campaign. In 14 years, we've come a long way because now we have public officials, former directors of the CIA. I mean, James Woolsey, for God's sake, talked publicly. And I mean, you know, you had him on, didn't you? Didn't you have him on?
No, I didn't have James Woolsey on.
I've forgotten who it was. But
Admiral Bobby Ray Inman. And,
yeah. But James Woolsey basically said he knew a pilot whose plane was physically stopped in midair.
Yeah, he did say that, didn't he?
No. You know, this is a former director of the CIA.
Yeah, I guess it's nothing.
This.
Guess it's not a big
deal.
I
don't know what goes on inside the offices of the Washington Post or the the August offices of the Los Angeles Times, but do they sort of go, "Oh yeah, Woolsey said that a UFO stopped a plane in midair"? Oh yeah, moving on.
Yeah. Anyway, next
moving
story.
on. Yeah, it's so crazy. You know, Woolsey's obviously gone crazy, but is Avril Haines going crazy as the director of national intelligence when she talks about extraterrestriality as being a possible explanation for this phenomenon? You know, I mean, I've forgotten who the other CIA director was, but, you know, there are people openly discussing the possibility that this is some form of non-human intelligent life. Mm-hmm. Why are we so scared of engaging with that? It's fun. I mean, I love it as a journo. It's a great story. And I love the fact that, frankly, a lot of my colleagues in the media are too scared to go near it. Stay away, guys. I don't want you there. I'm enjoying the dig. You know, it really is. It's a fascinating time in human history, and eventually it will come up.
It's like you said, fun on a journalism level. I'd love to ask though how you feel when you just have those kind of silent moments of kind of contemplation about this subject and about the overarching implications of what it really means for us as a species and for our perspective on reality. How do you feel as an individual about this being potentially real, that we are surrounded by much more sophisticated intelligences?
You know what I'm more fascinated by? There's that, but it's also the implications for where we came from.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and Lou Elizondo, I think one of the most interesting articles that's ever been written about Lou was a British GQ interview with him that ran.
That's fantastic, that. Brilliant.
I think it was late last year.
Yeah.
And, you know, he started talking about human genetics. And it's funny, I've got a paper somewhere here, which is called the Wow paper. And it's written by I think a mathematician somewhere in Eastern Europe. And he talks about the unlikelihood, based on statistical analysis, that the human genome evolved the way it did randomly. And essentially, he's done a statistical analysis of the human genome, and he sees far too many patterns in it to reach the conclusion that this could have occurred by simple evolutionary processes of natural selection. And it's a really fascinating paper, and frankly, it makes my head explode after about the first page. But I've put it by friends of mine who are equipped mentally and with their training to be able to read such papers. And they say the mathematics is sound, that it holds. And to me, it's more fascinating to me the implications of not just the potential that we're talking about an advanced intelligence with advanced technology that may be operating on this planet. It could be that we're talking here about an intelligence that molded the development of humanity as primitive apes. Like, I remember years ago when I was on the Sydney Morning Herald as a cub reporter, I met a molecular biologist, and we literally spent an afternoon talking, and I loved his brain. And I wrote a piece that I've still got a copy of it somewhere. But in the course of his descriptions of evolutionary biology and his account of the work that he was doing, he used the words cosmic shove. And he said that he couldn't explain the pace of the development of humans from primitive apes through to an advanced Homo sapiens with a forebrain that was capable of what our brains are capable of. He couldn't describe that with the levels of random mutation that you get with natural selection. And he said that the only way he could explain it was with a cosmic shove. And that's stuck in my brain all through my career. And so when you have people like Lou Elizondo, as he did, I think, in that GQ paper, talking about the possibility that whatever this is might have meddled with the human genome tens of thousands, millions of years ago, that's when it starts getting interesting for me. It really does raise quite fundamental questions of who we are, us human beings. Could we, the whole idea of God, maybe one of the reasons why the religious fundamentalists find, if they know the story, if they know the real story, find it so confronting, is because their idea of God is confounded by the simple realization that God is essentially an alien intelligence that hybridized us humans from apes. Could it be as simple as that? Could we be some elaborate science experiment? I don't think that's too confronting an idea. I mean, frankly, I'm grateful I'm no longer an ape. But, I think the interesting thing is that if there is an alien intelligence engaging with this planet, and seemingly benevolently in most cases, if it is, and this is the thought process that's going through my mind, if it does turn out to be true, as people like Elizondo and Gary Nolan and many others are suggesting, that there is some kind of intelligence operating on this planet that is non-human, why is it here? That's the bigger question. What's it doing here? And when you ask that question, that's why I felt that it was important to at least give voice to those experiences who talk about the abduction phenomenon, the cattle mutilation phenomenon, people who talk about and make extraordinary claims about being experimented upon by non-human intelligences. I'm not saying that's real, but if the implications are that we have a non-human intelligence on this planet, why would they be taking an interest in our genetics? Well, what's going on there? And why aren't we asking these questions? Frankly, I think that's the bigger issue. That yes, I take it as a given, frankly, that there is a non-human intelligence operating on this planet. I take it as a given that the United States knows a hell of a lot more than it's letting on. It's been sitting on it, and I don't quite know why it's been sitting on it. That's the thing that I find the hardest thing of all, is understanding why they've kept it so secret. But to me, the bigger question that I think we'll soon be addressing is, what are the implications for the origins of humanity that lie behind this discovery?
Yeah, this is something that I really do have a lot of invested interest in, and just contemplating and thinking about, is the just excessively novel evolutionary developmental process of the human species when you compare it to everything else on this planet. Everything else, maybe the only thing that I would set aside as a potential competitor is the mycelial network of fungal matrices that exist below our feet. I think there's maybe something to be said about a planetary neural network within that particular area of science. But in terms of a human species and comparing it to everything else that we see growing and developing, everything else is in this gradual, lazy, million to billion year slope through evolutionary time. And here we are, these weird little creatures that have these incredible minds, this weird access to a what I like to kind of almost call a hyperdimensional realm, the imagination, the realm of the imagination, this non-physical space that seems to be infinite in proportions in some way, where we draw all of our information, we draw all of our inspiration, all of our innovation, our creativity, all the things that are around me right now have come from the mind of a human being, apart from these plants, of course. They've come from the mind of the planet, but everything that we're surrounded by has come from inside this mind, from this non-physical space, and we're also the only species on this planet that seems to have this weird incentive drive towards space, towards catapulting ourselves into the cosmos. And so I'm always wrestling with what exactly is the evolutionary driver within us at some fundamental level that's causing us to be in such a hyper accelerated form of development. Is it an alien species? Is it something else that maybe we've encountered in our ancestral history? Perhaps the magic mushroom theory holds some weight as to influencing our neural capabilities. But I think there could be a whole mess of different reasons why we are what we are. And I definitely do not exclude the possibility that we have had intelligences interact with us, especially when you just kind of take into account the theological architecture of our human species and the kind of early origin stories that we have from some of the earliest civilizations that we know of, the gods coming down from the skies and molding us in their image or molding us in their abilities. And, these things shouldn't be ignored as just fairy tales when we have other things that are maybe suggesting that there is a mystery with our DNA.
One of the things that I feel very strongly, Jay, is that there has been, I think, an establishment Vatican of scientists that have controlled the narrative on what passes for scientific objectivity. And I'm not going to name names, but essentially there are scientists who I think have taken astonishing and disgracefully unscientific positions on the phenomenon. Look, for the entire period since the Second World War and far earlier than that, there have been people who claim to have had sightings, experiences involving anomalous phenomena that to a large extent have been peremptorily dismissed by a large section of government, military, intelligence services, and the media. And we now know for a fact that scientific dogmaticism against the phenomenon is completely unjustified. It has been driven by a deliberate disinformation program conceived by the Central Intelligence Agency and pushed through the auspices of the Robertson Panel ever since the 1952 Washington, D.C. flyover. I mean, people forget their history. They forget that what drove the decision, and it's recorded in CIA documents, to essentially disinform the public and to stigmatize the issue of UAPs by telling people that they were gullible to believe in them. The simple fact is that that was driven after a period when the American military was hugely embarrassed that it couldn't explain the Washington flyover incident. There was never an explanation given for why, over 2 consecutive weekends, craft of some kind detected on radar doing thousands of miles an hour seen by fighter pilots, seen zooming across radar scopes in a blink of an eye, witnessed by thousands of people on the ground in Washington, D.C. Why, what that phenomena was has never, ever been explained. And in fact, I think it's fascinating that people who forget their history, as you say, they're condemned to repeat it. And the thing that Bryce Zabel and I have tried to do in our Need to Know podcast is we often try and refer back into history to remind people of why history matters and how a lot of what's happening in modern UFO, UAP research has already happened before. And where we're at the moment is not at all dissimilar to what was happening in the early 1950s, 70 years ago, when a former director of the CIA, Ross Coulthart, took a very public position and accused his own government of a cover-up. And the media connived to collaborate with government and the intelligence services and the military to essentially shut down people like Ross Coulthart. They were marginalized. They were dismissed as loonies. They were ridiculed and treated with contempt and stigmatized. Now, frankly, the same thing could potentially happen again. I don't think it will, but it could happen again. But people need to ask, why? Why was this the effort? If it's all bullshit, if there is no truth to the claim that the alien spacecraft have been recovered, that there's no truth, if there's no truth to the claim that alien intelligences are visiting this planet, then why the cover-up? Why the lies? Why are they still sitting on videos that have been shown to congressional representatives and senators? Why can't we see those? If this is all bullshit, why can't we see it? The only other plausible explanation, and I really hope this is true, is that it's American technology. But then, of course, they've denied that. They've categorically denied that it is American technology. They've issued statements.
Do you think some of it could be, though?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I do think there are people who are telling me that the US is developing craft. We know that for a fact. I mean, Nick Cook, I'm sure, would have told you that really nothing much has come out of Area 51 in the last 30 years that can explain the trillions of dollars that have been expended on black projects. Massive sums. I mean, it just defies explanation to me that the United States isn't in possession of new types of technology or weaponry. And I sincerely hope they are, because the world's looking like a very dangerous place right now. And let me say, if I was a Pentagon general or an intelligence chief, I'd be wanting to keep it secret too. But the difficulty is Congress, presidents, political leadership have been lied to. Now, somebody made a strategic decision to do that, but I know that they've been lied to. I'm just not sure exactly of what the lies amount to, but they have definitely been lied to. There's been a deceit. Now, was that done under cloak of some unknown, undisclosed presidential executive order? Or was it done criminally in contempt of the Congress? And are the people who are resisting the disclosure now concerned that if this is revealed, they face potential prosecution and criminal sanction? Don't know.
Did you think you'd ever be having these types of discussions in your career, mate?
No, mate, no. And in fact, a lot of my journalist friends are very concerned that I'm going down this rabbit hole. They're worried that I'm pissing my credibility up against the wall by giving it coverage.
I don't think so. I think you're ahead of the curve.
Well, I hope so. I mean, certainly all I feel I'm doing is asking questions based on available evidence. I mean, I've got a couple of messages have come in while I've been talking to you where people have criticized me for even taking seriously the possibility that Jim Marlin might have non-human technology in his possession. Why would people be so hostile to that? That's the thing I don't understand is, if it turns out that it's just a steel ball from some industrial process,
great.
That's great.
Move on.
Fantastic. Move on.
Yeah.
And at least it's been tested and examined. I mean, it's funny. I never understood, for example, why when people discovered what was called the Atacama skeleton, why they got upset with Gary Nolan for essentially adducing that it was human. And there are all sorts of people who still believe that this tiny skeleton of what turns out to be a fetal child baby with a deformed head. There were a lot of people who are convinced that Gary participated in a dark cover-up for the sinister forces of darkness that are hiding dark secrets from the world. But the reality is good science was able to disprove a claim that many people thought was the case. And indeed, if that's the case with Jim's sphere, so be it. I'm not saying it is alien technology. I'm merely reporting that Jim thinks it is and that he attributes properties to it that he has witnessed himself. And indeed, I know for a fact other people have witnessed, multiple witnesses. And in fact, he's got video of some of it that will be shown to Gary Nolan as part of Gary Nolan's investigations. Now, I think that's good science. It's great that a scientist is willing to engage and investigate in the same way that Gary's involved, as I understand it, still in an investigation of metamaterials. And those metamaterials analyses are still going on. And one of the things I pushed him on was the CRADA that was signed between the US Army and essentially a research agreement between TTSA, as it was known at the time, To the Stars Academy, now known as To the Stars, which is Tom DeLonge's disclosure activist organization, and the US Army. And the US Army, and this is another thing I write about in my book, that the US Army agreed in a written contract with Tom DeLonge's To the Stars to allow the investigation of metamaterials which were purportedly recovered from alien spacecraft by different people, including metamaterials, some of which had come from the US military itself. Why on earth is there no inquisitiveness by any mainstream media outside of our conversation into the fact that the US Army is admitting that it was in possession of metamaterials that it believed came from potentially alien spacecraft? Why is that not taken seriously?
There's more important things like the Kardashians and stuff like that.
Truly, I don't get it. And I mean, I think that all I'm doing as a journalist is applying logic to evidence and asking questions, because that's what you do. It's what I do. Our job is to ask questions and to rattle the cage. And the interesting thing is that I think we're now at a stage where a wonderful institution like the US Congress is asking questions. And this is where I do get romantic. It's where I get a tear in my eye, because, one of the problems with our British system of constitutional law is that we don't have a Bill of Rights in our constitution. The rights are inferred from common law, like the Magna Carta. But the interesting thing about America is that they've enshrined constitutional principles, such as the dominance of the Congress as the sovereign. It's basically boss, not the Pentagon, not the intelligence services. And I do think that the problem is that over the past 77 years since World War II, there were people in the American military who took it upon themselves to conceal things from the American public in what they thought, in a misplaced way, was the public good. And I think that largely fell by the wayside. It got overlooked by oversight committees, congressional watchdogs, the Government Accounting Office, all of the traditional oversight bodies that have traditionally had a capacity to actually ask questions and probe allowed themselves to be snowed. And I'm in no doubt on the evidence that I've got before me, both on and off the record, from my own sources, including people like Nat Kobitz, the former Director of Science Technology Development for the US Navy, that the United States has some explaining to do. And I think it's going to be a really interesting time in the next probably year to 18 months as this story slowly unfolds. The only thing I'm really nervous about is that somebody, in an effort to try and conceal this, will do something rash that will divert public opinion.
Yeah. Well, I'll let you go soon, Ross, but one other thing that I wanted to quickly ask you: what was Congressman Burchett showing you in that documentary? We didn't get to see anything really there. A blurry screen, but UFO.
Yeah, no, we had to blur it. I promised Tim we'd blur it.
Yeah,
it's essentially a photograph of a Polaroid. It's a Polaroid, so it's an original Polaroid photograph, and it shows. It's multiple, actually. I think it's two. It shows the most incredibly clear shot I've ever seen of a kind of a hat-shaped flying saucer. And it's breathtaking. And as you know, it's very hard to fake an original Polaroid photograph. So Tim's doing the right thing. He's worried that he's going to get called a tinfoil hat crazy by just publishing that photograph. And he's been approached by somebody in his congressional district who's a friend of the family, and he knows their background. He trusts them implicitly. And they've allowed him to have the original Polaroid that's been in the family for quite a long time.
Wow.
And he's getting it photo analyzed. And it's not the photograph itself that has swayed his opinion, by the way. He's talking about other witnesses that he's heard on the Hill in private conversation who've persuaded him that this phenomenon is real. But I applaud Tim, congressional Congressman Tim Burchett for actually speaking publicly on this issue.
Oh, yeah.
We may not agree on all political issues, but I think it's commendable that somebody in the Congress has taken a public position in talking about what is an obvious cover-up. And I mean, bottom line is journalists are discouraged from believing in cover-ups. We're always taught to believe that conspiracies don't happen, and that if there is a cover-up, it's often accidental. It's just a bureaucrat covering their butt. And it may very well be, in this case, it is a bureaucrat covering their butt. It's maybe a Pentagon general who doesn't want to admit that they've lied to presidents and misled the Congress. I mean, why was the Obama White House allowed to put out such a misleading press release in 2011 when essentially it put the position that there is no evidence of any non-human intelligent life engaging with this planet? The implications of what Gary Nolan has said publicly and what others are saying publicly is that there is a non-human intelligent technology engaging with this planet. And the implications of that are enormous. We've got to stop tying ourselves in knots, worrying about the stigma and worrying about what people will think if we start investigating it. Imagine if the incredible resources of the New York Times that have allowed Ralph Blumenthal and Leslie Kean to do the very limited stories that they've done. Imagine if their full investigative teams were deployed into investigating the people who've presided over the Special Access Program Oversight Committee for the last, 50, 60 years. Imagine if each of those people were approached in a public way by a newspaper of record like the New York Times and asked publicly by that newspaper definitively, what is the story? Do they really want to be in a position where they just say no comment and evade answering? The moment that a major newspaper or TV organization starts asking questions and rattling the cage and asking in a very public way, this will all change. The house of cards will fall very, very quickly. Truth has a way of wriggling out into the open. It's very hard to keep a dirty lie. Even the secret bombing of Cambodia or Laos, that eventually got out. Presidents have tried to conceal things in the past, like Watergate, like Iran-Contra. But in the end, it got out. And if there is this momentous secret of recovered non-human intelligent spacecraft that have been hidden from public gaze inside private aerospace for years, if the contents of the Admiral Wilson memo are true and they reflect a real reality that still, frankly, hasn't been revealed to the world, they will soon emerge, because secrets like that are very hard to keep.
I'll finish this off with asking you what kind of conversation you feel we're going to be having in 2023.
We may not know all of the answers by the end of 2023, but I think by this time in a year, there will have been witnesses who will have rocked people's understanding of the world.
Ross, you're a legend, mate. You're kicking down doors and asking hard questions. You're pushing for this in a way that, in all honesty, it shines a light of inadequacy on the vast majority of mainstream journalists who aren't even close to being at your level when it comes to researching and presenting information to the wider public on an issue as critical as this. You are appreciated by all of us who know just how hard you work to get this information out there. And I want to thank you for doing what you do so well, because it pushes the ball forward, and that's what everyone in this research community wants to see happen. So thank you, my friend, for doing what you do.
What's your poison? What are you sipping on right there?
A wild yak Pacific ale. It's quite a nice cold ale. It's lovely.
Sounds positively delightful, Ross.
I've earned it after my day in the garden.
Oh yeah, it's been a gardening day for you.
I'm meant to be finishing my book, and my publisher is cracking the whip on me, saying they want it by the end of next week.
And instead you're poking around the shrubbery.
I just felt like I needed some bonding with nature, to be perfectly honest. My daughter's very into it. She takes her shoes off and goes around walking in bare feet, wilding, connecting with the earth. She swears blue and blind it's absolutely essential for all us humans.
Well, it's funny. It's funny you mentioned that, because as I was lying there at 4 a.m. questioning why my brain is racing with ideas and thoughts about what we're going to talk about, I had the exact same feeling of, you know what, I think I need a little bit of just a 3-day retreat or something like that. And funnily enough, a couple of days ago, I was having a really lovely talk with a subscriber to the channel who's a Buddhist monk. And what's interesting about this guy is that he emailed me a while back and introduced himself and said he was interested in the subject and that he liked my channel. And he mentioned where he was, and he's based in a monastery in an area of England called Hertfordshire, which I actually used to live in.
I know Hertfordshire.
Yeah, and I've been past that monastery before, long before I was involved in this subject. And then here's a guy from the monastery reaching out saying that he enjoys my channel. And he did invite me over there and said, hey, if you ever need to unplug, then you could come here and spend a few days at the monastery. So
that's lovely of it.
Maybe I'll get...
You'd have far nicer... You'd have far nicer guests and viewers than I do. Nobody's actually away on a retreat. Give me 5 seconds. I'm just going to I'm going to hide my mic and elevate my laptop slightly.
No problem. Should we crack on, old boy?
Sure. Give it a go.
One of the things I'd love to start off with, just because I've known you, I've been fortunate enough to know you since you've been dipping your toes into the subject publicly, and it's been a few years now. So, I mean, how are you feeling with the whole thing, the whole subject? It's such a mind fuck to try and traverse all of this stuff, and so I guess right now, what's the status on Ross and the UFO subject, and how do you feel about the whole thing?
It's weird. I was only 3 hours ago on a lawnmower, mowing up and down, which is where I do my best thinking. And I was thinking to myself, why am I the only person in the world who wants to know urgently what Professor Gary Nolan's referring to when he talks about a shadow biome? I mean, the thing about this subject matter is it is so compelling. And I get despondent, Jay. I do. I mean, like everybody, you sort of have your ups and downs. And I'm a naturally optimistic person, but I do get despondent about this subject matter, and I've been despondent more than at any stage, and still am, since about late last year, because the messages I'm getting about what's going on behind the scenes aren't positive for what I think we're all hoping might come out of all of this.
Well, let's expand on that a little, if you can. In what way do you feel that's the message?
I do think that there is a really big push in the Congress at the key oversight committees, the Armed Services Committee and the Senate Intelligence Committee. They're doing some fantastic work behind the scenes to get people to come and give evidence. And I think that's happening. And I'm aware of people, I won't call them whistleblowers, I'm aware of witnesses who are coming forward who purport to have knowledge of very extraordinary things, who are coming forward, and they are being talked to, and they're being given the assurances and protections that they should properly be being given under the legislation. So that side of things is looking good. So what am I despondent about? Well, I guess I'm despondent about the fact that what I'm hearing is, yes, whatever this is will probably be brought to the knowledge and attention of key members of Congress. I mean, it hasn't been, what we're talking about is the allegation that there's a legacy UAP program, that essentially since World War II, there's been a program which has secretly attempted to retrieve and back-engineer non-human technology. Can hardly believe I say that, by the way. It's just extraordinary. I've come a long way in the few years that I've known you, because I didn't used to believe that, but I do know. I do think the evidence is compelling that that somewhere in the United States there is retrieved non-human technology, and that people are endeavoring to back-engineer it. I wouldn't say I'm 100% on it, but I'm pretty convinced. But what I do have a concern about is, obviously what these technologies represent is mind-blowing, if true. If they really are attempting to back engineer craft that are capable of the 5 observables, incredible maneuvers, and right-hand turns without changing speed at thousands of kilometers an hour. It suggests they have propulsion systems and energy systems that are way beyond what we're capable of. But are we going to be told about it? And I guess as a journalist, what I'm quite shocked by is how the incident of the Chinese balloon shoot down brought to light just how easily manipulable the media and the public are on this issue. And what I've been hearing for a while in Washington and from different sources is that there's basically a bit of a pushback that's been happening, mainly from the Air Force, but also from sections of the CIA. And the argument that's being used is that now is not the time, that the world is in an incredibly precarious state. We're teetering on the edge of World War III, and we quite literally are. It's a very dangerous time, not just in the Ukraine, but also in the Taiwan Strait. And I think the argument is resonating that, basically this should be quietly shut down. Now, why are the Chinese balloons relevant? I don't think the 3 objects that were allegedly shot down, but not retrieved, are necessarily anomalous. What concerns me is we just don't bloody know. And the incredible thing is how glibly, meekly, acquiescently the media just stopped asking questions. I mean, it's quite breathtaking when you think about it. And to me, it underlines a fundamental problem with this subject matter, that there's such a high degree of stigma attached to the issue of UAPs that when, for the first time, the subject matter of unidentified objects in American airspace became a national and international issue, all because the Biden administration almost certainly overreacted to a stray Chinese spy balloon. They turned up the sensors and they noticed something there that had probably been there all along. And they ordered it to be shot down incredibly. It's amazing, mate, when you think about it. That in the entire
first time in history, right? First time.
It's the first time in history, the first time in the history of NORAD that weapons were used to bring down an unidentified object over American airspace.
And they did it over a $12 hobby balloon.
Well, that's what they've led you to believe. But let's just stop for a moment there. Why do we say it's a $12 hobby balloon? We say that because that's the line that's being pushed from the Pentagon.
It's just very, very reminiscent of Roswell. It's just this weird, even if it's not got anything to do with UFOs, just the fact that UFOs are in the conversation, and then you have like a shoot down and, it was cylindrical and loitering. No, it was a weather balloon. It's just like, whoa, hang on a second. This feels like history repeating itself.
What I'm getting to here is, I think we're going to be shut down on learning anything about what the Congress is now being told in private skiffs. I think there's a really strong push on from the Air Force to make sure the public does not know what it has done, almost certainly illegally, for quite a number of years. And the best way to look at that is through the lens of how the public was shut down, basically to avoid embarrassment. I mean, let's say it was a $10 hobby balloon. Let's say it was. Are you seriously suggesting to me that the resources of the United States, NRO, geospatial, the entire US Air Force, military personnel could not find any one of the 3 objects that were brought down? I refuse to call them balloons. Mm-hmm. Why are they not releasing the videos?
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
Why do we just roll over supine? I mean, I'm not an American taxpayer, and God forbid, but why do American taxpayers just meekly accept this stuff? I think there's a lot of unanswered questions from that incident. And if you just treat it as an exercise in analysis of how easily manipulated the media and the public are, what that Chinese balloon incident shows me is there's no hope, really. I mean, I just think that the fact that they neatly started sowing ideas. Initially, you had a NORAD colonel, a major, asserting, we know what these objects are. And so nobody at the White House press conference asked, why do you know what these objects are? I mean, this is the thing that just I do not understand as basic journalism is abandoned when it comes to the subject of UAP. Now, UAP is a term to describe unidentified anomalous phenomena, but they used the words unidentified objects over the United States. You had the President of the United States, the White House National Security Advisor, making an announcement that there were unidentified objects over US airspace. And this is the first time ever that this subject matter has come to the forefront of the news bulletins in the way it did. But you think about it. Look how it's just dropped off the news cycle. And what do we know now about these incidents, these 3 shoot-downs? Zilch. Nothing. Now, don't you think if these things were innocuous objects, easily described as innocuous objects, don't you think they'd want to be seen, to be explaining that? Are we meant to assume that because it was a $13 hobby balloon, as they claim, that they're just embarrassed that they spent $400,000 on an Abe Sidewinder missile to bring down this balloon? I just worry a little bit that we just don't ask enough questions. I've got a bloke who's been contacting me from Alaska who tells me he saw no evidence of a search. None. He saw no aerial activity, no road activity, no trucks in or out, no soldiers, no air crew, no hotels booked for search parties. If there was a search, this bloke's in the exact area where it happened. Nothing. Are we to assume, for example, that at the point when they fired a Sidewinder missile, they didn't have satellite systems monitoring what was brought down? Are we to assume that somehow the video that was shot from the F-16s that engaged, I think, at least one of these objects, which definitely had gun cameras, why can't we see the videos?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the problem is the contrast between the Chinese balloon and the coverage, because like you said, I mean, we had so many photos and videos highlighting that it was the balloon, that you could tell it was a balloon, and this is a completely different set of stories here with a obfuscation level that's much higher, and we have no information, essentially no information. And there has been classified briefings. I mean, I saw a video of Marco Rubio talking on camera before he was going into a briefing, saying that, you know,
and yet what Marco said was, frankly, that they don't have any idea what these objects are.
Yeah, well, exactly. And again, talking about his conflicting reports. Now, I'm going to have to try and track down the staffer who said this, because I saw it was on a news report. It was on a comment from a politician, but I can't remember who it was. And this was early on. And he said that there had been a significant amount of debris retrieved, and it was already on its way to labs to be studied. And I remember hearing that. I have to try and dig it up, because now they're saying no debris has been retrieved. So there's all of these contradictions in the story. And so, I don't know if it's, like you said, specifically UFO related in that regard, but there's certainly something very suspicious about the way in which they're treating this. And you can contrast it with the coverage of the Chinese balloon to kind of get an idea for why it's being treated a different way. It must be a different type of platform. It must be something they do not want people to know about.
And when General Glenn Van Herk, the US military commander for North America, on Sunday the 12th of February said, "I haven't ruled out anything at this point," when he was asked if the UFOs were being operated by extraterrestrials, why didn't somebody follow up with him afterwards and basically say, "General, why did you pour that fuel? Why did you pour that incendiary idea on the national media that he can't rule out the possibility that this is extraterrestrials?" Was he just being extraordinarily candid? Or was there, are we entitled to have some kind of a suspicion that there's something more to this incident than we're being told? I just worry that we've got to a stage now where the national security press, the defense media, the White House press corps, they're like tame little puppies.
Yeah.
They come in and they just don't ask the basic questions. And I really, I mean, I'm not suggesting that these objects were necessarily anomalous, but is it possible, for example, that when they launched their AIM Sidewinder missile, and by the way, one of them missed, they admit that one of them missed, they fired two. Is it possible they missed the objects completely? And that whatever these objects were, scarpered? And is that why they've got nothing to retrieve? Why is it that one of the people who was interviewed said that when one of these objects was hit, it broke apart as if it was splintering like a metal object?
Right. And also that there was disruption to the sensor systems of one of the jets.
Yeah, I know. And I mean, I noticed Chris Mellon picked up on that. You know, he was very concerned in the statement that he gave that whatever these objects were, they appeared, or reportedly, meddled with the sensor systems of the aircraft. Now, maybe it's just that the objects were balloons and that the type of sensor system that they have, which probably should remain confidential, can't hold a fix very well on a balloon. Maybe that's the explanation. But Jay, if it was a bloody balloon, why the hell can't we see the pictures? I mean, if they've got nothing to hide, why not reveal it? And this is the issue, and this is what happens time and time again in this issue. I mean, I just noticed today our friend John Greenwald at the Black Vault published a really interesting story about a tic-tac shaped object, quite a large one, that was detected by a system called Sentinel in orbit.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see any national media about that today?
No. I mean, I've become accustomed to that at this point. It's just
what is going on? I mean, I just think, I mean, I've covered national security defense as a brief. You know, you don't let politicians off the way you let Joe Biden off on this issue. Okay, let's assume for a moment that this was just a big embarrassment because they overreacted to a Chinese balloon that probably the Chinese never intended to stray across the continental United States, as evidence now suggests. And they brought it down, and there was such a media furor. Even though these incidents happen all the time, there was such a media furor that at the political level in the White House, Jake Kirby basically was forced to, make statements about, what's been instructed. And, he, as a result of that shoot-down and of these other incidents, the president instructed the intelligence community to take a broad look at the phenomenon of unidentified aerial objects. And it came out that Joe Biden had conducted the first ever daily intelligence briefing session devoted to this phenomenon back in June 2021. He was briefed that this is not just an issue for the US, but one for the rest of the world. I mean, when Jake Kirby started making statements like that, he wasn't talking about Chinese balloons or hobby balloons. There was a moment when the White House was seriously engaging with this issue because they were genuinely of the impression that these objects were something else. And this is what worries me, is that have we let the politicians off the hook? What happened in those briefings? Because I know Marco Rubio came out and he wasn't very impressed with what he'd been told. They weren't really told very much more than what was already in the public arena.
Oh, I don't think that they would have been shown much. Yeah. I don't think.
And they weren't shown videos. And this is there were people like John Kennedy, Senator John Kennedy, who came out of the Senate briefing on Tuesday, the 14th of February. And he wasn't talking about Chinese balloons when he said, I'll try and do his accent. These objects I won't do it. They've been flying over us for years, many years. We've known about those objects for many years. We're not sure that we've known about all of them. Except for the Chinese spy balloon, we don't know what they are. What's different about the last 2 weeks is that we've started shooting them down, but we can't find the remnants except for the spy balloon, and that's what I took away from the hearing today. Then he said, this has been going on for a long time, and we don't know what most of them are. The President and the DNI need to explain what these things are, who put them up there, and do they pose a threat? Now, I'm sorry, I know John Kennedy's not a very senior member of the Congress or the Senate, but he's a person who's been given a private briefing. He knows things. What was he told that made him think clearly that this was just more than he was not talking there about the possibility that this could be some hobby balloon. And also everybody I talk to says it's not possible for a hobby balloon to get up to that level of 40, 50,000 feet. I think one of these objects was at 60,000 feet. Why are these questions not being asked?
Well, I mean, it feels, to be honest, not even just in the UFO subject, but political coverage in general, national security, journalism really isn't what it used to be, eh? I mean, it really does feel like there's a real hesitancy to do anything other than toe the line of the establishment narrative on whatever is being put out by the government as the narrative to be understood. And so they report on it through that kind of channel. And I don't really feel like I've seen over the last handful of years a whole lot of direct questioning from journalists in the newsroom and in the White House when they're speaking with these people. So I don't know, man. We need stronger-willed journalists in front of these politicians and in front of the congressmen and the senators asking tough questions. But I don't see it coming. Do you really think that the momentum is completely lost, or do you feel like there is still a chance that we could still get some level of discourse flowing over the years? I mean, we also have to take into account that the scientific community is becoming a little bit more engaged in this. It is not just a governmental issue, and it won't always be just a governmental issue. There's also obviously the potential for the phenomenon itself to just simply decide, you know what, maybe it's time humanity starts to wake up a little bit, and maybe they'll begin lifting the veil. I mean, I would say ultimately the phenomenon holds all the cards when it comes to truly revealing its presence. But in terms of government discussion, government disclosure, are we at a dead end? Is that how you feel?
I'm worried. I'm worried that if it's that easy to snow the media on something as embarrassing as a bunch of balloons being shot down, if that's truly what they were, I'm worried that, frankly, there is a massive pushback, and numerous sources have told me there is a massive pushback from different sections of the military and the intelligence community at the moment trying to shut this down. And the one positive is that we have a bipartisan push on the Hill. Both sides of politics have pushed for the ARO, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. I got it right for the first time.
Well done.
To be given more resources. And it's just outrageous that this body, which is investigating such an important issue, was only given 3 staff. Emerged in the last few days.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up.
And Marco Rubio, basically in his doorstop, also on the 14th of February, I mean, he basically said 95% of the information that he'd received in the private hearing could be made public without compromising the security of the country.
So why is it not out?
Basically,
why is it not out?
Yeah, I mean, and if that's true, release the video.
Release it. Yeah.
I mean, and the thing that worries me is the media are so worried about their reputations, and they're so worried about the potential for losing the drip. This is the background story to all of this, Jay, is that what happens in journalism is if you're a journo that rocks the boat on, say, a national security story, you don't get invited to the cozy little briefings in the Pentagon. You don't get the trip out to the aircraft carrier in the Coral Sea. You have to be fairly compliant to be on the invite list. And so to be a member of the White House press corps, you're part of a clique.
Yeah, you have to be a sellout. You have to be a sellout, basically.
There's some journos in the White House press corps who I actually really admire. But what worried me is there's such a traditional stigma and taboo associated with the subject of unidentified objects in the sky that I reckon the media just worried, if I start asking questions about this, people might laugh at me. Oh my God. Really, I really think it's as puerile as that the questions weren't asked. I actually think if people had really pushed Biden on the fact that politicians were coming out of private briefings saying, as Marco Rubio did, there have been hundreds of these incidents in the past. My concern is the DoD is not sharing that information with scientists on the interagency group, so you can't compare the data we have on these incidents from the ones we have retrospectively in the past. And he said this is about whether an adversary has developed a capability that they know we're not looking for because our systems are set up to see missiles and airplanes. They're not set up to see smaller objects at lower altitudes. So Marco Rubio's onto this, and I'm heartened because he's on, obviously, the Republican side of politics, and there are people like Senator Kirsten Gillibrand on the Democrat side, and they're both in a bipartisan way calling for resources. The big question in my mind, though, is will it ever leak? Because a lot of people say everything leaks, but would something as momentous, for example, let's hypothetically assume that it is true, that witnesses are now coming forward giving evidence of legacy craft retrieval programs, where the programs are now attempting to back-engineer technology. I can understand that the members of congressional committees might be very susceptible to an argument being made by senior members of the military and the intelligence services, hypothetically, that, yeah, okay, we did keep this out of the purview of the oversight committees for many years, and that was wrong. Maybe it was authorized by a presidential order by some previous president. We just don't know. But maybe they thought they were doing the right thing, and just maybe there's a risk that the committees might buy into that and accept that that's a plausible argument. I mean, maybe for the US, the development of the technologies behind what we're talking about here, propulsion systems, energy systems, represents such a strategic advantage that the last thing they want to do is be forced, even by their Congress, into an admission that such a program exists. And so I'm just a little bit nervous that we might see a shutdown. And it's why it's so important for people to keep the pressure up. And it's why it's so important that the media keep the pressure up as well. And that's my worry, is that the lesson, if there was one lesson that came out of Balloongate, it was the supine acquiescence of the mainstream media that chased the issue for a while, but the moment they were told, oh, these might have been a hobby balloon, did you notice how that just so quickly killed the debate?
Oh, completely.
Don't you think if they did have vision of a hobby balloon, show it to us? This is the thing I don't understand. I mean, and are we really meant to believe that the deployed resources, millions of dollars that were spent allegedly on searching for these objects? I mean, there was a bloke in Alaska posting images of a beautiful clear sky day with a clear white expanse landscape sprayed out in front of him. Do you seriously mean to say that a helicopter in an area of, say, 20 square miles couldn't find anything from an object that had been shot down, especially if it was a hobby balloon? I mean, I know that the AIM Sidewinder missiles, they do spray a huge amount of explosive shrapnel that would no doubt shred a balloon if it was a balloon. But there's so much about that whole incident. Whilst I'm not saying, I'll reiterate, I'm not saying that they were necessarily anomalous. I have no information to suggest that. It's the way in which this issue has been so effectively shut down, I suspect because the White House was embarrassed about their overreaction. And if that really is the way that we respond to unidentified objects, then we're kind of screwed, mate.
Yeah, it's not a good sign, is it? It's not really a good sign when that's the first kind of response that you go for to shoot down with lethal force. And it would explain, in my opinion, why we're not really seeing direct contact from whatever it is that happens to be observing or interacting subtly with humanity, because we are quite a violent species.
Well, that was the other thing. I mean, in what way did the objects shot down over US airspace after the Chinese balloon represent a threat to security? They weren't.
Exactly.
They weren't in any known air corridors. We haven't brought these objects down before, and we're told that there's been hundreds of them in the past. Why? Why did we suddenly decide to spend whatever it was, $1.5 million shooting them down? Was it just because the public was pushing the White House into an overreaction? And this is the issue. I think this has been a really good test run for, if and when little green men from Zeta Reticuli do park their flying saucer on the White House lawn. It's so easy for the public to be bought off with ridicule and mockery. And even at the White House, in the press conferences that took place there, and in a lot of the press conferences in the following week, there was that normal little giggle that you get, that sort of smile that goes over people's faces when the word alien comes up. And frankly, the only people who were talking about the possibility that it might be alien were the National Security Advisor and the White House Press Secretary. They're the people who suggested it. Now, why?
It's just so weird to me. I do understand the stigma. I mean, I get that it's part of pop culture and it's part of Hollywood and there is that relationship, but just common sense, man. Like, just common sense in terms of the fact that there is a planet that happens to be populated by living creatures called planet Earth. And we've observed that the universe is bloody massive and it's probably full of planets. At this point, it just feels pretty weird to giggle at the idea of, it's a different thing when they're here. I get that it's, okay, now it's not just if life exists, but it's here and it's doing things. But we're having so many military and government officials coming out and saying these are doing things we can't do. It's doing things that we literally can't do. So at this point, since 2017, really, it's just become very apparent that this should not be laughed at. And to be honest, I was seeing the stigma change in the news. I remember the first news reports that were coming out early on when the New York Times dropped its first article, a lot of X-Files music and a lot of kind of like laughing at the subject, and then that died away. But I noticed the giggling in that conference as well, and I can't help but just have this little bit of like, you really just don't get it.
How many of those journalists in the White House press corps had actually done their research and knew that there was how many knew that there was a congressional report from the Pentagon the previous year which reported to the president that some of these uncharacterized UAP appear to have demonstrated unusual flight characteristics for performance capabilities and require further analysis.
Right.
Now that is, in as meek a way as possible, that is an on-the-record admission from the Pentagon, the intelligence community, that there are genuine objects that they cannot explain, that UFOs, UAPs are real. And I think the thing that disturbs me is the quality of the national debate in the way in which the media dealt with this issue. There was just such a prime opportunity for a White House press correspondent to go,
sorry, mate.
Does the president...
Take yourself back, because that's my alarm going off.
Oh, no problem at all. No, there was such a great opportunity for the White House press secretary to be asked a key question. Look, we know a report to Congress has said there are many anomalous objects in our skies that cannot be explained. Why are you not releasing the videos? There's the Mosul orb that Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp have published images of. Are you saying that orb is fake? Does the president have a view on this? It was a unique opportunity to segue from the huge distraction of this nonsense over the Chinese balloon and to actually focus on the issue at hand, which is, yes, UAP are a genuine national security issue and flight safety threat. And they blew it. And that's what worries me. What worries me is that the standard of discourse in the national debate, in America in particular, is just appalling. And yet, I'm heartened. I was talking to somebody from France this week, and they were talking about, I hope I pronounce it properly, Japan, Japan, the French quasi-governmental UFO, UAP investigation organization.
Yeah.
I mean, the French have been collecting data on UAPs for decades. They've been taking it seriously for decades. They've acknowledged it's real. And even your government, the British government, even though it has its head in the sand a lot of the time, in its Condign report, which it was begrudgingly forced to release, it admits there is a real phenomenon that it can't explain. And so in the face of that, that's data, or data. How do you say it in America? Data. That is evidence. Data. That is data that should be being looked at. And I suppose the one positive that came out of all of that silliness was that the politicians were goaded to come out of their offices and to make comments about the importance of monitoring and investigating these unidentified phenomena over US airspace.
Yeah.
For the first time, we had quite a number of people on the record basically saying, yeah, we're concerned about this. And it was great for the president to be able to say, look, I've been receiving briefings on this since 2021. So where's the journalist to stand up and say, excuse me, you say the president's been receiving briefings about this since 2021. Why? Well, if he's been receiving briefings, it's 2 years, right, since he was first told that there are these anomalous objects in our airspace. What's he been doing about it? Why hasn't this been, before now, a higher priority? Do you see how questions can be developed? It's not hard for dogged questioning to actually corner a politician and actually make them have to answer. Because the thing that amuses me is that when people like Marco Rubio, John Kennedy were answering media questions during the week, they weren't responding to the, I think, inevitable explanation that was going to come, and it certainly did, that these were hobby balloons or some kind of mundane balloon or aerial craft of some kind. They weren't responding to that. They were responding to the notion that, yes, as we know from the interagency panel, as we know from the ARO reports, the UAPTF reports, we know, because we're getting secret briefings on it, this is a big issue. These objects are manifesting themselves in our airspace, and there's nothing we can do about them. They do have performance capabilities and flight characteristics that are way beyond ours. That's what they were talking about. So why didn't the media start asking that question? And this is the issue, is that it's been used as a distraction. And the fact that the media was so quickly bought off, oh, yes, chaps, you're at risk of embarrassing yourself here because this is just a hobby balloon. If this really was a hobby balloon, for example, all of these balloons by law are meant to have transceivers on them that broadcast their position. Sorry? Where's the transceiver? Was there tracking? Has anyone tried to track down the hobby group responsible and actually interview them about the technology that they had on the object? Did their description accord with the US Air Force's description? Has anyone asked whether that particular object can go to the heights that we're talking about here? There's just so many questions, and this is what worries me, is that nobody's asking those questions. That's the beard that I have in my bonnet, Jay, that we let them off too quickly.
Well, this is what worries me as well, Ross. And, at least we do have some journalists like yourself and some others out there in the field that are genuinely pushing for trying to actually get real information about this out into the wider public. But it worries me as well, especially because in all honesty, and you know this just as well as I do, they're dealing with like the surface level of the narrative of UFOs and the implications of it and what might have already happened for the last 50, 60, 70 years. And they can't even do good journalism and good reporting and good investigation and good questions on just the basics of there's something flying in our sky that we don't understand. They're incapable of doing that. How can we honestly expect these people to start asking about special access program structures and USAPs and waved SAPs and, the idea that Lockheed or Boeing or Raytheon having, programs that need to be investigated? We're nowhere near, I hate to say it, but we're just nowhere near that point of interest, that point of pushing in terms of the kind of journalistic sector and also in the political sector. There's not enough talk about this. You just said before, when we first got into the conversation, that you started off not really having that feeling, but you're now at the point where you're relatively convinced that there is at least some form of program, whether it's a legacy program of some form that was dealing with or is still dealing with non-human technologies. I mean, why, if you can kind of help us out with that without being well, whilst being careful, why do you feel that way now? What is it that's convinced you over the journey through this subject that you now believe quite firmly that we have these types of programs?
Well, there's obviously what you and I have spoken about before, which is the evidence that I put in my book, people like Nat Kovitz. And then more recently, I've spoken to people who've talked to me about the program. There are people who are now speaking to Congress. They're a bit wary of Arrow, who are coming forward, giving evidence. Now, the reason I can say I'm not 100% sure that it's all true is because I haven't seen these objects. I haven't seen these technologies. But, I mean, something is manifesting itself in our atmosphere. And I just have a hunch that some of it might be terrestrial, some of it might be human. Is somebody testing craft in our airspace? And, you know, using the explanation of UFOs, which is immediately able to be sort of mocked and ridiculed and isolated, is a really good way of shutting down media interest in an issue if you're, say, test flying a surveillance platform. I mean, there's a guy who appeared on my podcast, John Chapman, former British soldier who served in Ukraine, and he and 6 other members of the Special Forces team that he was with behind the lines in Ukraine, they were in Russian lines, looked up in the middle of a battle. They're actually being shelled in the middle of a battle, and they see an object literally just appear in front of them. It's a triangular craft with lights. It appears to just come from nowhere. Now, as a result of that conversation, I've had conversations with other people in Ukraine and also around the world who talk to me about an ISR platform, an intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance platform that is being used by the Americans. The implications of that, if true, are momentous because it suggests that they've got quite advanced technology that we don't yet know about and which almost certainly haven't been disclosed to Congress. So yeah, I mean, I think there is an enormous potential for there to be quite momentous revelations that come out of what Congress is told in the next year or so. But the worry is, what sort of treatment will it get from investigative media? By the way, do you know anybody who wants to fund an investigative TV series with a journo called Ross Coulthart who just might want to actually see some decent journalism on this? The thing that frustrates me is I would love to have parachuted into the Alaskan wilderness and actually had a look to see.
Buddy, I'd be right there with you. I'd be right there.
Yeah, I mean, this is what should be happening. Journos should be literally testing the government on its claims. If there really has been a search, what does the flight data show? I mean, I know military aircraft can turn off their tracking, but you know, we should be FOIing the radar data for that part of Alaska to see whether or not there were search aircraft deployed over the area at the time the US Air Force says. Let's check the story out. I mean, the thing that I find really puzzling is the big lesson from the Iraq War, the tragedy of the Iraq War, is that hundreds of thousands of people have died, mostly civilians, for a war that was done on a false pretext, completely false intelligence. Governments get things wrong all the time. I don't believe it was an active conspiracy. I don't buy into those nonsense conspiracy theories. But I think people deluded themselves. Intelligence services do sometimes get confirmational bias. And if, for example, a legacy program of some kind has been kept secret, if that's true, and if Congress is going to be briefed about that, how do we know the decision-making behind those in power at the time? What motivated those decisions? Why has it been kept secret? Is it just to preserve American military dominance if they can crack these technologies? I mean, the ramifications of this are enormous. They have enormous significance for the human race.
Hey everyone, I'm sorry to interrupt what I imagine is a really interesting conversation.
I just wanted to let you know about Project Unity's new merchandise store, where you can find a selection of clothing from hoodies and t-shirts to hats and even a duffel bag. You can also grab stickers, coffee mugs, and more. It's a great way to help Project Unity grow, and you get some stylish merchandise at the same time. You can also choose to support Project Unity via Patreon for as little as $4 a month, and this will give you access to our private Discord server, which has become a bustling social hub full of researchers and passionate people, a very friendly community, and we would love to see you become a part of it. You can also donate through PayPal if you like, and links to all of these can be found in the description box below. And of course, to help us in our battle against the YouTube algorithm, the best thing you can do is like this video, subscribe to the channel, and hit the notification bell to stay updated. And now, I'll let you get back to that fascinating talk.
Why has it been kept secret? Is it just to preserve American military dominance, if they can crack these technologies? I mean, the ramifications of this are enormous. They have enormous significance for the human race. And I know it's been dismissed as crackpot conspiracy theories for so many years, but you've got too many people now coming forward with evidence asserting that they're aware of crash retrievals. There's been far too many witness reports of crash retrievals. I'm sorry, I just think we're at a stage now, we're at a probative balance where media have to start digging. And the problem is, this is at exactly the time when major mainstream news organizations are being gutted. You know, the first thing to go is investigative journalism. The tragedy is it costs money and it's risky. You get sued. But this is what's needed right now. What is needed is an aggressive dig, a really hard, aggressive dig, well-resourced to get to the bottom of this. And that's, I guess, what I despair. I mean, I've got this statement in front of me from a Major Olivier Galland from NORAD, presumably Canadian-French. And he reported on the Sunday, at the time when the White House the following day was still saying they had no idea what these objects were. He was saying that NORAD already knew for sure what the objects were, yet the public couldn't be told, and still hasn't been told. And you know what? It's almost like the public doesn't care anymore. Let's just get on with the next episode of the Kardashians and ignore the fact that, for whatever reason, there was I just have this gut feeling that there was a disinformation program, that we've been told that these are hobby balloons, and that was the inevitable mockery thing that makes the media drop off it like a hot potato, because who's going to chase up a story about a hobby balloon? But in many ways, if it was a hobby balloon, and if the White House made the decision to shoot it down, that's appalling. That's an absolutely egregious, terrible thing to have done. I'm not an expert on flight tracking, but I'm told that these balloons weren't in any known flight path. They weren't going to hit any commercial aircraft. So if there are hundreds of these objects all the time, why was a decision made by the President of the United States and the Pentagon to bring them down? And why can't we be shown the videos of what they did and what they engaged with? And why have they not been able to find anything? These are the questions that I just think any reasonable person should be asking. In the same way that, for example, when witnesses come forward, like James Fox's fantastic film on the incident of an alleged crash in Brazil. You know, he's got witnesses on the record saying that there was a crash, possibly even a life form that were recovered. Now, when has anyone gone to the Pentagon press room and said, listen, I just want to ask you, did you guys deploy an aircraft on or around this date to retrieve something from this little town in Brazil? And if they try and evade it, come back again and ask the question again. This is the issue. I mean, there was a very early story that I was involved in as a political reporter for the Sydney Morning Herald, and we had a minister who didn't want to say that we'd given a private company a loan, a government loan, to help them build something enormous. And it was controversial because, you know, essentially public money was being used in a way that was controversial. And so the very astute senior political correspondent told me to stand in one corner of the press room, another person from our office in another corner of the press room, and all four of us basically stood in a corner of the press room and dominated the news conference, asking the same question over and over and over again. And it was great theatre, because the minister ducked and weaved and tried to avoid answering the question. And then finally, after about 10 minutes of agonizing evasion, he was forced to admit, I think the words he used, that the company had been given an assured revenue stream. He just couldn't bring himself to say the word loan. And then as a result of that bit of evidence, I got a scoop the following day from somebody who leaked to me from a merchant bank the funding arrangement and the fact that the government was hiding this loan that they'd given to this company in very dubious circumstances. And that's how you break a story. And I mean, I don't honestly think the same newspaper would do that same thing again anymore. You know, it's lost its sense of fun with asking questions. But our role as media is to hold power to account and to test claims. And this is my worry. I think it has a direct relationship with what's going on in the UAP sphere, because I just think so many times we just let them off the hook. I mean, for example, the Sentinel thing, this tic-tac that John Greenwald has reported on an FOI that somebody came to him about. It's on the record now that highly advanced US satellites detected an object in orbit shaped like a tic-tac. Is anyone going to ask for an explanation? And while I'm at it, I've been talking to a guy recently here in Australia who's been going through the original Apollo moon mission films. And, it's the old thing of going back and looking at the evidence. And there are objects shot during the Apollo missions that are inexplicable.
Yeah.
And during some of the shuttle missions. So why haven't people gone to NASA and just basically stood at the NASA press conference and hounded the administrator until he answers the question? Why do we just accept that, oh yes, strange objects seen off space shuttle, strange objects filmed off Apollo moon mission, numerous astronauts saying they'd seen weird things. Why do we not push the issue? Part of the issue is that media are so captive to the source that they're getting their information from.
Well, that's the problem. I don't think they know about those types of videos and those types of cases and those types of testimonies. I mean, these types of things are pretty much the kind of content of a UFO documentary,
and thus easily ridiculed.
Easily ridiculed. So yeah, I mean, they don't have the ability to reference. Well, what about this Apollo mission footage? That's they don't have that in their space of reference. So it's an education issue. It's an ignorance issue. Again, it comes from the stigma. I think one of the antidotes to this, and obviously you must be catching on to that yourself because you and Bryce have developed a fantastic podcast, which I would very much recommend people check out if they haven't done so already. The Need to Know podcast with Bryce Zabel and Ross Coulthart. Fantastic. I mean, you guys just have a great chemistry, and obviously you're both already used to public speaking, so there's a very good kind of presentation and flow to it. But the reason I bring up the podcasting space is because this has become, in many ways, not just with the UFO subject, but with media in general, a bit of an antidote to this very, dusty, refined channel of mainstream reporting. And I think a good case of that, obviously, would be someone like Joe Rogan, who is just incredibly popular. And hopefully at some point we can get Ross on Joe Rogan, because I feel like that would be one hell of a conversation to have. But I
ask you that, how many listeners do you get on average to your podcast?
It depends on it depends on who it is. So you usually draw a bit of a crowd. So I would expect this one to surpass 10K in a couple of days, like 3 or 4 days. And then,
but I mean, there's one of mine with you has gone into the millions from memory, hasn't it?
No, not the millions. That would be amazing. I think the one that's most viewed from you is about 120,000, and then
okay.
Yeah.
Well, so I'm just looking here at the cable news rankings for the 25 to 54-year-old demographic on Tuesday, January the 31st, 2023. And these are the ratings for the top American cable TV networks.
Right.
And so, Tucker Carlson tonight is getting 415,000 viewers.
Is that it?
That's it. And then
Wow.
Anderson Cooper on CNN is getting 136,000.
Oh,
Mate,
yeah.
you're outrating Anderson Cooper.
Well, that's good to
CNN Newsroom, 10 a.m., 121,000. Inside Politics, noon, CNN, 133,000. Frankly,
in fairness, my 120s are blips in the algorithm, but it's nice to have a couple of times where I've been.
I've been quite flattered because I did a doco with Bryce with Channel 7, and we put it up on YouTube.
Yeah.
And that's just been seen by millions.
Oh yeah, that one went.
And my point is that you're right.
Mm-hmm.
What's happening is the media is failing to cover this issue. And so all of these news networks that are sitting here wondering why they've got shit ratings, they might be asking, why are we not covering this issue? Now, in fairness, the guy at the top of the list, whose politics I may not necessarily agree with,
He's been covering it.
No, it's interesting. It is interesting that the guy at the top of the list of cable news networks in America and that 25 to 54-year-old demographic is the guy who covers UFOs.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that's important.
I do think,
and I think, and it really strikes me that when you actually look around at some of the great content that's being done, I mean, Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp's Weaponized, and is it Mystery Wire, George's website?
Yeah, Mystery Wire.
Your Project Unity. Some of these shows are doing better than the circulation of an average daily newspaper. I mean, some daily newspapers in Australia are down well below 100,000 readers.
Right.
And you might notice they use readers these days. They're not talking about people who actually buy the paper.
No.
Very few people buy the paper anymore.
Yeah.
And at the heart of this, frankly, is what that leads to is those organisations have to lay off staff because they can't fund the kind of journalism they want to do. I mean, when I first started in newspapers regularly sold hundreds of thousands of copies every day, sold, and they were read by millions. Now they're dummying up dodgy numbers on their online audiences and tweaking here and tweaking there to make it look as good as possible. But they've all been caught short because they didn't realise that the internet was going to overtake them. And I can remember news bosses in network television years ago saying to me, Roscoe, don't worry about the bloody internet. The internet's we'll see it off. It's not an issue, mate. If network television's here to stay, rivers of gold advertising are here to stay, and they're not. And what's interesting is that at the time when probably the story of the moment that you and I agree is the biggest story of the moment, UAPs, this incredible mystery, ought properly to be being investigated, the media has never been weaker than it is now.
Yeah.
It's really interesting.
Yeah. But this is, Cool.
I apologize, I interrupted.
No. Go ahead. Finish your thought.
No, I was just reinforcing because I had no idea. I always thought that American TV programs rated hugely in the millions. But, the lead with Jake Tapper, it's 80,000 viewers.
Right. And in comparison, Joe Rogan gets something like 11 to 13 million.
And that's it. And that's what I love about Joe Rogan. I may not necessarily agree with all his guests, but boy, why are millions of people gravitating to podcasts like yours and mine and Joe Rogan in particular? They're doing it because of a deep dissatisfaction that they're not getting the news, the information, the stories that they want from mainstream legacy media.
Right.
And you've got these...
You see the response from mainstream media that Joe Rogan is an alt-right conspiracy platform that, spreads misinformation. And yet you have the majority of people in the viewership of news demographic tuning into Joe Rogan. And like you said and pointed out through the metrics you kindly printed out on a piece of paper, these people are doing shit in terms of their ratings. And so it's just kind of evident that actually most people don't agree with you that these people are channeling misinformation and would actually rather listen to them. And I think another thing real quick is that you have these long form podcasts. You can't misinterpret a 3-hour conversation, but you can misinterpret little sound bites that you put on CNN or on Fox News. And I think that's another issue.
Absolutely.
It's the spin factor that people are just fed up with it.
Yeah. It's funny. I'm a huge fan of Kurt Jaimungal, who, as you know, is
he's great. He's great.
I think he's a trained physicist, and he just asks such good questions. And he's got this manner that, I'm an interviewer myself, but the thing I love about Kurt is he's a bit like you. He dangles you on the hook, and before you know where you are, you're telling him things you didn't really mean to. And I'm so looking forward to watching his interview with Leslie Kane, and I'm also looking forward to the Eric Weinstein interview, which I'm told is an absolute cracker, which runs for 4 hours. And I mean, you don't get 4-hour interviews on network television. You're never going to get that.
No. And
this is the thing. And this is the thing, Jay. Sorry, I'm on a rant now.
No, go ahead.
We're at a point. I have this argument with editors of news organizations who say to me that people really can't think much beyond the length of the average crap, and that essentially people don't want detail. They don't want information. And that's why we dumb down with newspapers like USA Today that have 4-paragraph news stories or 12-paragraph news stories. Everything's got to be condensed, and we've got to have news bites. Here we are, though. We have this phenomenon online where the most popular vodcast in the world is a guy who does interviews with people for hours and hours and hours. And you can try and marginalize them all you like, but by golly, they're great interviews. He gets some fantastic stuff out of them. And if the media actually started listening to them, they might actually learn something, and they might actually start generating some news stories. That's the issue for me, is that, it's all very well them talking about, for example, the circulating of QAnon nonsense and stuff like that. If any group did more to circulate QAnon nonsense, it was the sections of the mainstream media in the United States that were quite reckless in the way that they reported certain things during the period after the 6th January insurgency. And that's coming out now. But the fact is, we have amazing work being done by people online, and the audience is responding. That's what I'm excited about.
Yeah.
And, the thing that this is the big difference, I suppose, now for the people who tried to control the narrative back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s.
Yeah. It's a different dynamic now. It's a different dynamic.
They're not going to, Jay Anderson's not going to listen to some Navy general coming in and telling him, Jay, you're not allowed to tell that story, son. Do a different story, son. And here's a nice story that you can tell. Says nice things about us.
Not going to happen, mate.
and this is interesting because, you're not a trained journalist, but you're asking great questions. And this is the thing that I find is being lost in all of this, is that, and I know I'm a scratchy record on this, but we are just being very, very badly served, at a time when astonishing admissions have been made on the public record by numerous public officials. Like, when a certain CIA director said that he had a Navy friend whose jet fighter stopped mid-air.
Yeah, that was Woolsey, wasn't it? Was that Woolsey?
It was Woolsey.
Yeah.
Why the hell didn't people go to Woolsey and basically say, mate, did you really mean stopped, as in engines firing, not moving? What do you mean? I just, this time and time again, public officials have actually dropped clangers. Like, has Barack Obama, as I hear he has, been briefed about the UAP issue since he stopped being president? Look at the narrative from the White House in 2011 when they issued a press release under Barack Obama, basically asserting a complete lack of interest in UAPs, denying any knowledge of UAPs on the planet or any engagement with UAPs. And then look at what Obama has said more recently, presumably since he was briefed. That's what I find fascinating. And people should be chasing down those burrows. And what's more, it's fun. I mean, it's fun. This is a really interesting story. Because we know how the funnest stories, the ones that are the most fun in journalism, are the ones where you know somebody's concealing something and you know parts of the answer. And so you can basically use the power of the media to basically start embarrassing those officials into revealing a little bit more. And that's almost what happened with the Chinese balloon incident. That's why it was important, because it showed how when the media start ganging up, the White House press secretary, the national security advisor, go into a panic, and they go to the president and say, look, we really have to say something. I'm really sorry, Mr. President. We can't ignore this. We've got to make a statement. We've got to do something. We have to be seen to be doing something on this. And the positive that came out of that is extra resourcing for ARO and an increased focus by the members of the Congress, Senate, both representatives of both sides, that they're really now focused on these unidentified objects coming into American airspace. But the problem is the media, as soon as they were told they were probably hoppy balloons, they went, yeah, that's probably the most plausible explanation. We really shouldn't push this issue anymore because we might get laughed at. This is a phenomenon that, as you know, has been around for thousands of years.
So much.
And I mean, it's absurd.
It's
utterly absurd.
It's absurd. Did you check out the interview with Eric Weinstein on Joe Rogan recently? Did you watch it?
Mate, it's such a long interview. I had it on my iPad, and I loved listening to it. And there were moments where it's funny. I like Eric Weinstein because he's like a dog on a bone, and it's interesting. I'd love to know a lot more about the circumstances of his work with Peter Thiel from Palantir, because he's been, until very recently, he's been the managing director of Thiel Capital. And it's interesting because Weinstein's been taking a very prominent position in aggressively asking questions. I know he's been briefed by a lot of the people who've come public, people like Lou Elizondo. I know he's had one-on-ones with these people and been told certain things. He talked, one of the things I'm really keen to listen to in the interview, I haven't got to it yet, is when he talks about how he and Sam Harris were told that they were going to be taken to a location in Colorado, presumably Cheyenne Mountain or some U.S. Air Force facility, and shown something that would be momentous. And, you know, I've actually tweeted about it because I've heard Sam Harris say something similar about a year ago. And again, I mean, the fact that a highly respected, I think he's a mathematician, physicist, Eric Weinstein, is making statements like that clearly somebody from the US government was contemplating giving him and one of America's most prominent philosophers a briefing about, presumably, a non-human intelligence of some kind, or perhaps retrieve material. Why is there such a lack of curiosity by the rest of the media? I mean, are they not listening to interviews like that? That's my issue. I mean, there's been some momentous admissions made by different people. Eric Davis, for example, one of my favorite characters, has made repeated assertions that he's aware of a crash retrieval program, recovered craft. And I know he's given evidence to Congress.
Yeah, I mean, he was brought up as well by Eric Weinstein during the conversation. And also, obviously, you mentioned Sam Harris and Eric discussing this, interesting individual that reached out to them and was giving them all of this kind of information, or at least promising to provide information. But Eric seemed to feel like he was being given the runaround, and you and I have shared a few contacts over the years, but one of them always confounded us in regards to their true background and their intention. And this is the individual that went by the name Holden, who, also later got in touch with, and I believe is actually still in touch with, the forensic geologist and Travel Channel presenter Scott Walter. And then I hear about, Eric Weinstein's interactions with an individual who was making a lot of promises and bold statements, but never really seemed to come through with anything, and would always have some sort of excuse for not being able to provide what they previously promised. And even though it's probably not the same person, it just made me think back to Holden, who was, incredibly intelligent, but we could never really figure out if he was being deceiving or not. Have you actually had more experiences like this from people claiming insider backgrounds? I've been get inundated. How do you navigate it as a journalist?
It's hard. I'm dealing with one at the moment who, I don't want to go into specifics, but they claim knowledge of certain things, and the thing that infuriates me is that when I go into what I would normally regard as just basic questioning, times, dates, places, people involved, I'm trying to find holes in the story, and he knows I am. And what happens is they go vague, and that's often a sign that there's something not quite right. And then I've been back checking this person, and good people have vouched for them and said that he's got bona fides, he's for real. And they suggested to me that the reason he's going vague is because partly I'm a foreigner, I'm a non-American, and maybe he's cautious about admitting things that are national security sensitive to even a friendly power like Australia, a citizen of that country. There's a constant weighing to go. And it's why I'm never 100% sure when people talk to me and say that, and I've had multiple people now tell me that they're aware of the program or they've had peripheral involvement with the program. Nat Kobitz introduced me to a number of them, and I don't know what to make of it. I still think that there's a possibility that we're all being had, that the whole thing might just be an American effort to try and encourage the Chinese and the Russians into a belief that just perhaps they have technologies that mean that those potential enemies shouldn't screw with them. It's a good thing, disinformation. It was how Winston Churchill won the war. Basically, if you're weak, then you want your enemy to think that you're strong. And maybe it's disinformation. Maybe this whole thing is just clever disinformation. I doubt it.
Well, this is kind of where Eric Weinstein seems to be doing this with his needle, where he's like, there's something here, but I also feel like there's a psyop. It feels like there's disinfo. And one thing that kind of messed with him, at least that's what it seemed to feel like when he was talking on Joe Rogan, was when he said that when he was speaking with Eric Davis, he'd met up with Eric Davis, and he basically said to Eric, like, where are the physicists? Where are all the people? Where are the people? And Eric Davis said to him, well, it's me, you, and Hal that are basically on this. And then Weinstein says to Joe Rogan, like, Joe, I'm not even on this. So they're saying that there's just us three there. So what do you make of a comment like that from Eric Davis?
I thought that was slightly naive of Eric, to be honest, at risk of incurring Eric's ire. I know for a fact that there are physicists who are engaged in work for the US government that might be capable of being perceived as some kind of legacy program attempting to back engineer materials, objects. I think Eric's point was quite legitimate, is that if you'd gone back at the time of the Manhattan Project and looked at where are all the key physicists and key engineers working right now, where have they all gone? If the Nazis had really done their homework and actually had a close look at all of the people that were involved in the kind of physics that allows you to build a nuclear bomb or an atomic bomb, they could have probably figured it out a bit earlier. And the interesting thing is, if you look, there are people, and I've done it, there are papers that have written, and then all of a sudden people disappear. One of the great examples is Ning Li, the Chinese physicist who sadly has passed away a couple of years ago, but she made extraordinary claims that she'd developed an anti-gravitic effect with some technology that she'd developed, and then all of a sudden she quite literally disappeared.
Yep.
And I found her in Huntsville, Alabama. She was living in Huntsville, Alabama when I was researching my book, and sadly it turns out she wasn't well. But why was she in Huntsville, Alabama? Well, Huntsville, Alabama just happens to be where there is a confluence of some of America's top scientists involved in spacecraft research. Interesting there. I mean, and a lot of people have asked questions about Ning Li, but I don't buy the line that there isn't a trail. There are people involved in high level areas of physics who've just disappeared off the grid. And, some of them are Australian. One of the best bits of success that I had was in following a trail I got told about by somebody from our government, that I should follow the trail of a certain Australian who disappeared into the American defence intelligence areas. And same with your Brett as well.
Are you able to say the name of that individual?
No, I could not possibly do that. No.
Oh,
but and also the work of organisations like Jay, British Aerospace. So I say that again. Sorry, British Aerospace. I don't know why that just occurred to me.
Yeah, British
Aerospace. I'll tell you, British Aerospace. If I was an investigative journalist, I would be taking a very close look at BAE.
BAE was one of the ones that was talking about creating lab-grown drones through some form of weird chemicalized electrolysis process where they would just form a drone through electrified matter and it would just grow in a lab in a vat.
They were also, they're really formerly a British company. I mean, they're now primarily an American aerospace company, and it's who they've taken over that's significant.
Okay,
that's where I'm.
Give us the scoop, Ross.
Oh, I can't give you the scoop. I don't have it yet. But no, I think the one area that I'm trained in is in corporate law. I follow company registration trails, and there's a lot in journalism on public databases if you know how to look. And I'm fascinated that. God, if I just had the resources of a New York Times investigative team to go down some of these burrows, and a dedicated editor who said, yeah, you're off the leash. Go, boy. That's what's needed right now. Because it's only going to take one editor, one Ben Bradley. He's the guy who let Woodward and Bernstein off the leash. He's also the guy, by the way, who allowed the publication of the Pentagon Papers. A brave editor is what's needed. Somebody who's prepared to go, I don't know if there's a story behind this for sure, but I've just got there's a stink about this. It's only going to take one major media organisation to go, you know what? There's enough here. Let's chase down the members of the senior review group. Let's chase down the members of the Special Access Program Oversight Committee. Let's ask them individually, one by one, to deny that there's a legacy program. Let's go back through the, and then, if they do lie and it subsequently comes out in Congress, let's excoriate them and hold them up for the liars that they were. This is what they're worried about. These people are guarding their reputations. If there's been illegalities, if there's been an illegal program operating without oversight, without the control of the Congress, it's absolutely outrageous. But there's groundwork now that could be done, where questions could be being asked, because we may, Jay, be on the threshold of momentous revelations. Mm-hmm. I suspect they'll leak more than be officially released. I just hope and pray that good people in the Congress recognise that if a decision is made to suppress this, we have a right to know. The world has a right to know, not just the American people. And because, if they are sitting on technologies and energy systems, if that's true, it's just outrageous. A large part of the horrible conflict in Ukraine is essentially over energy. Most conflicts, the Iraq War, energy. It's sad, but what if there was a technology that made all of that irrelevant? Wouldn't that be pretty cool? Wouldn't that be a story? Why doesn't it take it would only take one editor to go to deploy an investigative team, and I've been part of those investigative teams. And I can tell you, when you're on the receiving end of the kind of questioning that we do, officials get scared, because you saw a taste of it with the Chinese balloon incident. What was important about that incident is that people got the chance to see how a government reacts when it's under pressure. And it wasn't much pressure at all. You just had every cable news service, every news bulletin saying the president should come out and make a statement. What the hell? There's stuff coming into our airspace. There are objects in our airspace. We don't know what they are. That's outrageous. Mr. President, you need to come out and say something. And as a result of that, we've had an enormous number of concessions, legislative changes, improvements to funding, just because of that overreaction. Imagine if the media started asking questions. I mean, imagine if just one of our mainstream newspapers in the legacy media just started doing basic, proactive investigative journalism and got out there and started rattling the cage and said, come on, let's get to the truth of this. We've had so many public officials now say there is a crash retrieval program, there is a legacy back engineering program. This is all nonsense, I'm sure, but let's get to the bottom of it. Let's go and ask these people.
Well, I mean, they don't even need to try that hard in terms of the groundwork. People like yourself, myself, other researchers have already laid down the groundwork for these journalists. I mean, all you have to do, any journalist who might be listening, who might be interested in probing into something like the Special Access Oversight Committee and the Senior Review Group. I did a video with an anonymous dude called Mr. X. But you look at the content of that and we spell out quite plainly who was involved, who were the names in the very important Admiral Wilson documents that were discovered at the estate of Edgar Mitchell, an Apollo astronaut, about a conversation with a PhD astrophysicist and a former director of the DIA about retrievals and crash engineering programs. And we broke down that story to the point at which the New York Times was interested at one point. And Leslie Kean and Ralph Blumenthal were very interested in doing a story on the Admiral Wilson leaks. And it seems that the editorial process was the part in the channel into getting that published that prevented the story from actually getting out. And the Admiral Wilson leaks are extremely important. They've been put into the congressional record now. And there's enough information out there. It's already been done. The work's already been done by other people who aren't even journalists, who are just podcasters and researchers on YouTube. This should be a message to people who are actually crafting careers in journalism. When you're being scooped by a 28-year-old in the UK who doesn't know anything about journalism, you really need to start reassessing how you're going about your craft.
Let me tell you a story, Jay. This has got nothing to do with UAPs, but it's a story I often tell younger investigative journalists or people aspiring to do investigative journalism. Years and years ago, probably about 30 years ago, there was a guy called Oscar Guerrero who walked into the Sydney Morning Herald with a photograph, and he showed it to a senior journalist who I won't name out of avoiding embarrassment. And he said, this is a photograph of the Israeli nuclear processing Dimona reactor where they're building nuclear bombs. And the Herald editor thought, this guy's a loony, and he basically showed him out of the building. About 5 weeks later, the guy from whom Oscar had got that photograph, a guy called Mordecai Vanunu, left Australia. He'd been painting a fence at St. Stephen's Anglican Church on Darlinghurst Road near King's Cross in the middle of Sydney with Oscar Guerrero, and he told him that he was an Israeli who'd worked at the secret nuclear base where the Israelis were building nuclear bombs. And Oscar was a bit of an operator, and he said, look, I'll go on your behalf and I'll see if we can get somebody interested from the media in this story. And because it was Oscar, nobody took him seriously, and they showed him out of the building. Anyway, Mordecai Vanunu then goes to England, and he walks into the offices of, sadly, the newspaper owned by Robert Maxwell, who turns out to have been a spy for Mossad, Israeli intelligence. And so the moment that he shows Robert Maxwell the image of the Dimona nuclear reactor, the Israelis know then that their nuclear weapons program is compromised by Mordecai Vanunu. And so they organize a snatch. And the only reason that the story of the Israeli nuclear weapons program ever became public was because, just as a backup, Mordecai Vanunu walked across the road to the London Sunday Times, one of the world's greatest newspapers, and showed the same photographs to a journalist who had the presence of mind just to send the photograph to a friend of his in Oxford who knew a little bit about building nuclear bombs. And within an hour or two, the Sunday Times of London had the world's biggest scoop of the day, which was that the Israelis had the nuclear bomb. And Mordecai Vanunu, of course, went to Italy. He was snatched by Israeli intelligence and put in jail for many, many years. But I often tell that story because you get weirdos coming into newsrooms who offer you stories. And often they present as complete Walter Mitties. I always listen to them, because who would have thought that the guy painting a fence with a South American opportunist who decided to make some fun out of the photograph with the Sydney Morning Herald, who would have thought that he was sitting on one of the biggest stories of the moment, and that he was compelled, because he couldn't get anybody in the Australian media to follow it, to take it overseas, and had sadly showed it to the wrong newspaper first. That's what I find fascinating, is that every now and then there are momentous stories right under our noses. And if you don't look, you don't find. And the best journalism is when you actually just take the time to look.
Good afternoon, good morning. How are you, sir?
Yeah, good evening to you, Ross, and a good morning to me. I'm doing all right, mate. I'm wide-eyed. I've had 2 coffees already, so I'm...
I'm sorry to get you out of bed early. I know you're a late riser.
Don't
late
apologize
night guy,
for anything, Ross. I'm always happy to jump on with you, but it is true that I am a notoriously late sleeper and not that much of an early riser. But no, I'm good, man. I woke up at like 8 o'clock and slapped myself awake and got some coffee down me. So I'm sorry about the wait. I didn't realize you were in the lobby.
No, it's fine. I don't know what was going on. I just came on the new Zoom link, and it worked a lot better.
To kick this off, I met up with a friend recently who'd never been to Nottingham, so I took him to this great pub called Ye Old Trip to Jerusalem. It's the oldest pub in England, apparently. Brilliant place for a drink. And we were sitting out in the beer garden, and we'd been there for hours. And he was very interested in this subject, so we were talking back and forth about all of the different things that we're interested in regards to the coverage and the disclosure and what the government's doing. And then just as we were about to leave, these 2 guys next to us are like, What are you 2 talking about? What are you on about? We've just been listening quietly, and so we sat down again, and they bought us another pint, and we were like, right, start talking. Gave them the whole kind of spiel that I'm used to, and saying, in 2017, the New York Times and all of this. They'd never heard any of it. Didn't know about David Grusch. Never heard of Lou Elizondo.
Yeah.
Nobody. And it's funny because even though I'm kind of used to it now, it still shocks me when someone hasn't even heard a lick, not even a single lick. And what is with that, Ross? Why is this getting such little coverage?
My friend, I do not know. I mean, I'm not a believer in conspiracy theories. I think it's just the residual stigma. It really is just the stigma of years and years of taboos touching this subject. It's amazing. I mean, you really would have thought that to have not only David Grusch coming out and saying what he's saying, okay, you can immediately say about him, okay, he's no first-person witness. But even then, the thing about David Grusch is that for people who actually bother to do the homework and understand the significance of him getting to Congress in the first place, he's gone through the process of the intelligence community inspector general reviewing his evidence before it was referred to Congress. And so that's why it matters, because the ICIG, who's very highly cleared, can supposedly look at any of the multiplicity of different US intelligence agencies. That ICIG has done an exhaustive investigation.
And that's the Intelligence Community Inspector General, right? For those who don't know what that means.
Yeah. And so with Grusch, he went to the Inspector General and basically said, I have been hindered in my ability to properly investigate allegations that there is a concealed UAP crash retrieval program. And oh God, as soon as you say this, you immediately get a plethora of people on social media who say, yes, but David Grusch's reprisal complaint was only about the reprisals that he faced. It wasn't about the allegations of the veracity of whether or not there is a crash retrieval program or reverse engineering program. And I've double-checked this. It was. And so what the Inspector General did, and it's sitting in the files of the ICIG right now, was not only call Grusch, where Grusch gave the ICIG the names of people running the program, the locations of where the program is being run, the secret facilities, the code names used to conceal the program within waived, unacknowledged, illegally concealed, probably criminally concealed special access programs. And then the really important point, the point that frankly so many people keep on missing, is that the Inspector General then went on and called witnesses. And so they actually did their own proactive investigation. And so a lot of people have had a go at me in the last few weeks since I said that the ICIG's investigations largely being ignored and that I'm pessimistic that Congress is going to do any kind of serious investigation. And what they've said, and it's been misinterpreted by one scallywag to suggest that I've got doubts about the evidence. And the hilarious thing is I actually have no doubts about the evidence. I'm very strong. I've never had, as a journalist before, so many people telling me solid things that make me feel that there really is something to this. Corroborative witnesses. And the unique thing for me with Grusch was that before I met David Grusch, I've never told you this. I basically have, when I told you about Nat Kobitz, the former Director of Research and Development for the US Navy, I held back on the fact that Nat introduced me to people who were in the legacy program, people who were essentially allegedly still working, according to their account, inside the program. And these people told me that it's real. And more importantly, they started talking to me about a person called David Grusch, who was from the UAP task force and who was aggressively, proactively investigating this issue. And eventually I got into touch with David Grusch, and it was amazing because, I mean, I've never confirmed this with him directly, but I suspect some of the same people that he came across, I've come across. And there are good people who purport, and I say this is still an allegation, it's still to be verified. Yes, the evidence still needs to be tested, but there are people who purport that they have direct knowledge of retrieved non-human technology and crash retrievals. And the only question in my mind, my friend, is whether the Congress is actually going to do something about it. Is it really going to make the effort that we all hope it will, sticking their necks out? Will senators and representatives take the risk? And I was a bit pessimistic a couple of weeks ago, and I did an interview with Theories of Everything, Kurt Jaimangal, and I basically said, look, I am very, very pessimistic. And then Senator Marco Rubio came out, and let's give this guy a gold star, whatever you think of his politics.
Yeah.
Wow. He basically said it like it is. And the thing that is absolutely essential for people to understand, and again, it seems to be being lost on the scallywags who are determined to pull David Grusch down before he gets a chance to actually finally give his evidence. The scallywags asserted, there's no evidence. And here's Senator Marco Rubio saying, well, actually, funny you should say that. We have first-hand evidence from direct witnesses who are saying things that corroborate aspects of the crash retrieval reverse engineering program. And we want this investigated. We want this rigorously investigated by the Congress. And that's what's so exciting at the moment, is we've had this turning point where not only Marco Rubio, but Senator Gillibrand on the other side of politics. And then in the House, you've got Mike Gallagher and also Tim Burchett. And you've got other people basically coming forward and saying, yep, we want investigations. And at the moment, I think you've got the House Armed Services Committee, the Oversight Committee, the Senate Select Committee for Intelligence. There's some pretty heavy-duty committees. The only one that's glaringly absent is the House Permanent Select Committee for Intelligence, which I think is presided over by a guy called Turner. And I think people should look at his constituency to understand why he might be a bit restrained.
Oh, go on then. What's that?
He's largely beholden, I think, to the intelligence and defense community.
Right.
You know, one of the problems, the realities for representatives is that they are very constrained in what they can do and what they can say in the Congress by who pays their campaign donations. You know, it's a grim reality.
And the military-industrial complex are some powerful lobbyists.
Absolutely, yeah. No, I think we're up against. If, and again, I preface this by saying, if these allegations made by David Grusch are true, all he wants is for the opportunity for them to be tested. And the really interesting thing is, you know, we're now well over a month since David Grusch went public with his allegations. Where's the Defense Department? Right. Has it made any comment at all about Mr. Grusch's credibility as a witness? Not a jot.
Nope.
And it's funny because I'm waiting for some kind of denigratory attack to be launched against him, and so is he, because that's how these people operate. You know, they try and find an attack point and they criticize. And I haven't seen it yet. Waiting for it to happen. But the interesting thing is what he wants is to be tested. And as I've said repeatedly, he's given evidence under oath, Jay.
Yeah.
No, he's actually perjured himself if he's lied. So he knows if he's lied, he's going to jail. And believe me, the politics is pretty strong in the Congress. So, you know, if he has lied, if it can be demonstrated he's intentionally lied to a congressional committee, then I'm sure that will be an issue. But I'm waiting for that to happen. And the interesting thing is, because I know from other corroborative sources, as well as the sources that Leslie Kane and Ralph Blumenthal cited in their story, there's some pretty solid evidence backing what Mr. Grusch is saying. And what are people frightened of? If the Defense Department has nothing to hide, it's got nothing to fear. Bring it on. Allow him to testify. Let's put it before a Senate committee or a congressional committee and give him the security clearance. And this is really important. Give him the waiver on his security clearances to allow him to speak about what he knows. And I think people will be very interested. But when the bleaters say, oh, there is no evidence, you know, David Grusch is only repeating hearsay.
Yeah.
They don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
You know, on the one hand, the Inspector General has asserted to the Congress, in order to forward it to the Congress, he has made the finding based on his own independent investigations that Mr. Grusch's allegations are credible and urgent. And, you know, I think there's a whole series of reasons why, you know, we're a very interesting moment in history right now where we're waiting to see what happens next. You know, will these oversight committees in the Congress, will they allow witnesses to come forward and give evidence?
So are you feeling a little bit more optimistic than you were a few weeks ago?
I am, because I've got a heads up that, look, one of my sources actually told me today. I'll read you what they said. When I asked them, I said, you know, what's going on? Give me some reason for optimism. And they said, please let folks know the Congress is doing everything we can to increase transparency. As we learn things with confidence, we're trying to convey it. and making a conscious and controversial decision to do it publicly. We have an entire classified annex of guidance that no one ever sees. If we weren't pushing to make the public aware, the language would be there. These incredibly highly classified issues don't easily lend themselves to detailed disclosure. But I'm confident now that members are committed to doing everything they can. And another source said, they gave me a heads up, that the Senate Armed Services Committee is sponsoring exactly the same language. So it's not just House committees now. It's not just the House Armed Services Committee and the House Oversight Committee. It's now going to be, apparently in mid-next week, the Senate Armed Services Committee will be sponsoring the exact same language, pushing for UAP transparency, you know, the Gallagher-sponsored amendment on the House side. So you'll have 3 committees publicly concerned about industry involvement in crash retrieval. That's historical and groundbreaking. You've got the most powerful authorization committees in Congress, minus the HPSI, the House Permanent Select Committee for Intelligence, sponsoring the exact same language. The SSCI, that's the Senate Select Committee for Intelligence, the Senate Armed Services Committee, and the House Armed Services Committee. And I guess another one that we should possibly name is the Oversight Committee if Tim Burchett gets his go with them. And what he's talking about is, in part, the amendment that Mr. Gallagher has put up, which is essentially saying no funds authorised to be appropriated by the National Defence Authorisation Act for fiscal year 24 may be obligated or expended directly or indirectly, in part or in whole, to conduct or support any activity relating to unidentified anomalous phenomena that is controlled under a classified program that has not been formally, officially, explicitly, and specifically described, explained, and justified to the appropriate congressional committees, congressional leadership. It's pretty amazing, this stuff. And I mean, I've forgotten where it is, but, you know, Douglas Dean Johnson's written it up the best, where he writes about how the new Senate intelligence bill that Kirsten Gallagher is pushing, it gives holders of non-Earth origin or exotic UAP material 6 months to make it available to the all-domain anomaly resolution office.
Yeah, but Ross, doesn't that just give them 6 months or more to hide their shit?
Okay. People are going to question what I'm about to say. What if some of that shit is so big it can't be moved?
Is that what you're saying, Ross? Is that what you've been told?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
How big is big?
Big. So big, they built a building over it in a country outside of the United States of America. I know that sounds preposterous, and I know, oh my God, you can just hear them now, the bleating debunkers. Let's see this investigated. Let's just see what happens. Let's test these allegations before the Congress. It's very, very easy for people to go, oh, there's no evidence. Oh, my goodness me. Let's just go away and ignore it. Let's test it. We haven't even got there yet. You know, there's a whole cadre of supposed experts on social media who are saying it can't be, therefore it isn't. And that's been the default for so many years. It can't be, therefore it isn't. Imagine if what Mr. Grusch is saying is true. Think about the implications of that. And imagine if, as I've just intimated to you, some of these objects are not capable of being moved because they're too bloody big.
I mean, that's pretty astonishing. Have you said that before?
No, you're the first. See, I always save something for you, Jay.
Always save me a little something. No, seriously though, Ross, that's nuts. So you were told by someone, a trusted source, I imagine, that
multiple
yeah. That there is.
And the thing that amuses me is there is now, I have noticed, emerging on social media a plethora of tweet bots that I've never seen before. And they're running this constant line, this constant nagging line. Oh, where's the evidence? And you know what? I don't give a fuck what they say, because what they say is irrelevant. Because if we can get those questions asked in the Congress, this is the moment. We actually have a unique moment in history where these moments come possibly once every 50, 60 years. The last one we had was, I think, sometime in the 1960s. And this is the next one. And we have an opportunity to actually get questions asked if congressional representatives and senators show some steel. And, we're not there yet. I actually suspect it might take a bit longer than the next few weeks. I know a lot of people are placing their hopes in the hearings that are coming up before the various committees that are looking at this issue. But I suspect it might take a bit longer. I suspect that we might need, for example, the Senate Select Committee for Intelligence to actually start winding up. Because at the moment, there's no notification from anybody on the SSCI that there's going to be oversight in public hearings. And frankly, I'm told that one of the problems for these other committees in the House is, one, they don't know a lot. They're only playing catch up now. A lot of the work's been done in the Senate, and a lot of the work's been done privately in the Senate without the presence of the senators. And it's only now in the last few weeks that people like Senator Marco Rubio have actually started reading the transcripts of the evidence that people like David Grusch gave. And that's why there's been this change. And mark my words, you're going to see more senators and more representatives jumping on the stage, because this is now becoming a political issue. Because as they read those transcripts, classified as they are, they're becoming aware that there are very serious people, as even Senator Rubio said, very senior people inside the government with very high security clearances saying quite extraordinary things. And that's what's happening right now. So I think people are just going to have to give it a bit of time. They're going to have to wait and see what happens. I still think I do still think, I'm cautiously pessimistic by nature, because I've seen how governments obfuscate, mislead, and cover up. And so I wouldn't be surprised at all if they were able to engineer a cover up here. But it's getting very, very hard, because whilst the mainstream media is still pretty dopey and not engaged, you cannot ignore the formidable power of social media.
No.
Which, in terms of power, in terms of numbers, sheer numbers, is much more attractive to politicians than legacy newspapers and legacy TV networks. A major newspaper, even in America these days, might get, 400,000 or 500,000 readers. A TV network, if it's lucky, might get 400,000 or 500,000 viewers. But a social media tweet, a person posting on Facebook, a video on YouTube, you can get millions of people engaging with that. And what I detect is there's a groundswell happening right now. One of the reasons I'm so tired is because my inbox is just exploding with people who are pleading with me. They're pleading with me to investigate stuff. And I don't have the resources, frankly. I'd love to be able to. I'd love for a TV network to actually find the guts to actually start funding serious investigative journalism into the phenomenon. But there's such a lack of engagement, and I'm not sure what's going to happen. I do think, though, that the legislation that's already in power, already enacted, but particularly the legislation that both Senator Gillibrand and Representative Gallagher have put, is just extraordinary. It's pretty amazing. Where on earth would you ever, in the period since 2017, I would have thought it was unthinkable for a piece of legislation, even a proposed amendment, to have a reference to non-Earth tech or exotic UAP material. It's amazing. It's incredible. And the reason why they're doing this, Jay, is because they know something. Because if people just listened, as Senator Rubio said in the interview that he did with News Nation, he actually admitted that there's been evidence given secretly by witnesses for 2 years. This has been going on for 2 years.
I know, and I think the skeptics use that as ammunition by saying, "Oh, 2 years, and they still haven't managed to come up with anything. So I guess there's not really all that much to it, is there?"
I don't understand that argument. What's their point?
I think the point that they're putting forward is that this whole thing's basically just been bolstered by a couple of fanatical people in the government who believe in UFOs, and they've convinced senators and congressmen to change legislation to reflect that. That's at least the interpretation I'm seeing from a lot of the hardcore skeptics, is that, these people are just being influenced by these these radical believers within government.
It's really funny. I actually think it's time to engage with people who call themselves skeptics, but who in fact do not behave with objective rigor.
Absolutely.
I'm not going to name them, but basically there are a number of people who purport to be skeptics, i.e., people doing what we should all be doing, which is weighing the scientific evidence, looking at the evidence and making an assessment. In this case, it's entirely appropriate to be skeptical about what Mr. Grusch is saying. I completely agree. Absolutely. But you also need to temper that skepticism with the fact that politically, it would not have got the weight of the support that it's got now from people on both sides of the House. Democrats and Republicans are now saying they want an investigation into the allegations that there are retrieved craft, retrieved non-Earth tech. It's amazing. And when I first started out researching this about 5 years ago, if anybody had told me that the Congress would ever even be putting in a draft amendment proposed legislation like that, I would have laughed. And I think we have to remind ourselves how far we've come, because we've come an enormous way.
Oh, I absolutely agree, Ross. I mean, I've basically been in the field for about the same amount of time as you, and you've been charging through this subject over the years. I mean, my God, absorbing information, talking to extremely sensitive sources. You've had a level of access and insight that very few people have managed to obtain. And I'd love to know just how it's impacted you on a personal level. I mean, how do you look at the world? How do you look at the world?
I'm actually very optimistic, because if what people like David Grusch is saying is true, we have huge reasons to be incredibly positive about the future of this planet. Because, one of the great issues that we're confronting at the moment is the appalling effect of fossil fuels, not just on our climate, but also on the political situation. I mean, we've had so many wars around and in and around the Middle East. Imagine if we could just pull up the rug and leave them all to shoot at each other and, ignore them for the rest of our lives, because we don't have to have their oil anymore. Imagine if all of a sudden the Middle East stopped being relevant. Now, I know there'd be a lot of fuel companies, oil companies that would be very worried about that, and that might be one of the reasons why this is being allegedly suppressed. The simple fact is that there's so much reason to be positive, because, I mean, let's work back through it. We know, because even the Pentagon is now begrudgingly admitting it, that there is a phenomenon, an apparent, some people say, technology, which is manifesting itself in the form of apparent craft, which is doing apparently impossible things. The 5 observables, instantaneous velocity and sort of instantaneous maneuvers, incredible speeds, transmedium travel, stealth, and the big one of all, of course, is anti-gravity or positive lift. I mean, whatever these are, they're manifesting a capacity to propel themselves, not using the technologies that we apparently use, propellers or rockets or some kind of thrust that essentially pushes back.
Whatever it is, it's a technology beyond our ken. And it's there. It's real. And the interesting thing is, if we do have these craft, if what Mr. Grusch and others are alleging is true, that's technology that could be harnessed for the benefit of all humankind. And the thing that I find disturbing is the allegation is often made, not just by Mr. Grusch to me, but by others, that this technology is being improperly withheld. It's being kept from the knowledge of humanity for reasons that cannot be explained, possibly the best explanation being that they're trying to use it to harness weaponry or technology that can give the United States, and indeed Russia and China, who are apparently also fighting for the same technology, a strategic advantage against each other. But, if this technology exists and the Congress is taking it seriously enough to actually pass legislation compelling disclosure of any such evidence, if technology like this exists, it's groundbreaking, it's revolutionary, it would be paradigm changing, it would be a new revolution for humanity, a new industrial revolution. We would have energy systems and technology systems that could change the world. So how am I? I'm optimistic, because if this can be forced into the open, if it's true, then it could change the world. It could remove the reasons for a lot of wars, and maybe it might start us thinking about ourselves as humans rather than different nationalities.
Yeah, do you think, do you think we've already maybe made that kind of success, even outside of reverse engineering extraterrestrial technology? I would imagine that's probably quite a challenge. But in terms of just our own progression through energy generation and propulsion, back in the 1950s, it was basically the consensus of physicists that gravity generation was going to be the next thing, and then it all went silent. And if you do your due diligence, which I'm sure you've done as well, you can see that people just seem to disappear off the grid, or labs get raided. And around the 1950s, 60s period, there was a genuine what looked like cover-up of gravity research and study. So is it possible that alongside the existence of non-human intelligences, this is also being used as a smokescreen for platforms that have already been developed that are using field propulsion, electrogravitics, things like that?
Is it possible? Of course it's possible.
I mean, do you think it's happening?
Is it probable? Is it probable? Again, there are two schools of thought. I had a conversation the other day with somebody who was witness to what they say were American personnel on a Air Force base in the continental United States, apparently working on a hovering large black triangular craft that was seen to deploy from the base in a almost instantaneous velocity way, and to then instantaneously reappear not too long later. And that witness said to me that they were left in no doubt at all that what they'd seen was American personnel testing technology. I have to balance that with the fact that I have no corroboration of that. I have no way of testing the veracity of that person's claims. I have to also balance that with the fact that there are people who have said publicly, who are sympathetic to the notion of transparency, that the United States, whilst it is in possession of these craft, hasn't been able to do much with them at all. It hasn't been able to achieve much in the way of reverse engineering. So, frankly, I don't know what to believe. I would like to believe, I sincerely hope that the United States has made the breakthroughs that we all hope they've made. Wouldn't it be great if there are stealth craft with the capabilities of the Tic Tac? You could literally destroy your enemies instantaneously. A jet fighter, an F-22, the top of the line fighter, would be nothing against a Tic Tac that's capable of, hundreds of thousands of kilometers an hour velocity, of instantaneous right angle turns.
transition from sea to air to orbit. I mean, the technology that is represented by these theoretical possibilities is enormous. If it's true, it's amazing. I don't know what to think. I mean, I've done a show on my own vodcast, the Need to Know show, where we've talked about a British Special Forces soldier called John Chapman, who cheerfully admitted to me that he was in combat just outside Kyiv in April last year at the very beginning of the war, where he and I think 7 other Special Forces soldiers from all over the world, including SEALs, witnessed a craft come out of nowhere over their heads during literally the middle of a firefight. And whilst they're literally being artillery shelled and mortared, they're looking up and they can see these 3 lights from which a craft just appears. It blinks into existence, and it's hovering over their heads, and it appears to be reconnoitering, doing a reconnaissance on the battlefield with particular interest of the Russian side. So I hope, like hell, it's American technology. I hope that we've developed technology which would, in the event of a confrontation, make a nuclear exchange impossible, because we'd be able to move so quickly we could neutralize any such threat. Wouldn't it be great if such a weapon existed? But wouldn't it be even greater if, rather than them being used as weapons, these technologies could be deployed for peaceful coexistence on the planet?
Well, that's the sad one for me, Ross. Is like, it's an inescapable truth that we do live in a culture and a society that is in conflicts, and there is national security measures that have to be taken, and I begrudgingly admit that. But it really, it does break my heart a little bit to think that if we have these capabilities, why are we not just exploring the outer reaches of space with this? Why can't we just use these technologies in a way that can bring stability to the world, that can end poverty, that can end energy requirements? It's greed, and it's ego and territorialism, and it's the signs of an immature species. Maybe we don't deserve these things yet.
Yeah, maybe we're not ready.
Yeah.
Have you ever thought about that? Maybe the judgment's been made that we're not ready. Or maybe the whole thing is just a big disinformation operation by multiple people in the American intelligence community to deceive people like me that there is this incredible capacity, and that countries like Russia and China shouldn't screw around with America because they've got these secrets up their sleeve. I mean, maybe it is some huge disinformation program. I doubt it very much, but I think we still have to hold that possibility in our heads.
Give their adversaries the perception that, hey, look, you don't fuck with us because we have something that you do not have. But then again, I mean, we've heard all sorts of statements that the Chinese have had their own crashes, the Russians have had their own crashes. How do we know? I mean, I remember a while back, in fact, it was almost 2 years ago, maybe a little bit further on, where we were talking, and you said about there was, I believe, 2 senior US officials who told you about a program in the Ural mountain range in Russia, right? I don't know if you've seen anything else come from that, but these claims have been made, right?
Yeah, I'm very confident that there is a Russian reverse engineering program underway. At least I'm confident to the extent that as a journalist, I'm reliant on sources who've told me things, who say that there is a Russian reverse engineering program underway and that they've retrieved craft. And as David Grusch said in the interview with me, he talked about a Cold War, that there's been a secret Cold War going on for many decades.
Yeah.
And, it's the thing that amazes me about this is, I'm probably a scratchy record on this, is we're dealing with a person who has been at the very highest levels of US intelligence, who, as I've said in many interviews, has been responsible for helping draft the daily intelligence briefings for the president, and then has actually personally hand-delivered those briefings to the West Wing of the White House. David Grusch is cleared for over 2,000 special access programs with his top secret SCI clearance. I mean, he's a golden boy inside the defense community. And I can tell you that when I started checking him out to verify his bona fides, what really impressed me were the number of people who, knowing what David was doing, were incredibly supportive. And this is the other reason I have for optimism. I think we all do tend to perceive the intelligence community as dark and evil, and that they're bad people. But they love their children too. They love their families. They want a stable life. They're good people in the main, and they're concerned about the same things that we're all concerned about. At the moment, the US is weighed down by the strategic threats of Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, and others. But, one of the things that really excited me was when I was sort of knocking on people's doors and basically saying, look, what can you tell me about David Grusch? Is he a good man? What do you think of these claims? Not one of them. I couldn't find anybody who was prepared to pour shit on the guy. He's very, very highly spoken of. And, he's made a strategic decision to essentially put his career on the line and come forward. And it's funny because the double standard that exists, I find it appalling that, we went to war in Iraq back in 2002, 2003, after the 9/11 tragedy, on the false premise that there was some weapon of mass destruction that Saddam Hussein had in the desert. And what was that sourced to? We had endless numbers of media, including myself, by the way, lining up to believe credulously American and, in my country, Australian and British assurances that there was hard intelligence to verify that there were weapons of mass destruction hidden in the Iraqi desert, and that we needed to go to war to stop this evil and confront this totalitarian dictatorship. And it all turned out to be nonsense. And we got sucked into a $2+ trillion conflict that cost tens of thousands of lives, hundreds of thousands of lives. And that was all based on unverified source intelligence. Here we have a guy who's got commendations, who has incredible performance reviews from his own government, spoken of very, very highly, right up until the moment where he left the Defense Department in April this year. And he walks out and he says, I am a former member of the UAP task force that did the investigations into the phenomenon inside the Pentagon at the behest of the Congress. And I'm telling you there's a cover-up. I'm telling you that I've suffered reprisals and harassment because of my efforts to get to the truth. And I have spoken to multiple sources who verify that there is a legacy crash retrieval program and that there's a reverse engineering program underway. And it's been going for decades. And the US government is lying not only to you, the American people, but also to the Congress. And that's the most serious sin of all. And that's why Congress is so annoyed. Because yes, it does take a while for them to wind up and to develop indignation about what they understand. And one of the issues that people need to understand is that a lot of the evidence that's been given to date, including Grusch's, wasn't given in the presence of senators. It was actually given in the presence of staffers and senior counsel. And then transcripts have been done. And this has taken months of work because in Grusch's case, I think it was 11 hours of testimony all told. And it's really only now in the session that senators and representatives are starting to realize, holy hell, this is a story. And so that to that extent, my friend, I'm kind of optimistic. I am genuinely optimistic that, yes, there is a pushback. There's a determined pushback. There's also a very, very solid intelligence community spin campaign running on social media. I wouldn't be surprised at all if a lot of the Twitter bots that are attacking Grusch, and indeed occasionally myself, are initiated by the intelligence community. Wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. I've got no way of proving it. But there's a consistency, there's a line to the way they run their attacks, none of which are valid. And ultimately, what are they frightened of? Here's an opportunity to definitively resolve this issue once and for all. I mean, if you were the Defense Department and you've been vexed by this nagging complaint from whack job conspiracy theorists for years that there's a retrieved flying saucer sitting in a cave somewhere in Area 51 or somewhere like that, wouldn't you want to put this to bed immediately and just prove definitively once and for all that this is just a crazy conspiracy theory? That's what fascinates me. I mean, it's not hard. You could easily resolve this once and for all with really serious testimony before the Congress, where witnesses are properly deposed, where Mr. Grusch gets the opportunity to put the witnesses that he'd like to see come forward. And by the way, it's not just Mr. Grusch's witnesses. There are people who've given evidence, I understand, that he doesn't know about. There's plenty of people who've come forward on their own bat. And by the way, even Dr. Stephen Greer's organisation has come forward with some witnesses of credibility.
Yeah.
Not every witness that he's put forward can be dismissed. I'm reliably assured that some of the more interesting witnesses with direct evidence of the legacy program have come from Mr. Greer's organisation. That's not to verify that a lot of what Mr. Greer says in other quarters is able to be held up and verified, but I'm told that there's some pretty impressive evidence that's been given in the Congress. And this is what has actioned the Congress to start doing something about it.
You still talk to David Grusch?
Yeah. I talked to him today. Yeah.
How's he feeling about, the overall reception to his statements publicly?
I think he's like me, a bit frustrated and annoyed that the mainstream media is showing a lack of engagement and bewildered, to be honest. It is just shocking. I mean, there is going to come a day, believe it or not, where the mainstream media is just going to have to do a mea culpa. There were apologias from the New York Times and the Washington Post for their credulous reporting of weapons of mass destruction in the Iraqi desert, where they excessively believed what their intelligence community sources told them. And I think what's happening now is exactly the same thing. They're swallowing the spin from their friends in the intelligence community. And it's better when you sit over a cocktail in a W hotel somewhere in Washington, D.C. to believe what your friendly IC community source is telling you. And, just leave that Grusch stuff alone. I wouldn't go there, mate. It's not really a story. You don't want to embarrass yourself. And this is how it's been run for much of the last 70 years. I mean, we know from ever since the Robertson panel at the beginning of the 1950s that a deliberate, intentional decision was made to essentially lie and mislead the American public. There was a deliberate policy of disinformation set up to try to discourage the public from taking an interest in UAPs. And it worked. And the hilarious thing is it's a taboo and a stigma that still exists today. But I can tell you the legislation, the kind of legislation that's being put up by Mr. Gallagher and Senator Gillibrand, it's momentous. I mean, I really am shocked to read lines referring to non-Earth technology in these articles reporting on this proposed legislation. The Congress has suddenly got a bit between its teeth and it's determined to get to the truth. And it's probably going to take a bit longer than people expect. And just to answer your question about what Mr. Grusch feels, I obviously can't speak for David, but, aside from the impatience with the failures of the media, the mainstream media, what I do know is that he's very patiently waiting for the opportunity to give evidence and welcoming the opportunity to be rigorously cross-examined and hoping like hell that corroborative witnesses can be called who can verify a lot of what he says and a lot of what other people have said as well, because it's not just David Grusch. I think the debunker skeptic community has been caught napping a little bit because I don't think they realized just how much work has been being done by the Congress. It's been doing its work. It's been taking evidence now for 2 years, as Senator Rubio admitted. And as Senator Rubio admitted, there are first-hand witnesses to the legacy program with high security classifications who have come forward to testify. So at least inside the secret skiffs of the Congress, it's game over. The big issue now is, will the public get told what the Congress is being told? And a lot of people are going, oh, why are you so pessimistic? And I'm pessimistic because I'm a political realist. I'm a pragmatist. I can see what happens in politics. I've seen investigations shut down before. I've covered countless stories where there's allegations of appalling, egregious government behaviour or criminality, and it's quietly swept under a carpet because it's not convenient for the establishment to have this story out. And, normally what happens is the judge that presides in the investigation in my country is given a better job, or say the barristers that have presided get given judgeships, and, everybody gets looked after. And, it's how governments behave. And in America, I'm sure it's the same. There's a system of political patronage. People are told, if you keep your nose clean and soft pedal on this, just give the public a little bit of noise, make them happy a little bit, but we don't want to take this too seriously because we don't want to reveal this incredibly important technology for US national security. But fundamentally at the heart of this, and let's move to an issue that I think is interesting, is does revealing the existence, if this is true, of a non-human intelligence lead inevitably to the disclosure of non-human technology having been recovered, or the forced disclosure of what that technology is? I think most people would be prepared to accept that, yes, okay, if Joe Biden stood up and said, as the president, I'm telling you here today, we have lied to the American public now for 70, 80 years, and we apologize for that, but it was done for a very good reason, primarily during the Cold War. But the reasons for not revealing it don't really stand anymore now. We can tell you that there is a non-human intelligence that's been engaging with this planet for a very, very long time. And yes, we have recovered certain things, but we're not going to tell you about that, because for the exact same reasons that we didn't tell you the instructions for how to build a nuclear bomb after the Manhattan Project, we can't reveal the technologies that are behind all of this. But suffice to say, in due course, when we've been able to develop them with a massive program that we're going to announce, where we use scientists from all over the world to collaborate and try and harness these technologies for the public good, yes, this is an opportunity for a president to show huge leadership. I mean, just imagine if that was the case. If it is true what Grusch is saying, imagine if a president came out and actually said something like that. It would be a turning point.
What do you think it would take for the public and the wider media to really give a shit about this? Because, I mean, we agree, and I think most people listening would agree, that the statements made have been incredible, that the movements made in terms of congressional and Senate interest have been incredible. But we're already interested in the subject. So for us, it's kind of further validation. But do we need photos of the vehicles they have? Do they need to roll one out? I mean, what do you think it's going to take for people to actually wake up and go, oh my God, this is real. This is something that they've actually got?
Again, I'm optimistic because I know some of the things that are coming. And I think that the public may be pleasantly surprised to see certain former senior, very public officials coming forward admitting that they believe there is truth to these allegations and calling for a proper congressional inquiry. I mean, it's interesting. A lot of people, for example, don't understand in great historical moments where there's been kind of an unfolding scandal in government, and the one I use often is Watergate. Watergate didn't happen in a day. When Woodward and Bernstein ran their story in the Washington Post, that brilliant series of investigative stories, they took place over months. And for much of the first few months, they were largely ignored, and they were running these obscure stories, and they were largely being ignored by a lot of the other media. And frankly, the interesting thing was a lot of the turning point was when the Congress started engaging with the issue, when it started holding its own inquiries, and when it started making its own feelers out to witnesses to test the allegations. And when they started realizing, oh my goodness, this is true, the president really did order a burglary of the Democratic National Committee. Oh my God, he's had a secret fund called CREEP, the Committee to Re-elect the President. I mean, it's just almost ridiculous what was going on in the 1970s with the Richard Nixon government. And it took a long time. And in this case, I mean, David Grusch has only been public knowledge now for a month, 4 weeks. And we haven't even had the first opportunity to cross-examine the relevant public officials, the Scott Brays, the Ron Moultries, USDI, the Office of the Undersecretary for Defence Intelligence that Lou Elizondo is personally accused of being principally responsible for the cover-up, and Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, the current boss of ARO, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. I mean, David Grusch, in his interview with me, which went to air, he made some astonishing criticisms of Sean Kirkpatrick. He made it clear that he's briefed Sean Kirkpatrick on certain things. And so I think it's open for the Congress, if there is going to be a hearing, to call Dr. Kirkpatrick and ask him, have you intentionally misled the Congress in any way? Are you aware of things that you're withholding? Tell us about the conversation you had with Mr. Grusch. What action did you take as a result of what he told you? I mean, this is a man who's clearly ambitious. He obviously wants to do well inside the national security establishment, and he's obviously intelligent. If he knows what side his bread is buttered on, he knows that, if Mr. Grusch is telling the truth, the game is up and the opportunity is there for him to be on the right side of history. Because one thing that it's interesting, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office doesn't know is who has given evidence to the Congress. It also doesn't know yet, because it hasn't asked, who did the Intelligence Community Inspector General speak to? And our friends Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp did a very good episode of Coast to Coast just recently, where they talked about the fact that Dr. Kirkpatrick has access, because of an edict that's been issued for ARO's powers, to essentially go anywhere and ask anything. He's got all domain access, basically, to secure access to any special access program he wants to. So if he proactively requests, he can find. And why isn't he doing that? And I think the Congress is going to be asking him those questions. Certainly, a lot of the staffers and representatives and senators that I'm aware of are very, very keen to see these questions put. And I think there's been a turning point. I think there's the beginning of a realization that, here we are 4 weeks in. Normally, with a crazy, wacky story like David Grusch's, there's a reason given to disbelieve it very, very quickly, and the witness quietly fades away into history and is never seen again. He's still there, and he's still saying, hey guys, I'm here. I want to give evidence. I'm ready. When are you going to call me? Guys, I'm here. I'm ready. That's the difference. And I can tell you, I know, because I was talking to somebody just earlier on today, they are determined to make sure he gets a hearing.
And you were told, I believe, that the president's national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, may have been involved in this issue to a certain degree. Is there anything you can say about that?
It's an allegation that's been put to me. I can't go into a lot of detail about it, but Jake Sullivan attended a meeting where the issue of crash retrievals and reverse engineering programs was discussed.
Right, okay. But not necessarily directly implicated in the involvement of those programs.
No, I mean, he was briefed into the existence of those programs and told about their existence and given a detailed account of what actually is going on.
Right.
And I suppose the significance of that is that my understanding is that the president can no longer disclaim any knowledge because his national security advisor is clearly briefed. I'd like to see, I mean, again, why is it that when Karine Jean-Pierre at the White House press secretary was asked just recently by one of the journalists in the White House press room, what's the truth of all these claims about retrieved alien spacecraft? What's all these claims about reverse engineering programs and secret UFO programs? What did she do? She just buck passed it, Jay. She flicked it across and said, you'll have to ask the Pentagon.
Yeah, well, she won't even
I
give
mean,
an honest
ultimately,
answer on
I just groaned when I saw that, because I thought, holy Moses, these are meant to be the elite of the US media. Are you really going to allow yourself to be constrained so heavily? Why not follow up and say, actually, Madam Press Secretary, we're asking the president. We want to know what the president knows. We don't want to know what the Pentagon knows. Does the president know about this? Why is it so hard?
Yeah, but mate,
And what's
even like, they did that not with UFOs, but with Joe Biden and his crackhead son, and she just gave the same response each time. I'm not going to say
yeah,
anything.
I know.
Like, this is
Yeah.
a complete shill administration. Like, they're not going to give any sort of real answers on something as profound as UFOs if they can't even tell us the truth about corrupt deals between Joe Biden and his son. I mean, it's a joke.
Well, I mean, again, there's a friend of mine from Australia, Miranda Devine, who's written an excellent book about Hunter Biden's laptop.
Uh-huh.
And she was roundly declaimed as a right-wing conspiracy theorist in my country and yours for running the story that she did. And I noticed that very quietly, Hunter Biden pleaded guilty to tax and gun felony charges just the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Why on earth is the media not admitting its mistake?
It's a funny thing that you tell the truth these days and you get labeled as a right-wing conspiracy theorist. It's a very odd phenomenon.
Well, it's funny. I always thought you were a lefty, Jay. I didn't realize you were a right-winger.
Well, yeah, exactly. I've always considered myself liberal lefty, and the more I'm kind of putting my ideas out there, people are calling me a right-winger. It's very surprising.
But I think just to echo that point, the one thing that I thought was amazing was how there was I think it was a letter that was published in newspapers by a whole series of former and serving government officials who said that the Hunter Biden laptop stuff was BS, and it was done at the time of the election. And they've now been forced to admit that there is validity to the claims.
Yeah.
And what's going on? I mean, why didn't the media ask some hard questions about that? And why were people like my friend and colleague Miranda Devine, who asked the right questions, why were they marginalized? I've got another colleague, for example, called Sherry Markson here in Australia, who works for the Murdoch press, which in some quarters in Australia is enough to get you quartered and hanged. But she quite rightly did a story, a book, which exposed the really strong evidence to suggest that there were alternative explanations to the wet market explanation for the origins of the COVID-19 virus, and the suggestions that there was collaboration between the National Health Institute of the United States and the Wuhan lab, and that was the Wuhan COVID-19 virus a result of some gain of function experiment that went wrong.
Yes.
And I mean, interestingly enough, we've now had at least a majority of intelligence services inside the US government admit that they do think there is some legitimacy to that theory. And I think what's happening is the media in America don't realize that a lot of intelligence analysis in America is politicized. And none is more politicized than the issue of UAPs.
Mm-hmm.
There's been a consistent, I can remember being in the room with very senior military or intelligence officials, and they'd just laugh at UAPs. The standard stock response was just to giggle when somebody asked about a UFO sighting or an anomalous sighting of some object on a radar or a TV video. And it would be given the X-Files music and the background treatment, and there'd be images of little green men and flying saucers shown in the background graphic behind the newsreader. And that's been the mantra, that's been the stigma and the taboo that's been applied to this subject for much of the last 70, 80 years. And I don't think that's appropriate anymore, not when you've got the Congress passing incredible legislation which basically would give holders of non-Earth origin or exotic UAP materials 6 months to make it available to ARROW. Wow, what does Congress know? And why aren't journalists in the mainstream newspapers and television networks going, gee, there's a story here? And why aren't the editors in charge of the investigative teams on those networks and newspapers saying, guys, I want to know, what's the truth here? And it's going to happen. It will happen. I mean, just like in the old Watergate days, it took a while. And all of a sudden, you will see a momentum that even the president can't stop. And even if there are gatekeepers, even those gatekeepers to the big secret can't stop. And then all hell will break loose, which is why, frankly, if somebody was in charge and showing true leadership right now, you would expect that there would be a considered plan being put in place to make some kind of controlled disclosure, as there clearly was prior to the 2016 election when Hillary Clinton was taking on Donald Trump. You know, it's absolutely clear, and I write about this in my book, In Plain Sight, how, you know, there are a whole bunch of leaked emails which showed that there were negotiations going on between John Podesta, Neil McCasland, General Neil McCasland, General Michael Carey, and Robert Weiss from Lockheed Skunk Works.
Yeah.
And there was clearly a discussion being had about some kind of controlled disclosure anticipated to be made after Hillary Clinton became president.
Have you noticed that all of those have now vanished from WikiLeaks?
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
Interesting.
They've all got a bad gateway 404 type of error.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? Yeah. I put links to all of those in the index in my book. And it's funny, when I was doing the book, I had to fight with HarperCollins to get an index, because most publishers don't like spending money on an index. It's just extra money, extra pages. But I said it's really important for the readers to see the evidence that we've got to support what we're saying in the book. And that's why I footnoted it extensively. And I was really shocked when I got to those references in the WikiLeaks emails, which, for people who are listening who maybe don't know the story, the Russian GRU essentially broke into the Democratic National Committee and stole a whole lot of emails, including emails to and from John Podesta, who was working at a very senior level with Hillary Clinton. And he's a former advisor to both Obama and Bill Clinton. And it was quite clear in those leaked emails that were leaked on WikiLeaks, which have now mysteriously disappeared from the WikiLeaks site, that there were ongoing negotiations and discussions between two former very, very senior US Air Force generals, John Podesta and the boss of a very big aerospace company, Lockheed Martin Skunk Works, discussing disclosure. And, you know, there's a whole lot of questions here. You know, what made those emails disappear from the WikiLeaks site? Why? Why those specific emails being taken down, the ones relating to UAPs? I mean, it's glaringly obvious that someone or something's been done to basically intervene to make sure that the public can't corroborate. I mean, they can find it if they read my book. Everybody, buy my book.
Yeah, no, they are out there. They are still out there. I mean, you know, people, thankfully, within the research community have made sure that copies of those emails have been saved. But yeah, for anyone listening who hasn't checked that out before, at least for now, WikiLeaks is not providing us with those emails. Every time you click on each one of them, they're still there. You can still see them in the directory. You can still, you type in, you know, Tom DeLonge, John Podesta, UFO disclosure, all of these emails come up. But I tried them. I tried every single one. Every single one of them goes to bad gateway 404 error, you know, missing, will update soon. Maybe they'll update it soon, but for the time being, they're all gone. And I did do a, you know, kind of control by just checking other more prosaic leaks from different things, and they were fine. So it is interesting.
Have you tried the Internet Archive?
No, I haven't. But I imagine you can probably still get hold of it via the Internet Archive.
Yeah, I'd try the Wayback Machine or the Internet Archive, whatever it's called these days.
Yeah, give that a go and see if it works. What was said to you? Because you mentioned this recently. This is a bit of a weird one about an attempt from a major aerospace company to sell a non-human vehicle to another company. Is that right?
Yeah, I really can't say much more than what I've said, but yeah, I mean, I'm told that there has been efforts by a major aerospace company to divest itself of a craft. Again, I can't prove that definitively.
But you trust the source. You trust the source.
I'm only ever as good as the sources that provide me information.
Yeah.
But I've heard it from more than one person independently of each other. And the suggestion is that there was an offer made to a company, and I know the name of that company. I know the principals in that company who were approached to purchase, buy a craft.
You can't name the company.
No.
Well, this is the thing, man. Like, we've talked about this, and you've talked about this. If these retrieval and reverse engineering programs fall under the control of private aerospace, and if they're utilizing, for example, private military contractors to retrieve this stuff, this would make an official investigation from within the government extremely challenging. How do you think they're going to get around something like that? I mean, at least from your perspective, from what you've been told, is any of this really in the reservation of government, or is it just so far outside of it that audits and probes and investigations are going to find it quite challenging to get this stuff?
Well, what we need to look at is the actual legislation. And in the legislation that the US Senate Select Committee on Intelligence has unanimously approved, like it's not just Kirsten Gillibrand, mark my words, it's a unanimous piece of legislation. So it's going to pass the House. And these are going into the fiscal year 2024 Intelligence Authorization Act legislation. It would, quote, require any person currently or formerly under contract with the federal government that has in their possession material or information provided by or derived from the federal government relating to unidentified anomalous phenomena that formally or currently is protected by any form of special access or restricted access to notify ARO, the Pentagon's UFO office, within 60 days of enactment, and to provide within 180 days, that's 6 months, quote, a comprehensive list of all non-Earth origin or exotic unidentified anomalous phenomena material possessed, and to make it available to the ARO Director for assessment, analysis, and inspection. So essentially, in order for the relevant aerospace companies, some of which I have their names in my head, who I am told are holding this technology, they have to either currently or formerly have been under contract with the federal government, tick, have in their possession material or information provided by or derived from the federal government, tick, relating to unidentified anomalous phenomena that formerly or currently is protected by any form of special access or restricted access, tick. I think they fall within it. But there's another category which I've drawn people's attention to as well, which is I've actually also been told that there have been retrievals by private companies using private military contractors with no federal government role at all, that essentially this has been privatized. I don't think they would fall within that definition. The mischievous lawyer attorney in me looks at that law and thinks they've been very careful, but how can they compel a private company to reveal possession of privately retrieved materials? They really can't. On what basis could they have standing? But I'm pretty sure that legislation would capture a lot of what I'm aware of.
So So it's not entirely outside of the reservation of government.
No. I mean, I think it's going to be very, very hard. And that was what I was told. I was told this was why one particular company was looking to divest itself of at least one of the technologies in its possession.
Trying to wash its hands clean before.
Well, I think what they're trying to do is provide an opportunity for themselves in the wash-up, because they know that there's going to be a public accounting for this. They want to be able to say, look, we haven't just jealously kept this technology for ourselves for the last 70 or 80 years. We've shared it. And look, this company here has one of the craft that we procured, and they've been working on it for this period. So I think it's the spin control thing. I did think it was interesting, by the way. Did you see that advertisement from Lockheed Martin where they deliberately included a UFO?
Like we've got programs we still can't talk about, something like that, right? Yeah.
It was a piss take. Gee, I think they're going to regret that.
Well, Lockheed's always been a bit cheeky with their messaging, haven't they? They've always been a little bit
it's
wink,
good,
nod.
And they're a big, bad, ugly defense aerospace contractor, And look, frankly, let's be honest, a lot of the technologies that have helped keep the world safe in the last 50, 60 years have come from Lockheed. So we've got to give them the benefit of the doubt there as well. But I do think it was very telling that when Lockheed Martin was asked, I know, by one journalist recently, and I put this in my Twitter feed, when he was asked by one journalist, do you have any retrieved crashed materials that have, UAP material? They just said, ask the Pentagon.
Who said that?
So what's going on here? Why would a private aerospace company? It was a local defense journalist in a newspaper or a television network in their neighborhood. And I posted it on my Twitter feed because I thought it was hilarious. I said, why would a private aerospace company ask a direct question, do you have retrieved alien spacecraft? Let's put it like that. Why would they say, ask the Pentagon? And at what point does that trigger the curiosity of a good investigative editor on a newspaper or a TV network? I mean, that's almost an implicit acknowledgement that they've got something they want to hide. Why would they say, talk to the Pentagon? And I mean, I think part of the problem here, Jay, is that you and I take for granted that we have an understanding of this issue that's been developed over years.
Yeah.
It's formidably complicated. If you were to sit down at a bar, I would have loved to have been at that bar where you were trying to explain it to those two guys that you were sitting with talking.
They were both engineers. They were two engineers, and they were a bit skeptical, but they were listening. Yeah. They were listening.
No, it's funny because when I sit down and talk to people, the first reaction is always ridicule. Of course, and people go, and
really, you're looking into that? What? Really?
Yeah. Why would a serious journalist, take this issue seriously?
Yeah.
And then when you start laying down the evidence to them, especially talking about the fact that there's no legislation coming up before the Congress, which would basically seek to elicit, is there non-Earth origin or exotic UAP material possessed by private companies that's being hidden from the Congress? Wow. It's an amazing, even if it's untrue, it's an amazing moment in the congressional history. It's almost like Congress, if you don't believe this story, it's almost like Congress saying, all companies have to come forward with evidence of fairies, goblins, and any magic wands that they've got in their possession, because that's the way it's been treated. It's been treated with such ridicule and derision. I think what's wrong-footing the debunkers is all of a sudden it's being taken seriously by the Congress. And so you have to say, at what point does the curiosity get twigged? At what point do they go, oh, Congress is taking this seriously? Why is Congress taking this seriously? And I can tell you, Jay, it's not hard to develop the sources that I've developed. I'm a journo. I've got training in how to work sources and stuff like that. And I've been able to find people who'll talk to me about it. It's fascinating to me that there is this willful blindness, because I think if the New York Times, if the Washington Post, if CBS, ABC, NBC just started doing even a few stories probing this issue, I think all of a sudden the house of cards would fall.
Well, that's the thing. It's like it's like those two guys that I met in the pub. I've got, like you probably do, a bit of a PowerPoint presentation in my brain now with people like that, where it's like, okay, basically in 2017, the New York Times, and then you go on from there and you talk about the legislation, you talk about policy changes, and they were sitting there nodding their heads and listening. But then when I kind of concluded with it and was talking about, the National Defense Authorization Act legislation, they were like, but why haven't we heard about this? Like, what exactly? Why haven't we heard about it? I was like, I don't know, mate. I don't know. But it's really like, look into it, look it up. Just type on Google UFO.
Mind you, they probably went away and had another beer at another pub and went, Christ, thank God we got away from that crazy guy.
They only bought us the one drink. After that, they were quite happy to see us leave.
It is. Look, I think, there's a thing that the sociologists talk about called ontological shock. Something that rocks our view of reality. And I think, whether we like it or not, we all have a certain view of our worldview, in our minds, and we don't like things that challenge it. And it's why we're so, even though a lot of us like to think we're very open-minded, it's why we're very quick to resist change. And I think for a lot of people, it's just so confronting, and you have to be aware of that. I routinely talk now to people in the intelligence and defense community who just cannot believe that this issue, in the light of what they know has been made public, They just cannot believe that this issue is not getting momentum. And it's interesting, though, because it is getting momentum. It is getting momentum on shows like yours, on like mine. The scale.
You were recently on Russell Brand as well.
Yeah. I mean, the scale of public response is immense.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just not happening on the legacy media. And that's because I think, sadly, even though people like to see a conspiracy here, a lot of it, sadly, is legacy media is just woefully underfunded these days because all the money is going to the Googles and the Metas, and
it's a dying breed of media coverage, man. The podcast.
I mean, there used to be rivers of gold in the CBS's, ABC's, NBC's, rivers of gold. You know, the advertising revenue was just immense. They could afford investigative teams. I mean, I met a guy called Lowell Bergman once who did the investigation into big tobacco, and he told me that he worked for CBS 60 Minutes on one story for 1 year, and he cracked it. You know, he managed to persuade, what was his name? Jeffrey Legand, I think, who was the whistleblower who blew the whistle on big tobacco and the crimes that it committed. It was just the most incredible story. And, you know, he only was able to do that because of the courageous efforts of his editors to support him to essentially dig for a year, at least a year. And even then, the corporate pressures on the network shut down their ability to do further stories and how the story was told. But the simple reality is that there are corporate commercial pressures and budgetary pressures on media organizations now that didn't exist 20 or 30 years ago. And so we still treat the legacy masthead media, the Washington Posts, the New York Times, the LA Times, the Boston Globes, all of those great papers, we treat them with awe and respect, but their ratings are probably less than yours, mate. I mean, they're probably getting less readers than you.
Well, this is where I'm at with it. I mean, I'm part of the generation that entered into the information age. I was born with the internet, and the generation below me is just, completely plugged into the matrix in that regard. And I just think that these platforms, although there is still, a level of influence, and there's a certain generational demographic that absolutely tunes into what we would now call legacy media, it's dying, mate. And I don't think it really matters in the long run if they decide they don't want to cover it. Ironically, when they do cover it, they get the best views that they get in decades. You know what I mean? It's quite funny. I mean, News Nation exploded with the David Grusch story. Tucker Carlson and Fox News was getting tons of views on all of their UFO coverage.
Absolutely.
So what's wrong with them?
I think they're fearful of ridicule. They're fearful of stigma. Yeah. Well. And also, look, to deploy somebody like me as part of a team to go off and investigate something, it can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. And that's a big chunk out of the budget of a TV network for the year when, you've only got, say, a 10th or a 20th of what you had 20 years ago.
That's true.
And the simple fact is that, and this is a huge problem. I mean, the Facebooks or the Metas or whatever you call them these days, the Googles, all of these big online media companies or entities, they're not funding investigative journalism. A lot of what they fund is dross. It's shit, really. Yeah. I mean, it's just recycled information. Ironically, a lot of the most interesting stuff on social media is news stories that have been recycled from the mainstream media and repackaged by people and put up on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. And, it's really interesting because in Australia, the government's passed legislation that required some degree of compensation from those online companies to actually compensate the legacy media companies for the fact that a lot of their product was being plundered and put up online as secondary content that was generating clickbait for those online media companies. And it's not working. Those legacy media companies are still slowly dying, slowly sinking into the morass as their advertising revenue dwindles and their audience dwindles every year. I mean, I'm quite shocked at how I have two highly intelligent daughters. And, one of them's at university. She reads the New York Times. I give her the subscription for free. But she doesn't read the daily newspapers in Australia. She thinks they're crap, and she can't believe that I read newspapers every day or that I listen to radio news or watch TV news. She just thinks that's ridiculous. And the the notion of monitoring legacy media and knowing. I mean, I still read newspapers by bylines by the journalists that I respect, and I follow issues in newspapers, basically looking at the key journalists, and I don't think a lot of people do that anymore. And I think we're losing something as a society because we've lost the funding of media that used to be able to do those kind of digs. I remember when I was in my 20s, which is sad to say a long time ago now, I couldn't believe the resources in network television in Australia. I came from a newspaper that was already pretty well funded, but just mind-boggling to see the unlimited amount of money. I remember a very senior executive on a TV program I was working on. He wanted to do a story in a foreign country, and he just basically said to me, "Hire me a jet." And I went, "What?" And he gave me a credit card and basically said, "Go off and hire me a corporate jet. I don't want to stay overnight in that place. Hire me a jet, and I want to be in and out of there. We can stay in Hong Kong on the way back." And so at huge expense, we hired a jet just to tell this great story. It was a rip snorter of a story, but just amazed me, the resources and the money that were dedicated to storytelling. And that's all gone. It's all diminished.
Yeah.
It's funny, actually. I've been copying an intelligence community slur online, which is totally untrue, but it's being recycled by the same Twitter bots that keep on saying the same thing. And the canard, the liars that I was allegedly sacked from 60 Minutes Australia, and it was because of some story that I did that I supposedly got so badly wrong. And they're wrong on completely both counts. And it's really interesting because clearly some of my criticisms are starting to bite, because all of the criticisms are entirely the same. They're being repeated by the same kind of weird Twitter bots with weird names and then a number after them. And it's very redolent of the era where Prigozhin, Putin's chef, was sending out emails from his own facility in St. Petersburg to try and undermine the Clinton-Trump election back in 2016, 2017, and or 2015, sorry. And the thing that really amazes me is how social media, which we're relying on now to get our news, is so easily manipulable by intelligence communities and by non-state actors that want to try and manipulate public opinion.
Right. But I mean, just as you said with the Iraq War, it's the same with the legacy media in terms of their influence from the intelligence community. So it's all pervasive.
Completely.
Really. It's all pervasive.
Yeah. But I think it's easier using algorithms in social media. I think that's the frightening thing, is it's possible to automate it now.
Yeah.
And that's what spooks me, is that we're moving into quite a dangerous era where technology is giving governments powers that they don't even realize they have. We've ceded such enormous liberties ever since 9/11 on very spurious grounds.
Mm-hmm.
And, we have warrantless surveillance. The degree of communications surveillance is frightening. And, you've got governments wanting to regulate truth online in my country. They're actually talking about...
Becoming very Orwellian, isn't it?
It's quite astonishing. And I think what we're losing is the capacity for rigorous analysis. And never before has there been a time where there is a desperate need for rigorous constructive criticism and analysis, where people need to take a contrarian view on stories. I mean, it's all coming out now, post the COVID epidemic, that yes, we did have to respond to COVID, but did we respond properly? And governments all over the world are resisting investigations into whether or not the right decisions were made. Did it really make sense to require people to wear masks in aeroplanes and bars?
No.
Did
basically, Ross, all the things that I was going on about and a relatively large population of people online were going on about and were labeled as anti-vaxxer conspiracy theorists are now turning around and being validated. And it's
it's amazing, because the media has been largely complicit in the slurs on people that have actually asked those questions. And a lot of them are people who've been quite reputable scientists and doctors who've had their careers destroyed because they've actually asked those questions. And, you know, I mean, just on a whole
how is that a
of
scientific process? Explain to me how trusting the science means that we can suppress and censor certain scientists and hold other ones up onto a platform. That doesn't sound like a
I know.
scientific process to me.
Yeah.
Quite
No,
frankly.
but I know, for example, on the UAP subject, I know I've never seen before such a high degree of what's called, you know, argumentum ad hominem, attacking the person rather than the issue.
Yeah.
Very few people online are actually doing a constructive analysis of the implications of what Mr. Grusch has said, saying, wow, okay, this is a guy of high repute from the top levels of the intelligence community, impeccable career, absolutely impeccable career, performance reviews to die for. Yes, we've confirmed he worked for the UAP task force. Yes, we've confirmed that he did make an Inspector General complaint. That Inspector General complaint is still ongoing. And if you look at the legislation, by golly, the Inspector General has the power to refer to Congress and make findings. And what was the finding he made? Oh, my goodness. He said it was credible and urgent, what Mr. Grusch was saying. And we know that Senator Marco Rubio has confirmed what I've known for a considerable period of time, that there have been other first-hand witnesses who've come forward and corroborated this man's story. So that's the kind of constructive, rigorous analysis that anyone approaching this subject matter scientifically would apply. Okay, he's not a first-hand witness in the sense that he saw a flying saucer sitting on blocks in a cave in Area 51. He didn't see the retrievals of craft. But he has the next best thing. He has sworn testimony from people who have. That's called evidence, solid evidence. And guess who's got it? The ICIG, the Inspector General of the Intelligence Community, and the Senate in the Congress. This is big. This evidence at some stage is going to come out. And when and if it does, I think there's going to be quite a lot of public reaction. I think at that point, you know, it will just be so indisputable, then there will just be this catastrophic momentum. People will have to respond.
Yeah, there's been a lot of reference of late towards the Five Eyes Alliance in regards to classified study of UFOs, but many people don't actually know what that is. Could you help those listening understand the relevance of the Five Eyes and what do we know about their potential involvement in this issue?
Not a lot of Americans actually know that during the Second World War, General MacArthur, who was the leader of the Allied armies in the Pacific War, was forced to flee the Philippines, and he ended up in Australia and ended up basing himself in Australia for a large part of the war. And what was going on was there was a relationship that began between British code breakers at Bletchley Park, the predecessor of what's now called the GCHQ, and code breakers here in Australia at what was then essentially the Signals Directorate. It was essentially called Signals, but it's now the Australian Signals Directorate. And you've got Canada, New Zealand, Australia, England, and the big brother US all collaborating initially in the Second World War on code breaking to try and break the Japanese ciphers. And one of the biggest achievements was when one of the top Japanese generals was shot down over, oh gosh, where was it? Over Indonesia, I think, or might have been Papua New Guinea, and killed. And basically it was because of signals intelligence that was cracked here in Australia. And that developed an espionage relationship, a spying relationship that continued after the Second World War. And basically, in a very grey area, communications surveillance began where, and I've done stories about this over many years, I've collaborated with a British-Scottish journalist called Duncan Campbell, and we did a big expose about the Echelon communications surveillance system with a lot of help from a lovely guy in New Zealand called Nicky Hager. And what we revealed was essentially there was a thing that was going on with the Five Eyes where New Zealand, Australia, Canada, the Brits and the Americans were collaborating to essentially crack communications, both from satellites. They were intercepting satellite comms, and they were actually hacking into fiber optic cables under the ocean and essentially gathering intelligence on potential foreign adversaries. And what that made me realize was that there was a collaborative relationship going on between all of these countries, mine and yours and America and New Zealand and Canada, that's been going on for years, decades. And it's expanded into other areas of the intelligence community. For example, I did a story for public television here in Australia back in the 90s, where I revealed that Australian spies were breaking into embassies, including, for example, the Chinese embassy in Hong Kong before the handover, to give Britain an advantage in negotiations against the Chinese and the Hong Kong handover. And it was very controversial. I got a lot of attacks from my own government at the time for revealing this sensitive secret. And the interesting thing was, even though I know the names of the people who actually did the bugging, the Australian operatives who did the bugging, I knew that, but their bosses didn't. It hadn't even been revealed to the Australian commanders. So these people were doing plausibly deniable work for the Brits.
Wow.
That was being withheld from Australian intelligence bosses. And it was very embarrassing. And it all eventually came out in a royal commission of inquiry here in Australia. And it supposedly led to far-reaching reforms to the intelligence community. But what it made me realize was that there's been collaboration now for years among all of the Five Eyes nations, not only on signals intelligence and bugging and spying, but on a wide range of things. And there's been sharing. And one of the allegations that I noticed a Canadian MP called Larry Maguire made in a letter that was released by George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell a few weeks ago, Larry Maguire alleged that there was a so-called foreign materiel program under the Five Eyes Alliance where countries would collaborate in the retrieval of foreign adversary technology. And, for example, if the Russians crashed a MiG somewhere in the African jungle, we'd make sure that we got there first, and it might be the Brits would retrieve it, but it would go to the Americans in Wright-Patterson Air Force Base Foreign Technology Division to try and rebuild it and have a look at how it was built. But the allegation's been made by Maguire that there's been a foreign material program collaboration going on with UAPs.
Yeah, very foreign indeed.
Yeah, and so there are whiffs now emerging that there's been collaboration between the Five Eyes nations. And the reason this is significant is because if you're a member of NATO and you're not a member of the Five Eyes, like, say, Germany, Belgium, Holland, France, wouldn't you be pretty pissed if you discovered that there's been retrievals of technology that you've been withheld knowledge of because you're not a member of the club?
Not important enough, not in the boys' network.
Yeah, so I think it's becoming a political issue. So that's why I think that I think that the first disclosures might actually come from those nations, the nations that are upset and angry that they've been cut out of the whole information knowledge that has been secretly, allegedly held within the Five Eyes Alliance for a large part of the last 80 years.
Yeah. Well, you could be right. I mean, the French government was pretty open, at least to a certain degree, about their interest and their involvement in the UFO subject. So it could come from another country that's not part of that network, out of a little bit of jealousy and being a bit pissed off that they were left out of the conversation.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, a lot of people don't realize the French government funds a sort of a semi-private, semi-governmental organization called GAPIN, which actually investigates the phenomenon. And they've long since abandoned any pretense that the phenomenon is not real. They acknowledge there's a reality there, that UAPs are real. They collect UAP data. And what's more, they share it. They're really open about it to a high degree, much more so than you've ever seen with the Americans, who are being dragged kicking and screaming into disclosure at the moment.
And what about the Brits? What about the English? Because we're very quiet. And we've had some Rendlesham, we've had some interesting cases. Have you actually heard any sort of whispers in the background about what the UK is doing in light of their American compadres opening up on this subject?
Look, I've already said publicly that I know that British soldiers, British personnel have been involved in alleged crash retrievals.
Yeah.
And so I do believe that somewhere inside the defence and intelligence community in Britain, there are people that are briefed in. But yet again, I think that this is done. I mean, it's funny, actually, one of the lines that I heard from a source was the politicians who end up being the ministers in charge of the defence and intelligence community and the prime minister of the day and the president in America, they're described as temporary employees.
Yes, exactly.
And so the people who do know are often permanent secretaries, heads of intelligence agencies. And there's been this hubristic, arrogant decision made that there is no right to know for the elected political leaders unless there's some good reason for them to know. And allegedly that's been applied with presidents as much as it has with prime ministers. And I'm pretty sure in my country, for example, I don't think my prime minister knows QE about allegations of Australian involvement in the Five Eyes and UAP retrievals, or I don't think it knows that we are still secretly collecting data.
No, but I mean, it makes sense. Begrudgingly, I would admit it makes sense. If you're a permanent staffer with this kind of information, you're really going to give it to someone who's eventually going to be outside of that circle, who may just decide to run their mouth later down the line on a late night show.
Yes, they do.
It's too big of a risk.
I mean, one of the things I keep an eye on is politicians all do oral histories, and a lot of them are put under embargo in the National Library of Australia. And there's a few key politicians I'm keeping an eye on who've since passed on, but their oral histories have long ago been recorded and put into the vaults in the National Library. And I periodically go in there and just have a look to see whether or not they've been declassified yet. But I've still got to wait another few years yet. And I think Britain is heavily involved in this. I mean, there are direct allegations of British personnel being involved in crash retrievals, some of them quite substantial. And yes, there is the Rendlesham case. And of course, I think a lot of people miss the significance of the Condign report, the CONDIGN report, which was uncovered, I think, by Dr. David Clark. He requested the National Archives, the Public Record Office in the UK, declassify this secret UAP inquiry that was done by an arm of British intelligence called, I think, DI55, classic British acronym, DI55. So boring you won't think about it.
We're not as impressive with our acronyms as the Americans are.
But don't forget, it was the Brits that taught the Americans all about espionage, and it was the Brits that helped the Americans set up the CIA. The only problem was one of them was called Kim Philby, and they were completely and utterly penetrated for a long time. But the interesting thing is, I think the Brits know an enormous amount, and I don't know what's going on, but I suspect if these allegations are true, and I always feel I have to preface that by saying I never know 100% for sure that they are, but if these allegations are true, then I think there's some national security reason that has been cited that justifies the non-release or the non-publication of this information. And I'd love to see it tested. It's going to be very interesting to see whether the Congress accepts any argument that it should still be kept secret, because whilst on the one hand I can see an enormous, indisputable public interest in knowing, if it's true, that we are not alone. Wouldn't it be great if a prime minister or a president came out and said, ladies and gentlemen, I want to formally inform you that we are indeed not alone. There is a non-human intelligence that's been engaging with this planet for quite some time. I can imagine that happening, but I'm really doubtful that we're ever going to see concessions about retrieve technology. It's the holy grail. Imagine if the Russians have got a cave in the Ural Mountains and they're busy beavering away, secretly spending gazillions trying to crack this technology. If that's true, would you willingly or knowingly allow the same kind of public scrutiny to happen? I mean, we know that there were leaks from within the Manhattan Project, which was supposedly the most secret project of its time in the 1940s. And what's his name? Klaus Fuchs leaked the secrets of the atomic weapon to the Soviets. So I can imagine there's legitimate concerns about betraying secrets that might give a foreign adversary an advantage.
Absolutely. I don't want to eat up into your evening too much. So just a couple more questions, Ross, and then I'll let you have a lie down, because fuck me, you must be absolutely blown out from all of this.
I've been up since 4 o'clock this morning, so it's been a long day. Yeah,
you are a soldier, mate. I don't know how you do it. I mean, I bust out a few interviews in a week, and I need to lie down on a holiday. So you're an impressive.
They are tiring. Guy. You've got to think carefully, because all the time I've got to think about what I can't say.
Absolutely, it's a delicate dance.
I've got a head full of stuff that I probably shouldn't know from a multiplicity of sources, and I've got to constantly remind myself why I know certain things.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this: just see if there's anything I can glean from you, or if you've been told anything in relation to this. The actual origins or the nature of the phenomena, how far back it goes into our history. Have you been given any sort of insight from people in your network about the real origin and nature of the phenomena?
Nothing hard. Nothing really detailed, but one source contacted me, and I think it was because of a conversation on your show, actually, where I was talking about some great work done by a guy called Ben Van Kerkwyk, who's an Aussie guy who's moved to the US, and he's got a great YouTube channel called Uncharted X. And and I think the episode I was talking about was when he'd done the first ever micrometer analysis on what is a pre-dynastic, really old, possibly 5,000-year-old Egyptian vase sitting in the Cairo Museum. And it's beautiful. It's a beautiful object. And it's got handles on it. So we're talking about a civilization that barely just had bronze adzes. They were using bronze metals. So they didn't have a lot of advanced technology. They didn't have machines. As far as we know, they didn't have lathes. And yet the tolerances on that vase were such that it just suggested, begged the suggestion that there was some kind of advanced technology used to craft that vase. A technology that might even defeat us today, because the handles were carved out of the same bit of stone, so it couldn't have been spun on a lathe. And yet the tolerances were exactly the same in the part between the handles, where a lathe couldn't have gone, if you understand what I mean. Mm-hmm. And similarly inside. And when they did the laser measurements inside, it was within like a thousandth of an inch. It was incredible.
I saw it myself when I was in Cairo Museum. I've seen it's incredible.
And so one of the reasons I'm going to Egypt later this year is because I'm fascinated by the idea that has the full history been told from Egypt and from other civilizations of, how some of these objects were crafted. And what were the technologies that allowed them to develop, these beautiful lumps of granite, incredibly hard stone, supposedly using bronze adzes and polishing mitts with sand on them to get tolerances to within a micrometer. It's ridiculous.
Oh, mate. I mean, when you go, and I'm going to hopefully try and come on this trip, because I really.
Oh, great. Good.
I had JP on the other day for an interview, and we were talking about the first trip to Egypt, which it was just such an incredible experience. So if I can make it around for this one to see you and Nick Kirk, and oh my God, I'd love it. But one thing, when you go to Cairo Museum, and I'm sure they'll still have it, there's this gigantic slab of rose quartz granite, absolutely massive slab, but it's tucked into the corner, and you have to literally shuffle your way around this thing in with your back against the wall, to see that on one side of this block there is just a razor line straight through this rose quartz granite, like just straight through, like someone has taken a hot knife through butter. And it's just tucked into the corner, and you have to actually make a considerable amount of effort to squeeze around and see this.
I mean, let's assume that was done sometime, in the thousands of years of the Egyptian civilization.
Yeah.
I mean, that's 3,000 or 4,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago.
Yeah.
How could they possibly have done that?
How?
And so anyway, just to finish the thought that I was explaining.
Yeah.
My source, who said to me, frankly, that, it's quite clear that, there is an explanation for human civilization that is offered by this NHI presence. And the explanation is that they've been here all along, and that there are civilizations that have flourished and diminished that we don't know about yet, that can explain these kind of technologies that exist in our prehistory. And it fascinates me because Egypt, probably more than any other place in the world, is the location for that. And the suggestion was put to me, to answer the long-winded way I've answered your question, the suggestion was put to me by the person that I was speaking to, who'd heard me speaking. Well, of course, of course, there's technologies there. I mean, do you think that this was all, really known civilizations? And the suggestion was that there were civilizations before this one. And I find it intensely frustrating, because one of the things that I find annoying is there are some popular analyses suggesting that there is, some kind of catastrophe that was visited on the Earth. I think it's 12,500 years ago.
The Younger Dryas cataclysm.
The Younger Dryas. And quite a number of people that I've spoken to in the intelligence community have drawn my attention to the fact that the CIA in the 1960s spent an inordinate amount of money investigating exactly that. And if you go to the CIA library, America's External Intelligence Service, you can actually read some of those documents.
Yeah.
Why was America's supposedly premier intelligence service investigating ancient civilizations? And why did it sponsor investigations into the pyramids and things like that in the 1960s and the 1970s? And a lot of this is public record. And I find it fascinating. And the journo in me doesn't know the answers necessarily. But what I'm interested in is trying to get to the bottom of, why are these mysteries not being answered? Why can't we find out more?
Well, there is an interesting correlation, and it's definitely a difficult one for people to digest. And I mean, you just referenced the fact that the intelligence agencies, namely the CIA, were interested in these ancient civilizations. And one of the kind of hallmarks of Egypt and even ancient Greece, but especially Egypt, was the science of consciousness and the Hermetic kind of theological principles. And I think that we've lost a lot of this. We've gained technological sophistication, analytical sophistication, but we've lost that consciousness science, which I think really was a science back in those times. And then you obviously cross-reference that with the fact that the CIA had its remote viewing programs. It was very interested in psychic abilities. So the idea that they wouldn't be looking at these ancient civilizations that seem to have, kind of a keystone interest in what consciousness and higher elements of consciousness represent, it's pretty obvious that they would be interested in that. And I'll tell you one thing I'll just quickly touch on before we wrap up is that one of the more difficult elements to understand with the UFO issue is the connection it shares to what we could call expressions of higher consciousness. There is a bleed over from the UFO issue into psychic abilities and remote viewing. And there are claims that some of these non-human vehicles rely on some form of brain, computer, or consciousness technology interface, kind of a telepathic connection. Have you been given any insight about that from people in your sources? Like
no,
in terms of
look,
consciousness?
it's funny. It's funny. I probably should ask that stuff more.
Please
I mean,
do.
it's really only recently I've started reading Jacques Vallée's books, because Jacques probably been the mentor for a lot of us, talking about the fact that you can't talk about UAPs without talking about consciousness. And I've started taking a lot of what Jacques says far more seriously after conversations that I've had with people suggesting, it's a really good idea to do so. And I'm still very much in my sort of nascent days having a look at that issue. I do think it's interesting that Tom DeLonge, who has proved in his fictional works to be astonishingly prescient to date about what he predicts might come to pass, and as nonfiction, I do think it's interesting that his first novel that he wrote for the Secret Machines series, which I commend to everybody, it describes a secret UFO being flown by an American pilot using a neural brain consciousness interface.
Yeah. And then I believe in that book, the guy actually starts developing some form of psychic abilities that, after flying the vehicle, he suddenly got a bit angry and moved a salt shaker across the table.
But did you notice in that book, it also talked about how he discovered that he and one of his friends had been selected as children for the program.
So this gets into the Star Kids, NASA, gifted children
and just let me pull you up. This is something I haven't been able to investigate, but did you see? I've forgotten who said it. I've got the article somewhere in my database, but essentially somebody came out a few months ago and talked about the fact that there was a guy coming forward who's written a book who says that he was selected as a child for the program, and that he's been working on secret US technology and that it's all about brain neural interfaces, and he's going to go public soon. I haven't seen, there's so much of this stuff that bobs up in the custard, and you never see it, just goes away because there's so much happening so fast.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that one, so I'll have to do a little bit of.
I'll dig it up. No, I'll dig it out and send it to you.
Yeah. But no, I mean, that's been a part of the conversation for decades in terms of psychism and these types of abilities being linked to the phenomena, and our good friend Nick Cook, he started off very nuts and bolts, and now he's on the board of Bigelow Institute for Consciousness Studies. The deeper you probe into the subject,
he's gone all woo, hasn't he?
He's gone all woo on us. He's gone all woo.
He's gone crazy.
He's come to my side. He's come to my side of the argument. No, but I mean,
ask yourself, Jay, if one of the world's former most eminent aerospace journalists is prepared to risk his reputation by engaging with that subject matter.
Absolutely.
It's really interesting. And I think, he's one of the things I love about Nick, and I respect him enormously. He's got a nose for a very good story when he sees one.
Absolutely. There's merit to this, and it's worthy of research, and that's a deeper level of the story that I think is going to take a little bit more time to propagate out publicly, but it's inescapable. There is a consciousness link to this subject. Ross, mate, I won't keep you for any longer, because you've been very gracious with your time, and my God, you must be bloody exhausted, mate.
I'm all right. It's fun. I mean, I'm interested in the. It really helps to be interested in the subject. I mean, I think one of the blessings in life is to do a job that you love. It would be nice occasionally to be doing a job that I actually get paid for, but frankly, the amount of work I do on this, and I earn absolutely nothing. I laughed the other day. I honked with laughter. I'm not sure whether it was Jason Colavito, that noted debunker, or somebody else, but there was a pejorative WikiLeaks entry that had been entered against me, which basically said that Ross Coulthart's doing all this UFO work
cashing out.
He wants to be part of, quote, the lucrative UAP lecture circuit. So, Jay, I'll send you my invoice in a few minutes, mate. I was just thinking maybe, I don't know, £1,000 an hour or something might work for you.
Yeah. That's the standard going rate for the UFO subject, isn't it? We're all just rolling in cash from doing this.
Yeah, we're all sluts on the UAP lecture circuit.
That's it, bro.
Who are these people? They're on drugs. Anyway, look, mate, it's a real pleasure to talk to you as usual.
Of course.
I'm actually going to go off now and watch your show with JP.
Oh, it was great. Just he's an awesome guy, and I had a great time in Egypt with him, and he's very good at navigating this subject again from the two perspectives. The technical is important, but there is this esoteric philosophical thing, and that's where I like to sit in this subject. I like to just kind of speculate on the philosophy of what this really means and represents. But Yeah, man, it's a pleasure to talk to you as always, Ross. Just keep kicking the doors down. Try not to go too insane with this subject, because I certainly feel sometimes that I am on a fine line between losing my mind and gaining insight. So I don't know how you feel, but it can be bloody tiring and a little bit mentally confusing to be operating in this place, and especially for someone like you, because you are getting insight from people that most are not talking to. And I guess that can be quite a balancing act in the brain, and trying to rationalize what you're hearing with what you're seeing in the wider world. So
Absolutely.
yeah, I hope you don't go too nuts.
I take the dog for a walk and I do lots of gardening, mate. And I lift lumps of weight over my head and go to the gym. That's how I deal with these things. Yeah.
Good for you. And before you leave, is there anything else you can tell us about this gigantic vehicle that's too big to move? What were you told specifically? Come on, just like give me some more details.
I've told you all I'm going to tell you. I'm going to get in trouble
damn you, Ross.
Saying what I said. I'm going to get in trouble.
Got me on tenterhooks.
Let me just tell you this. I know exactly where it is.
My goodness. Do you think that's going to come to light?
One day. Yeah. And it's really interesting because it's absolutely gobsmacking that it's being kept as a secret.
Jesus.
Imagine having an object that's so big, it's just not conceivable to move it.